sound. Assembly chamber, 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 sound. Assembly Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.
Please be seated. Before we get into today's business, I advise members that William Irwin resigned as a member of the Northern Ireland Assembly for the Newry and Armagh constituency. This was notified to the Chief Electoral Officer, effective from the 2nd of January 2026. I was subsequently informed by the Chief Electoral Officer that Mr Gareth Wilson has been returned as a member of Assembly for Newry Armagh constituency to fill that vacancy. On Monday the 5th, Mr Wilson signed the undertaking and rule of membership and entered his designation in my presence and that of the Clerk of the Assembly, and now has taken a seat. I welcome him to the Assembly and wish him every success. Members will also be saddened to learn of the passing of two of our former members, both who died on the Tuesday the 30th of December. So I'm sad to announce that both Joe Byrne and Mary Bradley, MLAs for West Tyrone and Foyle, sadly passed away. I would like to take this opportunity to express my personal sympathies to Liam and the family, and Eva and the family, on the loss of their husband and wife respectively. I knew Joe particularly well out of the two of them, and Joe was a very, very pleasant guy and a nice guy to know, and I had a lot of respect and time for him, as I did have for Mrs Bradley, who served from right up to 2011, from 2003, and Mary was a real community person in the city of Londonderry, and done her work very, very well, and was very well respected both locally and indeed in this chamber. And the loss of these two members are a very, very significant loss for the SDLP, and I express my sympathies to them as a party, but specifically to their families. And I just wish to pay my own tribute before we take the opportunity for others to express their personal condolences. So I'm going to call Mr Matthew O'Toole, and after that members will have up to 5 minutes to pay tribute to their two colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank you, first of all, for your kind words and for offering members the opportunity to pay their respects to two giants of public service, people who embodied the heart of the SDLP, the Social Democratic and Labour Party, and the values that created and still animate our party and our movement today. As you said, Mr Speaker, Joe and Mary died at the same time over the Christmas break. They served together in this Assembly, and in a sense they came from different, as it were, traditions within the SDLP, in the sense that one represented an urban community and the other was a passionate rural champion. But collectively they represented the soul of our party: public service, commitment to the common good, to cross-community politics, to dialogue, and to serving the people who elected you. Joe Byrne was an extraordinary public servant. He was born in Ahyaran, a townland outside Strabane, a place of which he was passionate and always connected to. He was a passionate member of the GAA, and indeed my own father was involved in the Queen's GAA club with him in the mid-1970s. He was a stalwart of that team. In fact, his passion for the GAA was something that carried through his life. He sponsored and organised the first GAA event here in Parliament Buildings in 2001. Joe became a member of Omagh Council in 1993, having been a long-standing SDLP member and activist in Tyrone. He was part of the SDLP negotiating team that led to the Good Friday Agreement. He was also a key member of the nascent policing board. Our party worked so hard to establish a new start in policing that could command the respect and trust of the whole community in Northern Ireland. People like Joe Byrne did the hard yards to make that happen. Joe went on to be chairperson of the SDLP between 2009 and 2012. He had two different stints in the Assembly, from 1998, the first Assembly, through to 2003, and then he was again elected in 2011. That's dedication, Mr Speaker. In fact, some might call it gluttony for punishment, but what it actually stood for was dedication to his community, dedication to the people of West Tyrone, all the people of West Tyrone. And the extent of Joe's service and the respect in which he was held across the community is testament We've had words from yourself, but across the community in West Tyrone, and indeed the whole of the North, and indeed all of Ireland, there have been tributes to Joe Byrne as a giant of public service. So on behalf of his colleagues, friends, comrades in the SDLP, we will miss him. I went to his funeral in Clarke on a wintry day just outside Omagh, and the turnout was extraordinary, a testament to him. Our thoughts are with Ursula, Aoife, Emer and Owen and his wider family circle. His values remain with us. Mary Bradley was another extraordinary person who embodied the values of the SDLP. Mary was born in Derry. She was born in the Foyle Road, but she made Carnhill her home. She represented Shantallow on Derry City Council for not just years, but an entire generation. She was, Father Mongan said at her funeral, the heartbeat of the Carnhill community and the wider Shantallow area. She was so deeply connected to that community in Derry that she served and loved. She was somebody who worked for them, championed them at local council, at the assembly, and right up until her passing, she was known as a community champion. She embodied that connection that our party has historically had with the city of Derry and with the community there. Her warmth, her generosity, her kindness is remarked upon by literally everybody who knew Mary. She was an astonishingly open-hearted person, which I think her colleagues, those who served with her in the Assembly from all parties, were able to appreciate. Our former leader, Mark Durkin Senior, said of her generosity of spirit that she was, as it were, bitter and partisan only in one respect, and that was in relation to football teams, because she was a passionate supporter of both Man United and Derry City, two teams that she was passionate about, and it was only in respect of supporting them that she was a partisan or tribal figure. Both of those two extraordinary individuals, Joe Byrne and Mary Bradley, embodied something that we think is really special about our party in the SDLP. Their colleagues and friends in the SDLP, and particularly the communities that they served in West Tyrone and in Derry, will mourn and remember them. But more broadly, they represent something that we should all aspire to in public service, the constant reminder that what matters are the people we serve, not clicks on social media, not controversy in this chamber, but doing right by the people who send us here, improving their lives and spending every waking hour devoted to improving their lives. I pay tribute to both Joe and Mary. Rest in peace.
Thank you. Over the Christmas break, I was very sad to learn of the passing of my former constituency colleague, Joe Byrne. Joe spent a lifetime in public service as a lecturer in Omagh College, a councillor, an MLA, and in the many roles he held in the community, including that of a GAA stalwart, which was referred to by Matthew in his comments. I attended Joe's wake in Clarke, and the huge crowds that turned up to pay their respects at the wake and indeed at the funeral was a testimony to the high esteem that he was held in our constituency of West Tyrone. Indeed, I feel it a privilege to have been Joe's constituency colleague in West Tyrone, and we both served here on the then Agriculture and Rural Development Committee at Stormont. And whenever I came here in 2012, Joe was the deputy chair of the committee, and by coincidence I'm the deputy chair now. And Joe was a relentless voice for rural communities and indeed for all the people of West Tyrone and beyond. And even though we were from different parties, we worked together on many projects, should that have been around health issues in the West, the A5, CAP reform, and indeed in many more issues. And indeed, even before I was a public representative, Joe assisted me with giving me advice and support and plan permission for the house that I now live in with my wife and family. And Joe served as an Omagh District Councillor with my late father, Barney McAleer, in the 1990s. And I know that Daddy also held Joe in high regard and considered him to be a very fair and a public representative and very effective at his job, and he considered him as a friend. And certainly on my own behalf and on behalf of Sinn Féin, I wish to extend thoughts and prayers to Joe's wife Ursula and all the family, and indeed to Joe's SDLP colleagues at this sad time. And I hope that he rests in eternal peace.
And following on, Mr. Speaker, from previous comments, I want to publicly express my sincere condolences to the Byrne family on the recent passing of Joe, a beloved husband, a father, a friend to all who knew him. Joe and I were first elected to Omagh District Council in 1993, where he served for a number of years and also served in this House as an MLA for West Tyrone, and he was a great advocate for the SDLP. During his political career, Joe was very passionate about delivery in West Tyrone, and we did work on many subjects together. And whether that was employment opportunities or infrastructure projects, economic growth, equality of health and education, amongst many other issues, Joe's voice was always heard in lobbying for his constituents, and he never was one to back away from the difficult decisions that had to be taken. Joe was always there, and he was a gentleman to work with. Joe worked tirelessly for the constituency until he was forced to step aside due to deteriorating health problems. However, he endured his health conditions with great fortitude and always has a positive note any time that I met him, inquiring about how the political situation was going and how things were going in West Tyrone. He was a gentleman to work alongside, and he was dedicated to the people of West Tyrone. Irrespective of class or creed or who you were, Joe was dedicated to working for those people. And I know he will be sorely missed by his wife, his family, his friends, as well as his colleagues in the SDLP party. And to you all today, I want to tender our deepest and our heartfelt sympathy, trusting that in the days to come you will find strength even to meet the days that are to come. And it is a timely reminder today that in the midst of life we are in death, and therefore it behoves each one of us to number our days and to apply our hearts on to wisdom. Thank you.
Stuart Dixon.
Mr. Speaker, I want to pay tribute to both Mary Bradley and Joe Byrne on behalf of the Alliance Party. Mary Bradley was, as members have been made aware already, an MLA for Foyle before my time in this place. In fact, she was leaving this assembly as I arrived in 2011. She was a councillor for Shantallow area on Derry City and Strabane District Council from 1985, and she'd served as deputy mayor in 1990 and then mayor in 91-92. And it was during that period of time that I met her on a number of occasions as a local councillor. I was also very saddened to hear of the passing of Joe Byrne, and I want to extend my condolences to both families and friends and to their colleagues in the SDLP. Like Mary, I first knew Joe as a local councillor, meeting him at various events over the years. We were both elected to this assembly, him being re-elected in 2011. And during my first term as an MLA, like many new members, I was finding my feet in this place. And Joe was one of those people who brought previous experience, calm, and indeed a sense of perspective to this chamber. We both served for a period of time on the Regional Development Committee, where he was a tireless campaigner for the A5 road project. He was always knowledgeable, as others have said, about his constituency, and worked for everyone, respectful throughout and serious about the job which he was elected to do. He cared deeply about representing his constituents and about the work in this assembly, and that always came through in how he did his work. At times like this, Mr. Speaker, it's right that we put politics to one side and recognise the people behind the roles that they hold. My thoughts today are with the Bradley and Byrne families, their party colleagues, and all those who knew and worked with them at this sad time. They will both be lives well remembered.
Mike Nesbitt.
Mr. Speaker, and on behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party, may I offer condolences to the friends and the families of Joe Byrne and Mary Bradley, but also, of course, to the members and the supporters of the SDLP, but also actually to anybody who supports democracy, because here were two great Democrats who gave their lifetimes to public service, as we all aspire to do. Joe Byrne I had the pleasure of serving with in this chamber during my early years in this House. This was his second spell as a member of the Legislative Assembly, and of course he came with life skills because he was a graduate in economics from Queen's University, and from there he went on to become a lecturer in business studies at Omagh College. And I think it's so important that people come into this chamber with life skills. So Some will say Joe's passion was for agriculture, but it wasn't just that. It was also for education, for educating our children, and also a great passion, of course, for all matters rural. But he also served on the policing board, and he did so at a time when the whole concept of a policing board was relatively novel and all the more challenging because of that. I remember Joe as a gentleman, but also as a quiet but effective politician in this chamber and in the committee chambers. Now, like Mr. Dixon, I came here in 2011, so did not serve with Mary Bradley, who was stepping down in 2011, having come here first in 2003, so serving some of the really tough years for this Assembly as it was trying to bed itself down. And I think if there is something that connects Joe and Mary, it is they were two great advocates of the mantra that all politics is local. Mary, of course, a great advocate for the people of Derry, particularly those suffering disadvantage, but also a great advocate for women in politics and indeed women serving more generally in public life. So I think it's very fitting, Mr. Speaker, that you make space for all of us to pay tribute to people who walked the hard yards in the difficult years and devoted themselves to public service. May they rest in peace.
Crossan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to Joe Byrne, a former colleague of this Assembly, a mentor to many of us in the SDLP, and a man whose life was defined not by title or position, but by service, integrity and humanity. Joe entered public life during some of the most difficult and formative years in our recent history. He believed deeply that politics mattered, that it should be done with integrity, and it should always be rooted in respect for people. He lived by the belief, often expressed by our dear friend Seamus Mallon, that the first rule of politics is to be there for people. And Joe lived by that rule every single day. Whether in the council chamber, on the floor of this Assembly, or at a kitchen table at a constituent's home, he showed up, he listened, and he cared. And he worked patiently to find solutions that made a real difference to the lives of our people. Joe made a significant contribution to peace and public life here. He played a pivotal role in the slow, demanding work that helped build a more stable and hopeful society, work that required patience rather than posturing, openness rather than entrenchment, listening rather than shouting, and perseverance rather than triumphalism. These qualities defined Joe Byrne's approach to politics and public life. But Joe was never only a politician. Long before public office, he was deeply involved in youth work and sport, particularly through Gaelic games. He was a founding member of Sigerson's GAA in Strabane, and the first coach and indeed the first chairman. And beyond, was rooted in GAA games at Queen's University in his own local area of Omagh. He devoted countless hours to developing our young people, not just as players, but as individuals. What mattered most to Joe Byrne was not simply winning, but how the game was played. He believed that sport was a place where discipline, teamwork, fairness and respect were learned. He demanded standards, but never at the cost of dignity. That belief in people ran through every aspect of Joe's life. He was an educator, a lecturer, a businessman with a sharp and instinctive understanding of enterprise, and someone always willing to take a risk, even if it meant creating opportunity. He understood the importance of education, of a strong local economy, and of investing in the future of rural communities. That is why he championed issues such as healthcare, education, infrastructure, agriculture, and in particular the A5, because he understood their transformational impact on the lives of ordinary people, the people he represented. Joe was also a founding member of the Policing Board, helping to build confidence in new institutions at a time when trust was fragile and hard won. Across politics and across communities, he commanded respect for his calm, informed and constructive approach. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak personally for a moment in relation to my friend. Joe brought me into politics. He believed in me, encouraged me and supported me at every single stage. Our paths crossed by accident, but I have no regrets, and I hope he sincerely didn't either. He offered advice freely, shared his experience generously, and always made time. I am deeply, deeply grateful to him for the opportunity, for his friendship, and for the confidence he placed in me. It has been an honour to follow in the footsteps of such a great, great man and to represent his beloved West Tyrone. Above all else, Joe Byrne was a husband and a father. His wife, Ursula, was his anchor throughout their life together. A partner in every sense of the word, she shared the demands of public life, the joys of family life, and later the challenges of Joe's illness. Her strength, love and constancy sustained Joe through his hardest days. Together they raised 3 children, Aoife, Emer and Owen, who were the centre of Joe's world and his greatest pride. His understanding of family, of loyalty and of strong relationships shaped the kind of public representative he was. He knew that politics only mattered if it strengthened lives, not strained them. Joe was fiercely loyal to friendship. He valued long-standing relationships deeply and never let them drift. He stayed connected, stayed interested and present, qualities that defined him as a friend and a public servant. Even as Parkinson's disease took hold, Joe's interest in people, politics and the world never faded. Those who spend time with him speak of the conversations filled with thoughtfulness, humour and gratitude rather than complaint. Joe's faith guided his life. In divided times he was measured, in difficult times he was steady, in uncertain periods he remained hopeful. He believed in peace not as an abstract idea, but as a responsibility, something to be worked for, to be protected and handed on. Today we mourn the loss of a former colleague, a mentor and a dear, dear friend, but we also celebrate a life rooted in service and loyalty and love. Joe stood for the very best of public life, the best of all of us, and will continue to guide us. His lesson will continue to guide us for many years to come. On behalf of this Assembly and the SDLP, our deepest sympathies go to Ursula, Aoife, Emer and Owen and the wider Byrne family. Rest in peace, Joe.
Ciara Ferguson.
I want to firstly express my condolences to Liam, Paula, her daughter, Fiona and Aaron, her grandchildren, and Olivia, her great-grandchild, to the wider family circle of Mary Bradley, to her neighbours in Carnhill, to her friends, which were many across the city, and to her colleagues in the SDLP following her recent passing. Mary will be sorely missed by our city and beyond, and she was held with the utmost regard as a strong voice for Derry, with a strong ability to form meaningful connections and relationships across the city. Whilst serving as a councillor in Derry from 1995 for nearly 2 decades and did a term as mayor of Derry City in 1991 to 1992. Mary was also one of 17 women elected out of 108 MLAs to this Assembly back in 2003. She played a significant contribution to advancing the role of women in public life, and she was held in high regard for her active involvement in community development. In my role as a community development officer down in Shantallow, for over 20 years, I had many a meeting and public meetings and different involvement with Mary, particularly in the role of improving the quality of life for our communities and the people. She was a very active member, particularly with regards to RCD in Derry. That's a resource centre Derry based in Carnhill. And you never went in there to meet with the CEO, the late Betty Feeney. Mary Bradley was sitting there as well, and you had to get past both of them in relation to any decisions that had to be made. She was very, very strong and clear and articulate, and I very much cherish the times that in relation to myself in working with Mary and advancing community development in the Greater Shantallow area. I also want to acknowledge and recognise her commitment to improved health outcomes, particularly with respect to mental health and wellbeing. And she was a very keen advocate of advocating those, not only locally but across the north. I want to finish by simply stating, may eternal rest grant unto Mary, and may she rest peacefully, and may her loved ones be comforted by the immense gratitude which exists for all the work which Mary did throughout her life for the city of Derry and for its people. Thank you.
Call Alan Robinson.
I can't claim to have served with the late Mary Bradley. She served in this Assembly before my time, but by all accounts she was an incredibly hard worker, a very popular mayor, a grassroots on the ground politician, and she was a lady who was much loved and well liked across her former political party, across the political spectrum, and who also gave 25 years of service to the people of London and Derry. I therefore want to extend our sympathies from the DUP to the SDLP, and while she will be missed by the people of that city, She will particularly be missed by her family, and to her family circle, today and tomorrow, the DUP send our sincere condolences.
Don Burrows.
Just extend condolences to the friends, family and colleagues of Mary Bradley and Joe Byrne. I did meet Mary many times when I served in the city, and like all the SDLP representatives there, she did exemplify service and dignity and also courage. It was not an easy time to be an SDLP politician, particularly in places like Londonderry, Derry, whatever you want to call it. Many times I was at their homes and helping them and speaking with them whenever their houses were attacked or they come under threat. So aside for her commitment to public service, she showed a courage to stand up and serve before everyone supported policing and when times were very, very dangerous indeed. And certainly one thing I'll say about Mary, and she was part of a great team with the likes of Jerry Diver, Thomas Conway and Mark H. Her passion for her community was very loud and clear, but there was a dignity about Mary and a fairness that I have to say exemplified the SDLP's approach to politics. Mary would contact you and follow up if she thought something had to be challenged, but she was always someone who would ring you and ring my colleagues and ask for the facts. And if you were fair with Mary, she was always fair with you. And I think there was something very old school about Mary Bradley. And I just want to pay tribute to that genuine sense of public service, which is something that we should all aspire to. And certainly as I went through my police career, I was inspired by Mary Bradley and the likes, who give their time and their energy, but also a considerable risk to themselves and their families to serve democracy and to hold dear to something that you can have an absolutely passionate belief in something that's absolutely contrary to what someone else believes in, and you can be courteous with them, civic with them, and never think that violence is the right thing. We take that for granted now, but at the times when Mary was serving, that wasn't always the case. And I'm thankful that we had people like Mary Bradley in our politics, and it was a privilege to meet her when I did, and I send my condolences to the party, her friends, her family, and of course those of Joe Byrne also. Thank you.
David Loughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am proud to rise today to remember two former colleagues of this Assembly and two remarkable servants of the people, Mary Bradley and Joe Byrne. I want to begin with Mary because Mary was one of us. She was one of Derry's own and someone I was privileged to know well. Mary did not enter politics for status or for profile. She entered politics for one simple reason: people. And that never changed. From her election to Derry City Council in 1985 through to her time as Mayor of Derry and later here in this Assembly, Mary's politics was always rooted in the same values: fairness, dignity and decency. Mary wasn't flashy. She was not interested in grandstanding, but she was fearless in standing up for her community and relentless in doing the work that really matters. As someone who represents the same constituency, I see Mary's legacy everywhere. I see it in Carnhill, in the community groups that she supported, in the families she stood alongside in difficult moments, and in the quiet confidence she gave people who felt overlooked or unheard. Mary had that rare combination of strength and warmth. You always knew where you stood with Mary, and you always knew that she would stand with you when it mattered. She believed deeply in the values of the SDLP. She believed in equality. She believed in social justice. She believed in community, and she believed in hope. But more importantly, she lived them. In her casework, in her council chambers, in this Assembly, and in the countless private moments when she helped someone who had nowhere else to turn to. Mary understood something really very simple, but really powerful: that politics is not about documents or debates or policy, it's about human lives. The mother worried about her child, the pensioner struggling to make ends meet, the young person searching for an opportunity, the volunteer holding a community together. Mary saw them all, and she fought for them all. Beyond politics, her love of grassroots football, youth development and community life showed the depth of her commitment. She knew that strong communities are not only built in buildings like this, but they were on the playing fields, they were in the youth clubs, they were in the advice centres, they were in the church halls, and in everyday acts of kindness. Mary Bradley leaves behind a city that is stronger because of her, a party that is better because of her, and a generation of public servants who learned from her. She taught us that real leadership is actual service, that politics must always be rooted in compassion, and that no matter how hard the road, you never stop standing up for your community. To Mary's family, to her husband Liam and her daughter Paula, to her grandchildren Fiona and Aaron, and her great-grandchild, I want to say thank you for sharing her with us. Public service is never an individual journey. It is carried by families who sacrifice and support every step of the way. Mary's family were incredible and loyal and a great support and strength to Mary. Mary, you showed us what it means to serve with integrity, to lead with heart, and to put people first always. I also want to remember Joe Byrne, a giant of public service and a lifelong champion for the people of Tyrone. I did not know Joe Byrne well, but I knew him by his reputation for integrity, kindness and commitment that reached far beyond his own constituency. Joe lived by the principle expressed by his friend Seamus Mann that the first rule of politics is to be there for people. And as far as I know, and by all accounts that people have shared with me, Joe lived that every day. Joe believed in peace, not as an abstract idea, but something that was with responsibility, something to be worked for and protected and passed on. Joe was calm and thoughtful, practical and deeply respected across party lines. But above all, Joe was a family man. His wife Ursula and their children Aoife, Emer and Owen were the centre of his world and the source of his greatest pride. Mr. Speaker, today we mourn the loss of colleagues and peacemakers, but we also celebrate their life of service. They had a reputation of decency and a belief that politics is at best something that lifts people up. May Mary and Joe rest in peace. May their families get comfort in knowing that they were valued and respected and will be missed by the SDLP family. Thank you.
Mark Durgan.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Today we pause to remember two giants who embodied not just the values of the SDLP, but who embodied public service in its truest sense, and whose passing leaves a deep sadness, yes, for our party, for our communities, and first and foremost, of course, the families of Mary Bradley and Joe Byrne. Mary and Joe served not for recognition or reward, but because they believed profoundly in people, in fairness, and in the responsibility that comes with representing others. They were political representatives of a generation who understood politics not as a performance, but as service, rooted in listening, in empathy, and in hard work carried out quietly and consistently. Mary Bradley was a formidable advocate for our constituents. She brought strength, compassion and determination to everything that she did, never losing sight of the people behind the issues. She had an unwavering commitment to equality and social justice, and she carried that commitment with dignity and resolve, even in the most challenging circumstances. She was Derry and, as we've heard, Derry City Football Club to the core. However, she wasn't bitter or partisan, even when it came to football. As I recall on council, her always championing Institute Football Club in our city and the need to provide them with adequate facilities. Joe Byrne, in his way, reflected those very same values. He believed deeply in community and decency and in the power of local representation to improve lives. Joe's politics were shaped by his humanity, by a belief that progress is measured not in rhetoric, but in the actual difference that we can make to people's lives every day. And he did make a difference through education, through the GAA, and through his role as an elected representative. Both Mary and Joe were shaped in and by difficult times. We've heard members refer to the threats and to the attacks to which they were subjected, yet neither of them allowed these times to harden them. Instead, they chose hope over bitterness, dialogue over division, and service over self. They helped build the foundations on which others now stand, and they did so with integrity and humility. We extend our deepest sympathy to their loving families, their friends, and all who had the privilege of working alongside them. Mary and Joe will be remembered not just or merely for the esteemed offices that they held, but for the values that they lived by. Thank
you. That concludes the tributes to our former colleagues, Joe Byrne and Mary Bradley. Moving on to the next item, Timothy Gaston has been given leave to make a statement on the ongoing political crisis and international tensions in Venezuela, which fulfills the criteria set out in Standing Order 2024. All the members wish to be called, they can do so by rising in their places. All members will have up to 3 minutes to speak. I call Mr. Gaston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The actions of the United States and Venezuela were not taken against the legitimate, democratically elected government. In 2020, Maduro was federally charged in the United States with crimes including terrorism and international drug trafficking. Those charges allege direct involvement with global trafficking networks and collaboration with the Colombian terrorist organisation FARC. His removal from power has not been met with mourning or protest by the people of Venezuela. It has been welcomed with open celebration by those who lived for years under his jackboot. That, of course, has not been the reaction of some closer to home, and small wonder. Because we do not need to travel to Venezuela to find people with links to drug trafficking and Marxist terrorism. The party opposite spent years campaigning for the release of 3 IRA men who travelled to Colombia to train FARC in methods of murder and terror. Sinn Féin figures were content to hobnob with the Venezuelan dictatorship, attending events, ceremonies and inaugurations after Maduro clung to office following an election that the world knew to be fraudulent. And while they now rush to condemn the actions of the United States, delivering lectures about bombings, forcible removal and detention, my mind turns inevitably to a great contrast between their words today and their record yesterday. Jean McConville never stood before a court. She was never afforded legal representation. She was never given due process. She was abducted, murdered, and secretly buried when the provisional movement chose to act as judge, jury, and executioner. This exposes the reality behind Sinn Féin's outrage. What we are witnessing is not principled opposition to violence or injustice. It is selective outrage, shaped entirely by far-left, anti-Western ideology in which tyrants are excused so long as they mouth the correct slogans and hate the correct enemies. I welcome the removal of Nicolas Maduro. I commend the United States for a job well done, Mr. Speaker.
Very Carl. It's worth acknowledging the seriousness and also the devastating intervention that the United States launched almost a week ago on the people of Caracas, killing at least 50 people. We know that the United States has a sorry and brutal history of intervention, capture, overthrow of democracy and undermining the wishes of local people across the world, but specifically in Latin America. However, Mr. Speaker, what the Trump administration carried out on the 3rd of January was next-level stuff. We should be absolutely clear what it was. It was a kidnap. It was a kidnap. That's what happened on the 3rd of January. It's also worth emphasising that the country of Venezuela posed and poses no risk to the people of the United States or to the United States government either. The rules-based international order was always, in my view, a fabrication, Mr. Speaker, and the United States always did what it wanted, but they didn't even pretend to go through the motions when it came to capturing a democratically elected leader. And the response from unionist parties in this House is absolutely baffling, Mr. Speaker, indeed. I mean, could you imagine the scenes and the comments and the rightful outcry if Vladimir Putin launched a campaign to kidnap the Deputy First Minister of this administration? Unionist parties would be rightly outraged and would cry foul and would oppose that, rightly so. But when the US does it, it's work away lads, do what you want. It's quite obscene stuff. Operation Absolute Resolve is classic Yankee imperialism, launched by the biggest empire in world history, Mr. Speaker, but one which has been forced to retreat from other parts of the world, but thinks it can intervene what it calls in its hemisphere. It's up to the Venezuelan people, Mr. Speaker, like any country, to determine its own leader, its government and who rules. The US and the EU from day one hated the project of Chavismo, which to sum up was about limiting the power of multinational corporations and redistributing wealth and resources to poor and indigenous people. The US and the EU and Western governments detest this, and they went so far as they actually back and finance a coup against Chavez in 2002. So this isn't about stopping drugs. Amongst the boats captured, Mr. Speaker, by the US, which 115 people working on the seas were killed. It's worth mentioning that the drug charges against Maduro have actually been dropped. There hasn't been a single ounce of drug paraphernalia found on those ships, on those boats. Not to mention the fact that Trump's pardoning of the former Honduran president as well. In a rare moment of honesty, Trump has admitted what this is about. This is about oil. Okay.
Declan Kearney.
Yeah. The US assault against Venezuelan national sovereignty has serious and far-reaching repercussions for the primacy of international law and the authority of the United Nations Charter. This act of US military aggression is deeply destabilising for Venezuela, as well as the wider Latin American and Caribbean region. And it comes at a time when the illegal embargo against Cuba has intensified, and as the American president is also threatening more unilateral military attacks in the Middle East, while repeating his threats against the sovereignty of Greenland. It's notable that the illegal US removal of the Venezuelan president from office sits in marked contrast with the American administration's defiance of the International Criminal Court arrest warrants in the names of Israeli political leaders for genocidal crimes against the Palestinian people. During the last 12 months, there has been an unprecedented undermining of the multilateral system. International law must be defended and enforced. There is no legitimate or legal alternative to respect for national sovereignty, the use of diplomacy, and peaceful coexistence. So this aggression must be unambiguously condemned. What's now required is an urgent de-escalation of political tensions in Venezuela and the establishment of regional political stability and security.
Buckley.
Speaker, we should not kid ourselves to think for one moment that we understand the intricacies of the military operation which took place in Venezuela. Only that it was both a daring, courageous and indeed well executed military operation by our friends and neighbours and allies in the United States military. I often think to the military families in times like this, because what difficulties and what risks their partners and their loved ones take in the name of national security. But what we do know is information about Nicolas Maduro himself and indeed his administration. He was a dictator and a ruthless one at that. Under his regime, Venezuela has seen political prisoners, torture, extrajudicial killings, crushed protests, and the courts and media overrun and captured by the regime itself. The UN has found credible evidence of crimes against humanity used to keep Maduro in power. He was not a democratically elected president. He was using the cover of democratic office, but yet the election in which he seen office was widely discredited by all as being on false pretenses. Maduro was a narco-terrorist. He was propped up by Russia, by China and Iran, and his regime has long run overlaps with organised crime networks. Let's be clear, Maduro was Vladimir Putin's key asset in South America. In that context, the Western lefties, and indeed those members in this chamber that want to run to his rescue and cry foul of his extradition, could not be further from reality. They have chose to sign up, stand alongside the far-left terrorists, which include Hamas, ETA, FARC. The list can go on. These are the types of organisations that have seen Sinn Féin support for years, so it's a surprise none of us that Sinn Féin attended his inauguration with both Conor Murphy and Chris Hazard in attendance. But Sinn Féin cannot continue to ride two horses, Mr. Speaker. The American public have well caught on to the types of far-left extremists and global despot regimes that they're supporting. The $1,000 dinner plates in the United States won't be as easy filled this year or years to come as the American citizens catch on very, very quickly to Sinn Féin's game. The Americans are no fools.
Owen Tennyson.
Mr. Speaker, and Nicolas Maduro was a brutal and illegitimate dictator, and this party certainly sheds no tears for his downfall. For years, the Venezuelan people have been subject to repression, corruption and economic collapse, with families torn apart and millions displaced. But, Mr. Speaker, the crimes of a dictator does not give Donald Trump carte blanche to break international law or to disregard the UN Charter. No state, no matter how powerful, is entitled to run roughshod over the rules that safeguard global stability. This illegal action, and we know what happens when American presidents take illegal action under the pretext of an imminent threat, sets a dangerous precedent for Russia, China, or indeed any other government that might now be emboldened to violate sovereignty. It makes the world more unstable, more unpredictable, and more dangerous. And it's abundantly clear that for Donald Trump, this wasn't about liberating the Venezuelan people. He has praised authoritarian regimes and dictators around the globe. If democracy had been the objective, the United States wouldn't have sidelined Nobel Prize winner Maria Machado and other key opposition figures, individuals who have risked their lives for democratic reform. Instead, he is happy to do business with Delcy Rodriguez from the very same brutal and illegitimate regime in order to get his hands on Venezuelan oil. Nor was this about tackling drugs, given that Donald Trump has used his executive power to pardon narco-terrorists and drug dealers during his time in office. This was about proving that might is right and defending only the interests of American oil companies. And anybody who believes that President Trump will stop here has not been paying attention. They clearly haven't read his own national security strategy. Already, he has issued threats to countries including Cuba, Colombia and Greenland. But, Mr. Speaker, there are two great hypocrisies on display in this chamber today. The United Kingdom was key to setting up multinational institutions and a system of international law, and today we've heard two unionist politicians already cheerleading Donald Trump and ripping down that international order. We also have a so-called progressive party in the form of Sinn Féin who can't utter a word of condemnation for Maduro and his illegitimate regime. When they had the choice, they stood alongside him at his inauguration, and they claimed that that inauguration was open and democratic. When they had the choice between standing with the Venezuelan people or a brutal dictator, they chose the brutal dictator, and they owe the people of Venezuela an apology. We can't cherry-pick when we apply international law and human rights. And as a party on these benches that is committed to international law, to human rights and the rules-based order, we want to see free and fair elections held in Venezuela without delay.
Steve Aiken.
Mr. Speaker, and a Happy New Year to you, Mr. Speaker, and everybody here in the Assembly. As anybody who witnessed the Sinn Féin demonstration at the US Embassy in Dublin, and then it was the counter-demonstration by actual Venezuelans, who made it very clear that President Maduro's demise was one that was very much welcomed by Venezuelans who had been subject to his tyranny for far, far too long. But one of the key questions is, what was the United States doing? And was this just a one-off act by the United States President? If anybody who's looked at what was going on in Venezuela for the last year, and indeed was happening in the region, there was an enormous amount of diplomatic effort and push to try and get Maduro to move offside. It was made very clear to him that he would be given an off-ramp, and it was expected he was going to take it. But he didn't. What he did is he doubled down. He made the situation worse in Venezuela. Venezuela, that should be one of the richest countries, and here's an abject lesson for anybody who believes in socialist 32-county wonder areas, or Narnias as they were. Venezuela was one of the richest places in South America. It has one of the largest amounts of resources in oil, in gas, in gold, in silver. Anybody who understood Venezuela before Chavez and Maduro destroyed the country, it was a vibrant country. It was one of the leaders in the region. It was an area that was becoming one of the leaders of South America. It was being talked about in the same way as they were talking about Brazil. But let's see what happened, because there is starvation in Venezuela. There is lack of jobs in Venezuela. There are no human rights in Venezuela. Now, if that's what socialist republics are about, you can count me out. But, Mr. Speaker, there's another important aspect of it, was how we were dealing with the awful situation of the shadow fleet of shipping that was coming from Venezuela. And I think all members of this House should thank the United States Navy, the United States Coast Guard, the Royal Air Force and the Royal Fleet Auxiliary for their work in stopping the Bella 1/Metronix, whatever they're calling the ship now, and stopping it in the high seas. It was an environmental disaster. And the fact we were able to stop that and stop it trying to get back to Russia says something very important about the strategic position of Northern Ireland. And I am, for one, are very pleased to see that the United States Navy and the US Air Force were able to use Aldergrove as a diversionary airfield during this difficult operation. That just demonstrates yet again the strategic importance of Northern Ireland. There's no such thing as Northern Ireland having no long-term strategic implications. The most important thing is it's strategically important to NATO, the United Kingdom and the United States. Thank you very much indeed.
Matthew O'Toole.
We've rather drifted from the main topic of the action in Venezuela, so let me bring it back to that first of all. When talking about politics and international affairs, there's a truth which unfortunately is undermined or sometimes obviated by social media, which is that two things can be true at the same time. It can both be true that Nicolas Maduro and his government were illegitimate, authoritarian and deeply, profoundly objectionable, and they not just were, but are, because the Maduro regime is still in place at the behest of Donald Trump and his government. That can be true, but it can also be true that launching an illegal operation inside sovereign territory to remove, abduct, kidnap a political leader, even if you find them objectionable, even if they are authoritarian and profoundly acting against the interests of their own people. Both of those things can be bad things, Mr. Speaker. It's not the case that simply by the simple fact of Maduro being an objectionable authoritarian, the United States was justified in going in and illegally abducting him. They were not. We are living in a deeply destabilising era when the concept of international law, even if, as some people say, there was always a significant degree of hypocrisy in terms of the upholding of international law, lots of which we've seen in terms of the appalling actions of Israel and the lack of consequence for it. But the fact of international law being something that states, including the United States, which created the international order after the Second World War, the fact that they were at least willing to acknowledge the presence of international law was at least some form of guardrail mitigation. We don't have any of that now, Mr. Speaker. The United States going in, abducting Maduro, however objectionable, however authoritarian, is deeply, deeply troubling because the consequences and the precedent are unbelievably serious. What is now to stop Putin from saying, well, my action in Ukraine is entirely justified, as obnoxious, illegal and hateful as it is? What is to stop Xi Jinping saying, well, I want to now go in and launch some kind of action in Taiwan because I believe this, as with Venezuela, Trump saying it's in his neighbourhood in the Western Hemisphere. What's to stop them doing that and saying, well, the United States are doing that in Venezuela, why can't we do it in our neighbourhood? Let's think through the consequences. So, yes, by all means, I'm happy to call out Sinn Féin's position on Maduro as being unacceptable, but I was astonished to hear unionist politician after unionist politician stand up today and pay tribute to the Trump regime and what they're doing in Venezuela. They're not listening to what is being said in this chamber. They don't care, frankly, about the UK, Europe or anyone else other than their own interests, their own authoritarianism, their own pockets and their own desire to turn and to bend the world to their will. So I just caution people in this chamber to think rather more carefully about the consequences of what's happening in the world today. Thank you.
Next item in the order paper is member statements. Call Emma Sheeran.
Members, I rise this afternoon to discuss a deeply disturbing I suppose, occurrence that we're seeing rising in popularity over the past week, and that is the issue of AI, artificially invented images which have sexualised young women and girls and are posing real threats. We talk all the time in this chamber and indeed across society about violence against women and girls, and I suppose this is a new way of torturing women. And I often think of the phrase, sticks and stones may break your bones, but words cannot hurt you. And of course we know that that's not true. And in terms of these images, they're deeply harmful to the women that they have targeted and to the young people as well. I think we need to see more action. We know that in response to this grok technology being able to undress people without their consent or permission, the owners of X, formerly known as Twitter, has removed that function for anyone who isn't a paid user, but they need to go further than that, and that call has already been made by a range of people. And we need to see action from Ofcom and the British Government in criminalising those who have engaged in this behaviour. And I know that the Justice Minister has formally committed to criminalising deepfake technology and the creation of deepfake images, and I know that we want to work with her to ensure that that's done as quickly as possible. I think there needs to be a united message from this House that the sharing of inappropriate images is illegal, and sharing these images without consent is illegal, and as well as that, the creation of these sorts of images should also be illegal and should also be discouraged. There's a massive cross-departmental piece of work here in terms of education and engaging particularly with young people to talk about the ramifications of these harmful crimes, and having conversations with young people around sharing images. And I know that we see the rise of this even within our schools, and the long-term impacts of this is crazy. I want to commend the bravery of the young person in Armagh who came forward when they had been made aware that an image like this had been created about them, and encourage all young people that they should be able to come forward and talk about this and ensure that the perpetrators are brought to justice instead of suffering that shame and as a result seeing more harm done.
Gareth Wilson.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to take this opportunity, and it is an important opportunity, just to pay tribute, Mr. Speaker, to the 10 innocent men so brutally and callously murdered by the IRA at Kings Mills on the 5th of January 1976. It is indeed 50 years since that horrific attack, and over recent days there have been a series of important events marking this tragic 50-year anniversary, and it has been a solemn privilege to be in attendance and stand in support with the families of those innocent men. The special anniversary service in Bessburg Town Hall on the 4th of January was especially poignant and saw hundreds of people gather together in solidarity with the Kings Mills families and show in a very warm and in a very real fashion that those innocent, hard-working family men will never be forgotten. A special service was also held in Tullyallen Presbyterian Church last night, where family and friends of victim, the late Mr. Robert Walker, gathered for a special anniversary service to pay tribute to him and the 9 other victims. This was an especially important and moving service, and again it was a solemn privilege to attend. Indeed, each year on the 5th of January, a special roadside service at the scene of the attack is held, which is always a very solemn, reflective and important event, and I know that will continue for many more years to come. The conducting of that special annual roadside service ensures that the innocent victims of this IRA attack at Kings Mills continues to be remembered. The story, Mr. Speaker, of Kings Mills will not be rewritten or airbrushed. The hurt and pain of that horrific night has not diminished with the passage of time, nor has a desire to see justice served against the ruthless IRA perpetrators of this attack. The families of the 10 innocent men murdered, including, of course, survivor of the attack, Mr. Alan Black, continue to pursue justice and truth in a most dignified manner, and I stand with them, as do many of my colleagues in this House. There must be a renewing of resolve by government, the police, the justice system, and a renewed focus on bringing the perpetrators of this attack to justice. My thoughts, Mr. Speaker, and prayers continue to be with the families in the day ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kelly Armstrong.
And I'd like to wish you and everyone in this House a very happy New Year. Unfortunately, it hasn't been such a happy New Year for some of the people who are in Northern Ireland. On Sunday, the 4th of January, one of the coldest nights of the year so far, 11 people were forced to sleep on the streets in sub-zero temperatures. This happened despite the severe weather emergency protocol, that SWEP, being in place. SWEP exists for one reason: to prevent anyone from sleeping rough during life-threatening weather conditions. Yet on that night it failed. These 11 people were turned away because there wasn't even enough space in communal areas. So I have to ask, why did this happen? And I have reached out to the Minister for Communities to ask why this happened on his watch, and that he will ensure it never happens again. This is not just a procedural failure, it's a failure that put lives at risk. The public expects us to act when systems designed to protect the most vulnerable break down. NISRA has already reported that 58 homeless people died in Northern Ireland in 2024. That's 58 lives lost, 58 tragedies that should compel us to do better. When a protocol designed to save life fails, then the consequences will be fatal. We cannot allow more homeless people to become statistics. SWEP is supposed to provide emergency accommodation in communal spaces, and that's provided by hotels, hostels, churches, anywhere that offers warmth and safety. Yet 11 people were turned away because there wasn't enough space. Was this a lack of capacity, a breakdown in communication, or a failure in planning? And did the department perhaps not provide enough money to deliver the service? These are questions that demand answers. The Department and the Northern Ireland Housing Executive know the number of out-of-hours homeless requests has exploded over the last 3 years. In July of last year, 1,675 people presented to the out-of-hours service. That's just 1 month in warm weather. So you can imagine if it's 1,675 in December and January, and they're being turned away. There has been a call by Councillor Paul McCusker at Belfast City Council to say that the out-of-hours service is dysfunctional and chaotic. So we have to get this fixed. There is a public outcry every time a homeless person dies on our streets, and rightly so. They expect leadership. So I need to know, and I need the Minister to outline what steps he will be taking to ensure that every person who needs shelter during severe weather gets it, and what changes will be made to guarantee that SWEP works every time it is needed. No one should be left out in the cold again. Thank you.
Anne Armstrong.
Mr Speaker, over the past few days the media has been reporting that an allegedly ruthless female commander of the IRA's South Fermanagh Brigade, who played a key role in the Enniskillen Poppy Day bomb that murdered 12 people 38 years ago, has been seen back in the town of Enniskillen. She is understood to have previously moved abroad after the Poppy Day bomb, but has been frequently cited as far back as 2015. 13 people have been arrested in connection with the bomb on Remembrance Day in Enniskillen on the 8th of November 1987, but nobody has ever been charged. These recent revelations add further pain and anguish to the families of those who were murdered, maimed and traumatised by this horrific terrorist attack. Seeing these headlines and images from that tragic day recycled again and again reopens wounds that do not go away. It is at times like these we must remember the people at the very centre of this tragedy. I knew many of the victims very well, as they attended the same church as I did. It still pains me today that innocent people paying respect at the solemn 11th hour should have been slaughtered in such a wanton and cruel manner. Families still seek truth, justice and accountability, yet Sinn Féin cannot still issue words of condemnation. So I now call for clarity into this revelation. There is a name out there, which I will not name at this stage. I will be writing to the Chief Constable to ask if this person has been in receipt of a comfort letter, and will ask that the ICRIR re-examine this investigation for any outstanding or unreported evidence. The Republic of Ireland has a clear statutory duty of disclosure and candour, yet there are substantial concerns about its transparency around legacy issues. There is also an ongoing failure to properly engage with the ICRIR in relation to troublous crimes committed in Northern Ireland. For Enniskillen, for the families, for truth and accountability, this must be investigated. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Daniel Crossan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And just before I begin my member statement, I'd like to welcome Mr Wilson to the House and congratulate him on his appointment to this Assembly. We wish him well in the time ahead. And also, on behalf of the SDLP, to state our thanks to William Irwin on his many years of dedicated service, and we wish him a very long and happy retirement with his family. Mr Speaker, this afternoon I'm going to focus on older people's care. We have an older population that is growing and expected to grow over the coming decade. Older people built the society we live in. They worked, paid their taxes, raised families and held communities together through some of the most difficult and divided years this place has ever known. Yet today, too many of our older people feel abandoned by a system that the Northern Ireland Executives failed to properly plan for, fund or reform. Today, Mr Speaker, as we speak, there's 12% of our older population living in relative poverty, with 9% of pensioners in absolute poverty. These are numbers under the thousands. That is entirely unacceptable. It is also reported that 18 to 23% of our older population suffer from loneliness, and 80,000 people over the age of 65 in Northern Ireland are living alone. There are huge challenges facing our older population, and as I said, it is growing, but services they rely on are shrinking. And this is not by accident. It is a result of years of drift, delay and, unfortunately, political inaction. Access to health services is becoming harder, not easier, and getting a GP appointment often feels like winning the lottery. Hospital waiting lists are among the worst in Western Europe, and older people pay the price first and the longest waits as well. Community services that once allowed older people to live independently have been steadily stripped back. Preventative care has been hollowed out, leaving families to cope alone and forcing people into crisis before help appears. This is not a joined-up health and social care system. It is a system that reacts too late and costs more in the long run to repair. For many older people, the cost of living crisis has been relentless, with fixed incomes simply do not stretch to cover soaring energy bills, raising costs of food and increasing costs generally. People who planned carefully and lived responsibly are now worrying about whether they can heat their homes or make ends meet. And the Executive has talked a great deal about protecting the vulnerable in our society, but unfortunately the numbers don't add up. There is a great injustice, Mr Speaker, ever that lies in how we fund care. People who worked all their lives, pay into the system and save for the future, find themselves facing the loss of their home and life savings when residential care becomes necessary and unavoidable, particularly given that they can't get that care within their own home when and if they need it. This is a time where we need to step up and stand up and speak up for our older population, Mr Speaker. This Assembly needs to recognise this is something none of us are getting out of. It affects our grandparents, our parents, and in turn, eventually, unfortunately, will affect each and every one in this House.
And I want to welcome Mr Wilson to the Assembly and also pay tribute to William Irwin. William was a gentleman. I want to wish you all a Happy New Year. I too, like Kelly, received, in fact we all received a correspondence from Paul McCusker. I have went out on outreach a few times now and with the People's Kitchen and met with a lot of homeless people who have no other option, seriously no other option, but who live in our streets. I also went to meet Pastor Bran on Saturday night with my colleague Deirdre Hargey, and they're all doing exemplary work. There is a problem. The problem is that anything with homeless in it are doing good work in their own right, but collectively they're not working together for people who are really, really vulnerable. Independent and separately, Jerry Kelly and I went out before Christmas and seen the arrangements that were put in. I mean, these church and faith-based groups and voluntary groups are using donations to try and buy B&B. They're providing the services that the Housing Executive have a statutory responsibility for, and it's not working. So what I would like to do is an MLA from each party, if we could all meet. I'm organising a meeting in Belfast City Centre. If we could all meet with those providing services to the homeless, and then try and work out what better we can do. See, on Saturday night there was frost on the ground. I spoke to a woman who's 4 months pregnant, sleeping in a car park. Now, we got her registered with a GP and that, but she has said she doesn't feel safe in some of the temporary emergency shelter that she was offered, which was completely inappropriate for women, and there are particular challenges for women who are sleeping on the streets. Statutory bodies are doing their best, but I see the bulk and the weight being carried by the voluntary sector. I'm just talking about my experience. I'm talking about groups working together, organising, coordinating, bringing food, sleeping bags, tents, and actually comfort to people who need it most. So see if that's a test of how we do as an Assembly and how we look after our most vulnerable citizens, then frankly we're all failing them. So I will contact us in the future, and I look forward to you responding positively. Thank you.
Trevor Clarke. Very much, Mr. Speaker. This weekend is a stark contrast to the weekend before. The rain has taken away the last remnants of the snow that we woke up to last week. That said, the snow must have come as a shock to the Department for Infrastructure, because the roads ground to a halt, Mr. Speaker, last week, and I think it's shameful, the lack of organisation within the DFI, that the road should come to a halt. The consequence of that, of course, schools had to close, not because the schools were cold, but because it was unsafe to travel to the schools, particularly in the east of the province. I'm sure others maybe in the chamber today didn't suffer what the properties in the east did in terms of that snow last week. But I'd say, Mr. Speaker, it's disappointing that the Department for Infrastructure hadn't planned for this event. It was clearly the forecast had been there. We've had what's been relatively mild winter thus far. So why on earth at this stage in January are grit boxes empty? Why is there not stockpiles of grit and salt for the gritters to use on our roads? And those are all reasonable questions that the Department for Infrastructure need to answer, because there was no preparedness whatsoever. And as I've said, I think it's a shameful indictment on them that school principals had to make the decision, as I've said, not because of the state of the schools, but because of those conditions of the roads that the Department of Infrastructure allowed. And I'm sure, like many others, have been contacted over the early part of last week about roads that are not part of the gritting route. And they have been completely forgotten about and abandoned entirely. because previous years grit piles have been provided for unapproved routes or ungritted routes. This year, nothing. So in the start of January, no preparedness, and we were having to tell people who were contacting us they aren't even on top of the main routes, let alone these side roads that some of us live on. So I think it's an indictment on the Minister for Infrastructure. I think they need to get their act together. We've had a mild winter. There is another few months of possibility that this could continue. So we would like, certainly I would like to see an assurance from the Minister that action is going to be taken to prevent this from happening again.
Kate Nicholl.
Speaker, and Happy New Year, and welcome to Mr Wilson to the Chamber. Last week the headlines were dominated by the revelation that an AI feature on X, formerly known as Twitter, could be used to undress women with the click of a button. And artificial intelligence has extraordinary power. I've talked about it before, for what it can do in terms of good. And I'm genuinely excited about the potential to transform our public services, to help the economy, to help the next generation, healthcare. There's so many opportunities there. But we can't ignore the reality that right now, this technology is also being used to cause harm. And one of the most urgent and pressing, disturbing examples is the rise of so-called nudification apps and sexually explicit deepfakes. The non-consensual creation of these images is abuse. And it's a form of violence, overwhelmingly directed at women and girls, not exclusively, but our law needs to keep pace with what's happening. And as chair of the all-party group on artificial intelligence, I believe we have a responsibility to make sure that AI works for society, not against it. At present, it's entirely legal to have one of these apps on your phone. One of these apps which sole purpose is to generate these images, these sexually explicit images of real people, and there is no justification for that. And that's why I've started working on an amendment to the Justice Bill, because by banning nudification apps and making it illegal to create non-consensual sexually explicit images, not just to share them. Naomi Long has already been doing really important work to tackle deepfakes, but to complete this, we need to address the technology which enables it in the first place. And I just want to say that this isn't an abstract issue. It's already causing profound harm, and is especially urgent when it comes to children. And the recent findings of the English Children's Commissioner show a worrying rise in the use of nudification tools involving children, with clear calls for these apps to be outlawed. Protecting children and young people should be at the very centre of absolutely everything that we do. And it's not only a legal or a technological challenge, and I suppose this is one of the key questions that I'm grappling as a politician and as a mother, and we'll see on the news, and a lot of politicians are now exiting Twitter in droves. And I guess for me, what I find so difficult is that there are real people behind these prompts, so this is a societal issue, and technology doesn't exist in a vacuum. It reflects the attitudes and behaviours of the world around it. And ending abuse also means challenging misogyny, raising awareness and listening, particularly to young people who are often most directly affected. So we need to consult on this, we need to talk about it, but actually that's the most powerful tool we have, is talking about it and shining a light on the abuse which exists. Thank you.
I call Linda Dillon.
And my statement is actually directly related to the previous statement, not on the same issue, not on AI, but it is related. I rise today to speak on the issue of violence against women and girls and the easy narrative. The easy narrative regarding this epidemic that is violence against women and girls, that the perpetrators are strangers, they don't look like us, they don't sound like us, they're not my friends, they're not my family. They don't play in our local sports teams, and they aren't respected people in our community. When will people wise up? These men are your friends, they are your family, they are your teammates, they do sound like you, they do look like you, and being respected in the community is exactly how they get away with violence against women and girls. They use their positions of trust in the community, and they use their positions of power. If we want to combat the low reporting of domestic and sexual abuse, then we need to change the culture in our society, where the victim's credibility is often scrutinised more than the alleged perpetrators. This does not happen with any other crime,
No other victims have their integrity and honesty scrutinised as though they have done something wrong by daring to report the crime. We have seen this all before in relation to historical abuse in institutions and by religious orders and people in positions of power. They undermined the victims so they would not be considered credible witnesses, even if they had the courage to complain or report at the time. Those victims have paid a high price, and current-day victims of domestic and sexual abuse are going to carry that same trauma throughout their lifetime. Whilst we have seen some changes in the courts through the Gillen Review and recommendations and legislative change around domestic and sexual abuse, what we actually need to see is a genuine culture shift, and it starts in this chamber. There can be no tolerance of violence against women and girls, and that needs to be real and should be reflected in everything we say and do as elected representatives. Platitudes and lip service is not good enough. We must challenge ourselves to be part of the change that will make real difference for victims. Because right now it is easier not to report domestic and sexual violence because the additional trauma is overwhelming for many, many victims. What does that say about us as a society? The easy narrative is failing women and girls every day, and we need to stop being part of it.
Butler. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just like to first of all welcome Mr. Wilson and remind him he has big welly boots to fill with the loss of William Irwin, and I'm sure you will all join with me in wishing William all his very best in his retirement. But welcome, Gareth, and look forward to working with you on the ERA committee. Mr. Speaker, I'm absolutely delighted to stand here and celebrate what was an unprecedented Christmas period in Lagan Valley, and it was all down to football. With two of our local clubs lifting major silverware on the same and at the same historic stage at Seaview. First up on Christmas Day, while some of us were nursing flu, some of us were eating turkey and cake, they secured their first ever Steel in the Sun's Cup. They showed amazing resilience, belief and composure in the face of stiff opposition. And that was under the leadership of their manager, Gary Hamilton, who has been fantastically guided by Chairperson Stuart Thompson, along with the diligent and dedicated support of the directorship led by Philip Trimble. This has been a landmark achievement for a club which has transformed itself into one that I used to kick ball against, and I have many, many memories of playing at the Bluebell. They're now playing at a completely different level. But during that match, Ross Hunter's early goal led to Jordan Wilson's heroics in the penalty shootout, and this was a victory built on teamwork and on character. And above all, it was powered by the unwavering loyalty of the Ballymackay supporters who follow their club across this country through every high and every low, and I suspect there will be more highs than lows in the future. And just days after that, another fantastic football team in Lagan Valley, Derryockie Cricket Club. They continued on this golden run by lifting the prestigious Border Cup. Manager Owen Forsyth and personal friend and chairman Ian Webb have built a side that reflects everything that is positive about grassroots football. Commitment, discipline and pride. Goals in that game from Lewis Higginson and Nick Pita sealed a deserved triumph and added to that club's growing legacy. And as we know in our own hometowns and our own constituencies, these football clubs are more than teams. They're pillars and a reflection of our communities. They're volunteer supporters and players that give young people role models to live up to. They bring communities together and they remind us all what local sport means. And Lagan Valley could not be prouder today.
Speaking as Gaeliga this afternoon, for anyone who wants to use a headset, just introduce
Firstly, I would like to welcome Gareth Wilson to the House and wish you all a happy New Year. Mr. Speaker, the beginning of the new year gives us the opportunity to reflect on the past and, more importantly, to look ahead and plan for the future as part of our New Year's resolutions. The Irish-speaking community have reached significant milestones during the past year. An Irish language commissioner has been appointed. Belfast City Council adopted a new Irish language policy. A very successful Oireachtas na Saona was held in Belfast, and Catherine Connolly vowed to make Irish the working language of Áras an Uachtaráin. Last year, Comhaltas Ceoltóirí Éireann announced that Belfast would host this year's Fleadh Cheoil na hÉireann. This is a monumental achievement and a huge cultural and economic boost, not only in Belfast but across the north in general. As an Irish language speaker and a member of Comhaltas Heroin, I fully understand and appreciate the rich cultural impact our language and music has on all those who embrace it. This will be a brilliant showcase for our rich music and culture, as well as a significant artistic and social event. The new year is only beginning. It is never too late to take up a class, to pick up an instrument, and to immerse ourselves in our rich history. Do not let the revival leave you behind. Join us and enjoy it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, Happy New Year, and also I welcome my colleague Gareth Wilson here to the Chamber. Mr. Speaker, as you know, that last week whenever we were in recess, without agreement from the Executive, the Finance Minister issued a written ministerial statement outlining his proposals for a multi-year budget. And this was disappointing, to issue it without agreement, outside the opportunity for scrutiny, to set up a week of a media platform for him to distance himself from the outworkings of the proposals, which failed to prioritise frontline services. And let me be clear, this draft budget is John O'Dowd's budget. It's a Sinn Féin budget which has not been agreed, and it's not supported by the DUP. It fails to put essential public services first. And we recognise the very real financial pressures that face us in Northern Ireland. The choices and allocations set out by the Sinn Féin Finance Minister are deeply flawed and will require significant changes to gain our support. Sinn Féin joined with other executive parties in agreeing the programme for government and its key priorities, yet now they are failing to fund it. On childcare, a huge issue for working families and our Northern Ireland economy, this was an agreed priority in the programme for government, yet Sinn Féin are stopping progress on this by applying a real-time cut to its funding. On housing, where we hear Sinn Féin and the Republic of Ireland blasting the government repeatedly on social housing, where we have an agreed priority to deliver in housing here in Northern Ireland, yet Sinn Féin are not providing the funding to enable the programme for government housing targets to be delivered. In 2025, when the Communities Minister brought forward an anti-poverty strategy, it was slammed by Sinn Féin, but it is no funding in these proposals. For a party who campaign in support of workers, housing and childcare, it's shocking that they fail to provide funding allocations to deliver these. We very much welcome ring fencing for waiting lists, but it needs to remain ring fenced unlike in previous years. We need to see the efficiencies driven by budget proposals which need to be aligned with programme for government priorities. Frontline services must be prioritised. It's not a prize, as John O'Dowd said, just to deliver a multi-year budget to tick a box. It needs to mean more than that. We want to see a multi-year budget in place to enable longer-term strategic planning, but it must be realistic, achievable and put essential public services first, to ensure taxpayers' money is used efficiently and delivers for families and communities across Northern Ireland. And as we enter this 8-week consultation period, I encourage members of the public and all organisations to respond to ensure that any budget brought forward delivers, as the programme for government says, what matters most to people and to communities here in Northern Ireland.
Thanks, Diane. That brings to an end members' statements. The next item of business is a vote on observer status in European Parliament motion. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I have a point of order on the vote that's about to take place now. In New Decade, New Approach at point 224, Annex B, New Decade, New Approach said that a petition of concern would not be applicable for a motion which had no express legal and procedural effect. That provision in New Decade, New Approach was then supposed to be transcribed into the standing orders of this Assembly. That was provided for in the Ministers' Elections and Petitions of Concern Act. So, Madam Principal Speaker, I would like to understand why this motion, which does not, so far as I'm aware, have any express legal or procedural effect, is eligible for a petition of concern.
So, Matthew, appreciate your point of order. So, you're factually incorrect. The standing orders haven't been brought in yet regarding that Petition of Concern Act. It is a matter for the procedures. I think you have members on the Procedures Committee, so I'd advise you to go and use that route rather than this route. Well, it's not a further to a point of order. That's not a point of order. So, well, it needs to be a new point of order. Go ahead.
It is a new point of order, but it is further to the...
No,
thank
it's
you.
not.
Thank you
Go
for that
ahead.
clarification. But is the Chair clarifying, and could the Speaker's Office clarify whether were the standing orders to have been updated, as I think most people would have expected them to be from a bill, an act was passed several years ago, would this, had standing orders been updated, would this petition of concern have been legally allowed?
So what I'll do is I'll pass your concerns on to the Speaker, but my understanding is, just what I repeated to you, it still has to go through the Procedures Committee. So, but in terms of complete clarity and transparency, I'll refer your concerns on to the Speaker, and I imagine you'll be doing the same thing through your members on the Procedures Committee. Okay? So, members, the petition of concern that was presented on Monday the 8th of December 2025 in relation to the vote on the motion on observer status in European Parliament was subsequently confirmed on the 22nd of December 2025. So, in accordance with Section 42 of the Northern Ireland Act by 32 members, so that means that the vote on this matter requires cross-community support. Today is the first opportunity that the Assembly has had to vote on this motion, which has been amended. There will be no further debate on the motion today, and I will now put the question on the motion as amended. So if that's clear, the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? Okay. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order, members. Order, members. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So, members, the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? No. Okay. Do we have tellers? Order, members. Order, members. Thank you very much. So tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Colin Gildernew and Cathy Mason. Tellers for the noes are Harry Harvey and Steve Aiken. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Order, members. Order, members, could you please resume your seats? Clerk, would you please read the result?
83 members voted, of which 50 voted aye. 34 nationalists voted, of which 34 voted aye. 33 unionists voted, of which 0 voted aye. 16 others voted, of which 16 voted aye. The motion therefore falls.
Okay, so as a cross-community support has not been achieved and the motion as amended has been negatived, we'll move on. Yes, certainly.
Appreciate the point of order, Madam President, Speaker, and the advice earlier on. Further to that, I do want to understand if the vote we just had has any point at all, given the law was changed in 2022 to prevent votes like the one we just had taking place. So, if this vote took place under unreformed law, is the Assembly in breach of the 2022 Ministers' Elections and Petitions of Concern Act because we have not updated our standing orders? And further to that, aren't we, if that is the case, creating a bit of a farce for the public out there by getting ministers down here to vote on a petition of concern vote that really should not have happened under the law as it stands?
It's good to see your concern for ministers as Leader of the Opposition. Yes, absolutely. As I said before, Matthew, because the standing order hasn't been brought in, it actually doesn't have any bearing. However, as I advised you before, I would suspect that you're going to go to the Speaker, as you should, do it in writing to seek transparency and accountability about what the next steps are, and again, through your membership of the Procedures Committee. So, if we're settled on that, I'll move on. John Blair has sought leave to present a public petition in accordance with Standing Order 22. The member will have up to 3 minutes to speak, and I call on John Blair.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise today to bring my public petition on behalf of the residents of Doagh to this House. The petition is to raise serious concerns on behalf of the undersigned individuals who respectfully request the installation of a pedestrian crossing at Station Road, Doagh. The petition comes from myself as South Antrim MLA and the 260 people who have signed the petition. The reasons for the request are as follows. The current lack of a designated crossing point puts pedestrians, including children, elderly residents and people with disabilities at significant risk when attempting to cross the road. The area experiences heavy pedestrian movement due to nearby schools, a play area, shops and public transport stops. The road is frequently used by vehicles, including heavy goods vehicles, making it difficult for pedestrians to cross safely, particularly at peak times. The population of Doagh has risen considerably in the last few decades, as the census or the electoral roll will show. Unfortunately, the road's infrastructure, including the infrastructure to ensure safe crossing, remains largely unchanged. There is likelihood of near misses or accidents at this location involving pedestrians and motor vehicles. A pedestrian crossing would encourage walking, promote healthier lifestyles and improve accessibility for all members of the community. The requested action of this petition is that we, the undersigned, urge the Department to conduct a safety assessment of the location, ensuring consideration of peak times and school times, install a clearly marked pedestrian crossing with appropriate signage and, if possible, traffic calming measures such as flashing lights or speed ramps. These are crucial elements requested by this petition. Principal Deputy Speaker, consideration should also be given to additional safety features such as drop curbs for wheelchair and stroller access. The issue demands the urgent attention of the Department for Infrastructure, and we look forward to working collectively for prompt action to improve the safety of both pedestrians and road users in Doagh. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, John. I invite you to approach the table and present your petition, please. Thank you, John. I'll forward your petition to the Minister for Infrastructure and send a copy to the Committee for Infrastructure. OK, members, the next item of business is a committee membership motion from the DUP. Clarke, could you please read the motion?
That Mr Gareth Wilson be appointed as a member of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs.
Thank you. I call on David Brooks to move the motion. Thank you, David. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, the next item of business was from a statement from the Minister for Finance, but I'm proposing to suspend the sitting now until question time at 2 o'clock, and after question time we'll take the statement from the Minister of Finance. So the sitting is by leave suspended until question time. Thank you.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
Members, the sitting is resumed. It's time for questions to the Minister of Education. We'll start with a list of questions. Question number 4 has been withdrawn, and I call Robbie Butler.
Number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the Education Authority is reviewing its school transport provision to identify any options to reduce costs, and my officials are actively supporting this work. As part of the process, equality issues are being carefully considered to understand the potential impact of any proposals, and further consultation may be needed before options are finalised. I fully recognise that some children have significant needs, and I do not underestimate how challenging it is to meet those needs, whilst also ensuring that costs remain reasonable and sustainable. Every child with a statement of SEN has their needs identified in the EA's statutory assessment and review process. If additional transport needs are identified during a child's assessment, transport assistance must be arranged through the most suitable means available, ensuring this provision is compatible with the efficient use of resources. However, it can be challenging to meet each child's needs whilst also managing costs responsibly.
Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Minister for his answer. I know the Minister will agree with me that access to education is a fundamental human right. It's also underpinned by the UNCRC, and in particular with children with complex needs and disabilities, UNCRPD will kick in. But value for money is also important. And I wonder will the Minister recognise and maybe look at the option that I was dealing with in Lagan Valley, with Lagan Valley Rural Transport, that there are options out there, but fundamentally access to appropriate education is the priority in everything that we do here.
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I thank Mr. Butler for the question. I see today he is number 1. Mr. Burrows is number 2 on the list. Maybe that's a harbinger of things to come. Time will tell, or this may be the closest we get to a hustings debate. I don't know. We will have to wait and see. The questions that the member raises are important ones, and he highlights the very impressive work that Lagan Valley Rural Transport carry out within our constituency. And that is certainly an area where there can be an engagement between the EA and a lot of these community transport groups. If provision can be harnessed through that process, that's certainly something that I would encourage. But the member is right. It is critical that we provide children with access to education, and increasingly with specialist provisions being located outside of local community, that is creating a further pressure then when it comes to transportation costs. And if the option for a child travelling for considerable length of distance or not travelling at all because of the cost of that, well then we're going to have to meet the cost, because for some children there isn't provision in their local community and they need to have a placement, and that is leading to increased transport costs. However, it is vital that that delivers value for money. That's why the EA have carried out a review of its contracts. They've engaged with organisations when it comes to the taxi industry in respect of these contracts, because we must ensure, where possible, that the efficient and effective use of taxpayers' money is being followed.
Minister, can you give guarantees that no child will be impacted? That letter that went out just before Christmas asking for the 10% cut, should a taxi man then give back that run and goes back out to procurement? Can you give guarantees that no child will miss a day of school because of this?
The process to date has not led to any contract being returned by a provider. So EA did engage with the operators. There have been a number of them have came forward and engaged in terms of their contracts, and some of the other organisations. So there's ongoing engagement, but to date there hasn't been a contract returned. Obviously provision needs to be there to provide transport. Were a contract to be returned, then that would need to be tendered and an opportunity for that to be replaced. I certainly wouldn't want there to be a gap in the provision in those circumstances if that was to materialise, but to date there hasn't been a contract returned.
Brian Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. I have heard differing claims of what is being paid to taxi drivers to transport school children, some at an exceptionally high rate and others more modest. In the review that the Minister is pushing EA to carry out, will he be seeking to ensure there is a standardisation of rates being paid, as well as good value to the public purse?
Well, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the rate, the Department for Infrastructure, which is a benchmark used by EA, has a rate for metered journeys of around £1.86 to £2.03 per mile. Those are set out in legislation. They were revised in December of 2023 to take account of rising fuel costs and other taxi industry pressures, but there are contracts in place where that rate is significantly higher. But, Mr. Speaker, when I look at some of the rationale for that, in determining a fare for a school run, taxi operators will need to take account of multiple stops, non-continuous runs and significant repositioning of what's called dead miles whenever there are no passengers. So it is not a straight like-for-like comparison to be able to compare transportation of children, especially with special needs, to a normal taxi fare when you call up a taxi to get from A to B. But it is important, and EA are carrying out this exercise to ensure that there is effective use of public resources when it comes to the funding, but I recognise there are some circumstances that are unique and particular to the provision of children with special educational needs. My main concern is to make sure children get to school, but where we can make that more efficient and effective for the taxpayer, that's something that we should do.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, there has been significant focus on the cost of school transport and taxis in particular, which has caused concern given the budget pressures in education. Given the huge overspend in education, will the Minister commit to a zero-based budgeting process to ensure every piece of spending is justified?
Well, on the broader question that the member raises, it is an important one. Almost 95,000 pupils in Northern Ireland are in receipt of some transport assistance right across Northern Ireland. It is the most generous anywhere in the United Kingdom. It accounts for £140 million in the 24-25 financial year. So that is a significant amount of expenditure. I should say, Mr. Speaker, whenever members ask me to review that, it is often with a view to increasing accessibility rather than reducing accessibility to transportation costs. But one of the biggest rises in expenditure has been within special educational needs provision. That has led to an exponential growth whenever it comes to it. It also is used to underpin parental choice. That is something that, when it comes to choosing what school you go to, if it is a controlled, Catholic maintained, integrated Irish medium, the transportation policy incentivises parental choice, as opposed to saying, if you don't go to your nearest school, irrespective of the sector, you will then not be funded. All of this is underpinned by legislation. So if we were to make changes, it would require that debate and discussion to be had. But I think, given the financial pressures that are crystallising, not just in my department, but across other executives, these are debates that we do need to have, but we recognise that in making any changes, that would take some time in terms of having an impact upon those changes.
John Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wish to ask the Education Minister.
Question 2, Mr. Burrows.
Sorry, question 2. I was ahead of myself.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can confirm that, as previously advised, the school uniforms guidelines have been updated to clarify that all pupils are to be permitted to wear a non-branded coat. This has always been the intention. Schools can require a range of colours, but not a branded coat, and they cannot require a coat with school-specific branding. In terms of legal rights, these are achieved through a combination of the School Uniforms Bill and guidelines. The bill places a legal duty on schools to adhere to the guidelines when devising, reviewing, implementing and enforcing their uniform policy. This means that schools must adhere to the requirements in the guidelines, which includes permitting non-branded coats for all pupils. Should they not do so, or should they seek to penalise a pupil for not following the school uniform policy because of affordability, then my department can and will issue a legal direction to ensure full compliance. The day after the bill receives royal assent, it will come into operation and the updated guidelines will formally issue to schools. Schools have already had sight of the guidelines and are aware that their uniform policies for the 26-27 school year must comply with these.
Mr. Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to reading the final version of the draft guidelines, and I think it is an example of practical politics that works for our people, that we're going to have the right to pupils to wear school coats. On the issue of practical politics and school uniforms, will the Minister give an assurance that he supports the right for girls who wish to wear trousers to school to be able to do so, as girls can do in work and ladies can do in workplaces up and down the country?
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I thank Mr. Burrows for his supplementary question and wish him well over the weeks ahead. I know I'd made comment about Mr. Butler being number 1. Burrows is now number 2. We wait to see if Mr. Butler will hand in his wings and you will get your dream shot to be the leader of the Ulster Unionist Party. But if you are, I will wish you well in those endeavours. The member asked the question around the guidelines, and this is one that, Mr. Speaker, we have referred to on a number of occasions. The guidance now empowers particularly young pupils to be able to make the case for changes. In no way does it prohibit schools from putting provision in place for girls to be able to wear trousers. I was always clear that there was a balance to be struck in terms of respecting the autonomy of individual schools to devise their school uniform policy. And now, though, they have to consult, they have to engage with their pupils. Pupils can raise their voice on this, as well as parents. And I would very much encourage that girls can do this and should do it in terms of making the case. But again, we struck the balance that schools were to take these decisions when it comes to their school uniform. So while schools have already taken this decision, and there is a choice in some schools when it comes to wearing either skirts or trousers, other schools haven't taken that position to date, but this legislation and this guidelines enhances the opportunity for that change to take place. Schools can make those changes, and I would encourage people, particularly pupils, to engage in that policy consultation process in order to devise the most appropriate school uniform for them.
Matthew Mason.
Minister, can you assure parents that your school uniform legislation will actually reduce costs? So a school uniform that, for example, cost £500 last year will cost much less next year?
Mr. Speaker, there's already evidence of schools having changed. Some of the examples where you would have had like an honours blazer for a particular recognition, and for a pupil to get that you would need to buy a different type of uniform, and that was often more expensive than what other pupils, without naming the one of the schools that I was in, that is a change that they are already making to their school uniform policy, and that will have a positive impact when it comes to cost. At the heart of the legislation that we all passed was around affordability, practicality of the school uniform. This will drive down some of the unnecessary costs when it comes to school uniform. We have clear monitoring processes now in place as a result of this legislation, so we will get that data and we will be able to measure the impact that it has had. So I'm confident that it will make an impact when it comes to affordability, but importantly there will be the information there to allow us to scrutinise that, and where we need to make change, because the guidance has the adaptability of being updated, we can make those changes through the guidance rather than having to come back to primary legislation in order to do that. The other aspect, of course, we will be consulting on the potential introduction of a cap cost, and so that is something that we will continue to engage on, and we will have an opportunity to consider if that would be an effective means for helping to reduce costs.
Morris Bradley.
I ask the Minister what is the process for schools to legally challenge if they do not adhere to the guidelines?
Well, so the process, again, where a complaint comes about a school not following the guidance, that complaint can be investigated. Ultimately, the department then would consider the information, and we then would be able to issue a direction. Colleagues as well here in the Chamber and the legislation also included provision to name that school if it then didn't follow the provision, so there would be that public pressure that also would come to bear if the school wasn't complying with the direction. And if there was a legal challenge, because ultimately you could take a judicial review, that judicial review is more likely to fall upon the department as to whether or not the department deemed it appropriate to issue a direction, as opposed to necessarily taking a judicial review against the school. So it is open to judicial oversight in that respect. That would be the areas that I would believe that it would be upon the grounds in which that would be tested within the courts. But we hope that we would never get to that stage where this needs to be taken to court. That's why the guidance has statutory underpinning, and I believe those who will operate it will do so in good faith.
Justin McNulty.
Gareth, Can Corla, and thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Minister, you've said guidelines have been revised around school uniform rights, yet many parents of children with ASD still say rigid uniform policies are causing anxiety and exclusion. Why does your department still lack clear, enforceable protections for those with sensory needs?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would challenge that claim that we don't now have clear guidance in place. We do. The Royal Assent will come imminently, and therefore it will have legal effect. When it comes to then designing your school uniform, there is a much clearer framework now in which schools need to engage when it comes to its design, practicality, affordability, all of which should be taken into account where children have additional needs, and that needs to be taken into account when it comes to the designing of these school uniforms. So let us allow this guidance to take effect, but we have clear monitoring capacity in terms of making sure it is effective. We've also utilised and will harness the role of the Education Training Inspectorate, so there will be an inspection process that will be able to look at the way in which schools carry out their policy development and implementation, and that should give some confidence to some of the parents that the member has referenced that there will be a way to challenge schools when it comes to the way in which these guidelines are to be interpreted and implemented. Mr. Speaker, the total maintenance cost for Bushmills Outdoor Education Centre since its closure in 2017 to the present day is approximately £39,000.
Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Obviously, when it was suggested at the time of closure in 2017, it was such a massive loss. But given the admirable new commitments by the Scottish Government in their residential outdoor education experience Scottish Bill, can the Minister confirm what percentage of children in Northern Ireland have the opportunity to actually engage in an outdoor education experience?
Well, I don't have that information at hand. What I can say to the member is there are increasing opportunities in our schools to have outdoor learning experiences, not least through the Forest School programme when it comes to eco schools as well, and parts of the curriculum which we are updating and refreshing in things like the world around us, for example. There is opportunity for outdoor learning and experiences. In relation to the particular question around this facility, that is something which, again, the Education Authority are looking at in terms of their wider school estate, and if it was to be found capital funding became available for youth work, then that funding could be used to redevelop this facility for the Causeway Coast and Glens youth offices and an Oasis Centre for young people that are aged 4 to 25 years. But that is entirely subject to capital funding being available. But there are still plans in place as to how the site that the member has referenced could be utilised in the future for young people.
David Brooks.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Minister's referenced youth capital funding. I wonder if he could give us an overview in terms of the current position on that.
Mr Speaker, members do know that we continue to face significant capital pressures, and there has been no funding available to progress any youth capital schemes for both the voluntary and the statutory sector since 2023. And given the budgetary pressures that do exist, work on new youth facilities are not being taken forward at this time. But I do continue to make the case for additional and substantial capital investment in educational infrastructure, including youth-focused settings. And to the effect, Mr Speaker, that I did correspond with the Finance Minister. I suggested that we could have had a special ring-fenced youth capital programme that would help take forward a lot of the youth projects that exists within members' constituencies. However, that was turned down. Rather, it was to be dealt with within the Department of Education's baseline capital facilities, which members know are wholly and inadequately funded to meet the need.
Nick Matheson.
5, please.
Sure.
Mr Speaker, can I thank the member for the question. The 2024 Life and Time survey finding that 55% of adults would prefer an integrated school is a valuable indicator of public appetite for integrated education. While such attitudinal evidence is important, appetite is not the same as demonstrated admissions demand, and parental choices will continue to be shaped by proximity, transport capacity and the quality of provision available in each locality. My statutory duty is to encourage, facilitate and support integrated education. That's why, following consultation, I've published the Vision 2030, which is our strengthened strategy and action plan, which includes clear targets, measurable benchmarks and commitments to transparency. The Department is drawing together multiple evidence sources to build a more accurate picture of demand at a local level. This work is already identifying areas where unmet demand may exist, and where evidence demonstrates a sustainable case for change and statutory criteria are met, I will support new provision and school transformation. I've instructed officials to work closely with the Education Authority and NICE to ensure that communities with emerging or unmet demand are engaged early, and that credible proposals for increased integrated provision are developed. This approach will also consider practical barriers such as oversubscription, localised shortfalls in places and geographic access. And I'll ensure that decisions are evidence-led and balanced, and that we continue to deliver high-quality education for every child.
Mr Matheson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the answer provided. One area where it seems clear to me all those boxes would be ticked in terms of demand for integrated education would be in the Mid-Down area, serving a large part of my Strangford constituency. Can the Minister provide an update what action he is taking to progress that project?
Well, Mr Speaker, obviously when it comes to provision, and there are many different factors that need to be taken into account, We will look at those not just through the information the members highlighted. We'll also look at what over-provision there may be. Is there capacity? What we don't want to do, and this is not related specifically to the school that he has referenced, what we don't want to do is provide over-provision where there is already capacity and you're just moving provision from one school to another school and you have too many places. That is not a sustainable position financially for us whenever it comes to these types of decisions. So I'm happy to provide the member with a further update when it comes to the school that he has referenced. It's one that I've engaged with my officials upon in terms of the particular school, but I'm happy to give the member a more detailed response in writing in respect of that one.
Speaker. Minister, while some parties in this chamber are obsessed with one particular sector of our education system, I know that the Minister shares my obsession with ensuring that every child has the best possible education that they can receive. Would the Minister agree with me that the facts are clear that our controlled sector is some of the most integrated education providers in this province? And just because you don't have a title above your door saying integrated does not mean that you're not an integrated school, and that demand shown in the Life and Time survey is met by our excellent controlled sector schools.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member, I think, raises really important points when it comes to the diversity that exists across our school sectors, not least when it comes to the controlled sector, where you have the highest level of diversity reflected within our population attending controlled schools. And there are many examples that we could point to where controlled schools are more integrated than those who are officially integrated. And that is something that I know principals often, to their frustration, feel is neglected by those who advocate for integration with a capital I. Recently I met with the Minister in the Northern Ireland office, Patrick, whenever we were talking about the integrated sector, and this was a point that I made to him about how we support shared education across our different school sectors, how we promote integration with a small I within all of our schools, and how the Northern Ireland office could help facilitate that. That's why I welcome his commitment to attend and visit a number of schools with me in the near future in order for the UK Government to understand that there is high levels of integration across different sectors, but in particular there is a high level of diversity within our controlled sector.
Minister, your strategy that you published last year talks about on page 23 under the strategic aims. It says that the department will it talks about the development as a strategic aim, the development, maintenance and protection of the integrated ethos. But it sounds like from your previous answers that you think the integrated ethos, which is more than simply mixing of the numbers of pupils, that you think the integrated ethos is somehow a bit of a put-up. It's a bit of a con job, or there's something a bit fraudulent about it. But you and your strategy have said you want to develop and protect the integrated ethos. Can you tell us what you think it is? Do you think it's a real thing? And do you understand why it's distinct from other sectors?
I attended Newbridge Integrated School just before Christmas, and I believe very much it was a real thing in terms of the very wide diversity of whether it was through sporting or cultural activities that those children were being given an opportunity to participate in. And they were also able to demonstrate a very balanced 40-40-20 kind of split when it came to the demographics, and they were at pains to make the case to me as to how they were integrated in terms of not just in the name, but when it came to the pupil catchment, the enrolment, and then the diversity of the various different curricular activities that they provided. That is not the case in every integrated school. Often those who have transformed from controlled to controlled integrated have not been able to follow that through when it comes to the diversity of pupil enrolment. So I think there is a challenge there. Where there are new schools, they've been able to demonstrate what many would regard as the traditional integrated type school ethos. Where there have been those schools that have transformed, not only have on a number of occasions that not worked, but there are examples where actually the minority community has decreased rather than increased. And so that's an honest conversation to be had. It's one that I had recently with the integrated alumni, where we talked about how we can promote this integrated ethos within our schools, because I don't believe there is any school in Northern Ireland from any sector who practice and teach a segregated approach to their pupils, whether that's in the Irish medium or within the Catholic maintained or within controlled schools. They are not teaching their children segregation is a good thing, and we need to move the debate away from integrated being regarded as inclusive, and if you're not integrated, somehow you're exclusive and you're the problem. That is not the case. Mr. Speaker, I will make an announcement on the religious education syllabus in coming weeks, including interim guidance. The Supreme Court judgment in the matter of JR 87 and another requires careful and thorough consideration, supported by detailed legal advice to ensure that any response is proportionate, legally sound and educationally appropriate. It is important to note that the Supreme Court did not strike down the existing legislation. The judgment also confirmed that schools may lawfully teach religious education in line with the department's core syllabus, provided they also include additional material within the curriculum. The Supreme Court made clear the case was not about secularism or removing religion from our education system. This case was not about whether Christianity should be the main or primary faith that pupils learn about in schools in Northern Ireland. Historically and today, Christianity is the most important religion in Northern Ireland, and that reality will continue to be reflected in our curriculum. There was also no challenge in this case to the principle that collective worship in schools in Northern Ireland may focus on the Christian religion, or that in Catholic maintained schools the focus of collective worship may reflect the distinctive character of the Catholic tradition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Minister for that answer. Given that current legislation states that RE in schools must be based on the Holy Scripture, can I ask there that given the recent ruling, will the Minister now need to amend legislation to ensure that RE is inclusive for all?
Not in respect of the references to Holy Scripture as the basis upon which religious education will be dealt with. What I would say, Mr. Speaker, to members is that ultimately the syllabus and responsibility for the RE curriculum rests with my department. It is my intention to make announcements on this within the next number of weeks in terms of the process that we're going to follow in respect of looking at that curriculum, ensuring that the Supreme Court judgment is followed in that respect, and so I'll be able to update the House in more detail as to the next steps within the next number of weeks.
Harvey. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister clarify who will be responsible for developing the revised religious education syllabus? Thank you.
So, Mr. Speaker, just in addition to what I'd said to Mr. Blair, ultimately legal responsibility rests with the department in terms of the syllabus. That process in terms of curriculum development is timely in that we're carrying out a review of curriculum across every single subject. It's part of our transformation work within the education system, and so RE will be updated in that respect as well. It'll be informed by professional advice. It'll firmly focus on the needs of pupils and also the delivery of high quality teaching and learning within schools. Consideration will be given to a wider range of views during that drafting process, and that will include those of local church representatives as well as representatives from teachers, academics and young people. Further details on the approach and governance arrangements will be set out as that review progress moves forward.
Moving to topicals, Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I've just come from an Ofcom event upstairs discussing online safety and children, which leads me to my question today. And as this pertains to AI ethics, I must make a declaration of interest, as I do sit on an AI ethics board outside of my role as an MLA. Minister, this week, Grok on X has been wrongfully used to remove clothes of children, creating sexual images of them. And not to scaremonger, Minister, but knowing this, will you be either advising or instructing the EA or schools to temporarily postpone posting images of our children online?
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I share the member sentiment in terms of the justified outrage at the way in which AI is being used in this fashion, which is wholly inappropriate and to be condemned. When it comes to smartphone technology, I think the member will know that I have been to the fore in trying to restrict access to these devices. That's why we introduced a prohibition that smartphones should not be brought to primary school, and where they are brought then to post-primary school, that they shouldn't be accessible during those school hours. And that is something that all schools should be following, and indeed I took it further. We introduced a pilot scheme to enforce the restrictions, and I was delighted to hear some of the outworkings of that at St Ronan's School in Lurgan, one of our largest schools in Northern Ireland, where the feedback from that has been transformative in terms of the impact in protecting young people from the inappropriate use of smartphone technology. So the member raises a separate point when it comes to what should EA be doing in terms of schools when it comes to publishing material. We know that all parents will be involved in giving permission or not when it comes to the use of photographic material of children within any publications that school use when it comes to posting on social media and Facebook. But these are emerging issues that need to be constantly kept under review.
Sandra.
Thank you, Minister, for your detailed answer, and I know that we do share the shared goal of keeping our kids safe in the classroom and online. Just off the back of that then, Minister, will you commit to having discussions with schools and school leaders about educating and informing our young people about harmful AI-generated content, and perhaps even including in the curriculum review some kind of mandatory technology talk to ensure that our kids are really safe when using technology that is ever advancing?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the basis upon which I took forward the updated guidance on schools when it comes to the use of smartphones within their premises was based upon safeguarding provisions when it comes to the protection of children and young people. That is what underpins the policy approach. So it is only right that when it comes to safeguarding issues around posting material online, that it is viewed through that context, that any measures that are put in place by schools are there to ultimately protect our children and young people. And so this is something that I think all of us are constantly grappling with as technology, people say advances, but in this regard, this is not a technological advance. It is an inappropriate use of technology, and it's something that we need to continue to review to see what more that we can do to protect our children and young people.
And odds.
Mr. Speaker. Minister, would you indicate to the House the implications for the future of education in Northern Ireland if the draft Sinn Féin cuts budget is implemented?
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I thank the member for that question? The education system continues to face unavoidable cost pressures and rising service demands associated with delivering what are statutory and policy obligations that the current budget does not fully address. Under the proposed allocations, my department would be required to make savings of approximately £826 million next year, just over £1 billion in 27-28 and £1.15 billion in 28-29. These levels of reduction are simply not achievable. These figures do not include the impact of any potential reductions that are forecast in 25-26 of an overspend of around £253 million. And Mr. Speaker, given that approximately 82% of the education budget is spent on staffing costs, there is no reasonable prospect of living within the proposed allocation without thousands of compulsory redundancies for teachers and support staff, and this would devastate educational outcomes and undermine the very fabric of our system, as well as requiring dedicated in-year redundancy funding of a similar level to the necessary savings. And if this budget were to proceed and redundancies were not implemented, then you would be left with no choice but to bring major cuts to schemes that families and communities rely on, including home-to-school transport, free school meals, school uniform grants, youth services and extended schools. The Northern Ireland Childcare Subsidy Scheme would also become unsustainable, and even after implementing cuts of this magnitude, the department would still fall far short of the savings required. It is this stark reality that demonstrates that the proposed budget is simply undeliverable, a point which the Finance Minister's budgets document fails to highlight.
Ms. Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. One of the most vulnerable sectors in our school population are those children with special educational needs. And over the last number of years, there has been a huge increase in the need for spending both for teaching and on capital to facilitate their needs. Can you outline for the House a level of spending that already has incurred and the projections for the future, and how the draft Sinn Féin budget would impact on that?
Mr. Speaker, the member is absolutely right, and these aren't luxuries when it comes to SEN. They're legally underpinned, they are statutory in terms of the statutory-led nature of the provision. In terms of the overall education budget, SEN expenditure has increased from 13% in 2017-18 to 21% of the department's overall budget in 24-25. The number of children with statements of SEN has risen by 64%, alongside an increase of 30% in children attending special schools. Since 2017, expenditure to provide support for children and young people who have SEN or a disability has increased from £254 million to £670 million in 24-25. That's an increase of 164% over a 7-year period, and expenditure on SEN is forecast to be £826 million in the 25-26 year. So that pressure has put a significant pressure in terms of the EA's budget and the wider school system. The expenditure trend is unsustainable, and if that continues, it would reach £1.8 billion by 29-30. That's why we need to look at the way in which SEN operates, but we also need to have a realistic budget.
Minister, can you outline the current position regarding the redevelopment of Holy Trinity Primary School in Enniskillen, including where it sits within the department's capital programme?
I'm not sure if the particular detail the member raises around Holy Trinity Family. What I can say to the member is there's around 114 major capital projects currently within the Department of Education. Around 40 of them have been completed. There are others at various different stages in terms of the procurement exercise, but they are subject to the allocation of funding. And there are 24 projects which have not advanced at all because there isn't the budget cover for them to advance. So I'm not across the particular detail of Holy Trinity. I am happy, though, to engage with the member more directly in terms of providing her with responses on that.
Ms. Dillon.
Thank you, Minister, and that would be appreciated. And given the well-documented condition of the existing school buildings and the ongoing impact on pupils and staff, can you give me an assurance that you will prioritise this project in Enniskillen, please?
So, obviously, the member raises rightly, from her constituency perspective, a school that needs that support. Members, not just in our own party but across this chamber, will raise with me particular needs when it comes to the provision of capital expenditure. That is right that members do that, but we can only provide the appropriate support that is available, that is given to the department. That's why we're making the case for increased capital expenditure to allow us to carry out the important work that we need to have in terms of updating the school estate and making the provision that's necessary. But I will write formally to the member with an update in relation to the particular school that the member has referenced.
Minister, can I ask that you will look at the transport policy operated by the Education Authority to see if revisions can be made to ensure that more children have access to transport currently and that any wastages are dealt with?
So there's 2 points to that. One, the member is right, any wastage does need to be dealt with. And EA have been looking at, in terms of one aspect of that, the transportation costs associated with taxis and so on, and they will continue to look at the most efficient use of resources. But we can't have a scenario then where I'm being told by the member's Minister in Finance, you need to drill down on costs, you need to reduce what you're spending. We spend £140 million on transport, and if we were to change the transport policy to make it more expansive, that would require additional resource to be made. So if we're going to advocate for policy change to increase provision, that needs to be followed through with financial allocations to do it. And on the one hand, I have a Sinn Féin member here, Mr. Speaker, saying spend more, but a Sinn Féin Finance Minister saying spend less and won't give me the funding that I need. You can't have both.
Is If you had listened correctly, you would have heard me asking you to address the wastage, and I think the problem is cost per journey a lot of the time. I recently wrote to your department following a request from a school in my constituency, St John Bosco Ballinese, around transport for swimming lessons, where they were advised to use the process form to apply for that transport. We're told that there was no further availability and had to pay privately at a cost of £220 for a half an hour round trip. After receiving a response from your department, I was told to use the same booking form which the school had previously used. Could you look at this particular case to ensure that the pupils in St John Bosco Ballinese are able to access the swimming lessons as per the curriculum?
Minister.
So, Mr. Speaker, I did hear the member. That's why I gave the response that the member maybe didn't appreciate. Obviously, where there is wastage, that needs to be drilled down into. The Education Authority is operationally responsible for the contracts when it comes to transport, and they have engaged in a process to do that. And some members are questioning that and whether that should be happening, and making sure the way in which that's handled doesn't come to the detriment of children, and that is right, nor should it. The point the member makes is one I have a lot of sympathy for. I have had a number of schools saying that they would like to participate more in Open Farm Week, for example, to allow their children to experience the rural way of life. But all of that requires budgetary cover to do it. There is not the budgetary cover for me to meet both the statutory transport costs and then to give funding for what is not a statutory requirement when it comes to the particular example that the member has raised. There simply isn't the finance to do that. We're dealing in very constrained, financial, challenging times. Whilst we would all like to do it, we ultimately have to make decisions. My decisions are to prioritise the statutory and the children with special educational needs.
David Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I ask the Minister to give us an update in relation to teacher pay?
So, Mr. Speaker, we were able to make a formal offer through the employers to the trade unions on teachers' pay last week. That process is currently being taken forward through the trade unions in terms of their consultation process. I trust that it will come to a satisfactory position and that we will be able to formally implement the 4% increase in teachers' pay, which would be backdated to the 1st of September, which is the starting point for their financial year when it comes to pay. But there has been progress made. It's a demonstration of the work ongoing when it comes to normalising industrial relations. It is the right decision when it comes to this cover for the Teachers' Pay Award, and I trust we will be able to formally implement that within the next number of weeks.
Mr. Brooks.
Thank you. And the other aspect that will have been raised with the Minister and has been raised with the Minister is obviously workload. I wonder if you could give an update then on the independent report on teachers' workload.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as part of resolving last year's pay negotiations, one of the things that came through very clearly was around teacher workload. And despite various reports being in place, I then commissioned and established a working group that was led by a former Permanent Secretary in the Department of Education, Paul Sweeney. There was extensive consultation carried out, and there's been a report now, and it's with me, and there are a number of clear recommendations contained within that. And so that is a demonstration again of how we can seek to address workload-related issues to allow teachers to do what they want to do, which is to teach, but also recognising the important contribution that they play and the role that they have by resolving teachers' pay. So I would hope we would be able to have progress made when it comes to that particular report around teachers' workload, and I'll be able to update the House in due course in that respect.
Moving on to questions. The Minister of Finance, I call Timothy Gaston.
Question 1.
Mr.
Land Property Services has a robust processes and procedures in place for the collection and recovery of rates, and is committed to collecting all unpaid rates and takes proactive steps to do so. This includes ongoing billing, notifications, emails and text messages, direct contact with ratepayers via telephone calls, initiation of legal recovery actions, discussions and agreement on payment plans over extended periods. A failure to engage on the contact made by LPS and persistent non-payment will result in legal recovery actions. I can confirm that the outstanding balance of £5,018.82 remains payable for 9 to 11 Church Street, Ballymena. This is currently being pursued through ongoing rate collection processes. The payment of rates helps to fund the vital public services that our citizens and businesses rely on.
much, Mr. Speaker, for that answer. And can I ask the Minister, based on that this premise has been used and funded by public money, at what stage will the names then be publicised as to who is responsible for that money to be paid in the name of Ballymena Advice Centre? I have many constituents up and down the length and breadth of North Antrim who are being hounded by LPS to pay their debts and their outstanding rate balance, where it appears that this special example in this special case has been given undue leeway, and I would urge the Minister to take every option and opportunity open to him to ensure that this money is recouped and those responsible, the names of those responsible, are publicised.
Minister.
This case is not being dealt with any differently than any other case in relation to outstanding monies owed to LPS, and I can assure the member that it has not been given special treatment. The naming of those responsible for payment of outstanding debts, etc., is something that we'll have to be very careful of in terms of legal requirements and legal protections and entitlements of all involved. But again, emphasise this case is not being dealt with any differently than any other case.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. I think that it is disgraceful, while public services are stretched, that ratepayers are under so much strain. A rate bill on an office connected to a political party has gone unpaid for years. Does the Minister, or can the Minister outline, given that it is linked to a particular political party rather than naming the individuals, would the onus be then on the political party to pay that unpaid rates bill?
As I said, there may well be legal proceedings in this regard, so I am somewhat constrained in what I can say. My understanding is that this premises has been managed by a company. The individuals in that company may well be associated with a political party, but my understanding is that it's under the name of a company.
Petition.
Question 2.
In the December monitoring round, as well as providing over £100 million in resource deal to help deliver pay awards for a number of groups of public sector workers, I secured executive agreement that £160 million be allocated for capital investment which will deliver real improvements in public services and infrastructure. In terms of this capital spend, over £59 million was provided to water service, road maintenance, safety improvements and rail projects. This capital investment will drive forward economic growth and enhance connectivity. Almost £30 million additional investment was provided for social housing. This, along with earlier funding allocations, will contribute to 1,750 new social homes being delivered, helping to address housing need locally. In terms of healthcare, an additional £25 million will be invested in IT and healthcare estate. £22 million was secured for investment in schools and education, including funding for Irish medium facilities, and a further £12.6 million was provided to DFE for investment in higher and further education. These capital allocations reflect our programme for government commitment to doing what matters most by investing in health, education, infrastructure and housing.
Mr. Shane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer.
Tell us what capital allocations were made to the Department for Infrastructure and how will that funding be utilised?
The Department for Infrastructure was allocated £59.8 million to deliver essential improvements to our roads, transport and water services. That includes £13.2 million for road maintenance, £5 million to deliver 8 new trains and track improvements, enhancing connectivity across the island of Ireland by improving the Belfast to Dublin enterprise service, and £38.1 million investment across a range of water, transport and roads capital projects. These allocations and previous funding allocations since autumn 2024 have contributed to the unlocking of wastewater capacity for over 5,000 properties across the north, supporting future housing and wider economic development.
Honourable McMurray.
Speaker, Minister, do you envision any further monitoring rounds taking place prior to the end of this financial year?
There is still one more fiscal event to take place in Westminster, supplementaries, which have to be concluded. I expect some funding from that, but I don't expect major investment coming this way.
Carl.
Minister, do you have any concerns about the Communities Minister's social housing allocations? His department initially says the initial capital allocation of 168 million would build 1,000 social homes, and then he further went on to say that an extra 30 million from the December monitoring round would build 750 new homes. Obviously the calculations and the maths don't add up.
It will be up to the Communities Minister to be able to reassure you in terms of the calculations and figures on how they deliver the quantum of housing in each case. There may be different circumstances in terms of site ownership, what stage of development programmes are, etc. etc.
Just ring all day.
Thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Minister, whether it's Casement Park, the A5, the A1 junctions, the new children's and maternity hospitals, all islands rail upgrades, lack of investment in vital wastewater infrastructure, I could go on and on. Failure to plan and deliver investment has cost us dearly. When will the investment strategy finally be delivered?
The investment strategy is an executive document, and it will be up, I assume, for the Deputy First Minister to announce when it will be available. But I just want to correct some assumptions there from the member. There is progress in Casement Park. You'll have noted that himself, announcements from the GAA as well, and there is allocations from himself in terms of the draft budget for it and other sporting fixtures. I've just commented to my colleague Mr Sheehan that as a direct result of investment from the executive in a strategic way, we have fulfilled 5,000 new homes, water connections this year. So we are over since February 2024. So we are making a difference. We are making change. No one in this chamber, I believe, believes that we have the sufficient funds at our hand to make the substantial difference we want. But we can take your attitude and say nothing's happening. Or those around the executive table can take the attitude of what can we do with what we have. And I believe we are maximising change with what we have.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, over the last week, you have been telling individual ministers to examine their budget and see what money can be saved. And in terms of the capital budget, I would like you to tell the House what you've been doing with particularly the Health Minister in relation to the sheer and unwanted wastage of money on capital projects. 10 million for an energy centre that not a brick has been built on. A maternity hospital that this March will be 2 years in handing over but still is not able to use. I think we need to take some action in relation to these kind of projects.
There appears to be a misunderstanding across the House on occasions that I have more power than I have, and I have suggested with some of your colleagues that if you want to give me more power, I will take it. Some of your ministerial colleagues might be too keen on the matter, but I can assure you I will use it wisely in terms of driving some of these issues forward. My comments are to all ministers in terms of ensuring that the limited resources we have are used in an effective and efficient way. We do have huge challenges in delivering capital projects, and that is recognised across the executive, across the chamber. I don't have sole responsibility in improving those, but I do and will play my part as part of an executive team in improving capital delivery. But some of our challenges are not unique. When you look south of the border, you can see similar challenges there. When you look in England, Wales and Scotland, you see similar challenges there. So perhaps what we need to be looking at in terms of is lessening some of the bureaucracy we put in place around these matters without damaging accountability or environment or any of those things. But I do think we need to take an urgent review and look at the layers upon layers of bureaucracy we place around projects, and then we wonder why they're delayed. Trevor Clarke. Question number 3. Mr. Departments have surrendered £280 million of capital in 25-26, excluding Irish Government and Treasury earmark funding, which was returned for reprofiling into future years. A total of £189 million of surrendered capital was available to the Executive for allocation in June and December monitoring rounds. This was allocated in full. The December monitoring allocations were entirely funded by capital reduced requirements, providing much needed capital funding across housing, health and education and infrastructure. This includes social housing, almost 30 million, health, just over 25 million, schools in the education sector, 22 million, further and higher education, 12 million, with funding of almost 60 million going towards water services, road maintenance etc.
Mr. Clarke.
Thank you, the Minister, for that answer. I suppose, Minister, the question to me, and you're giving advice to other ministers today, will you give similar advice to your own Minister for DFI in terms of the A5, or is it true that she held the money from July in terms of the court case and didn't ask for reallocation until December?
In fairness to all ministers, there wasn't any monitoring round until December, and ministers and departments will be aware of the schedule we have for monitoring rounds. And there were legal requirements and legal issues that the DFI minister had to examine before surrendering any monies. Quite complicated legal matters to examine before any monies were surrendered. But the message is clear to all ministers: if you are expecting or running into a short or a funding which you'll not be able to spend in a period of time, it should be alerted to my department immediately. And where there are substantial amounts of money come to our attention, we will and can rearrange monitoring rounds, but it's not always as simple as that. There's often complications in place. The quicker we get capital money out the door, the better it is and more wisely you can invest it.
I thank the Minister for his answers. How are the capital allocations supporting education?
Well, we've seen quite significant allocations into education over this period of time, and I think it's around 22 million I had said in the main answer in terms of investment within this year. And quite clearly the schools, the state needs significant investment, and I'll do all I can to support the Education Minister in doing that along with my executive colleagues.
Owen Tennyson. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answers. Minister, can I ask when specifically you were made aware of the underspend arising out of DFI, and do you agree that it's substandard that significant capital reallocations are being made in the absence of an overarching investment strategy?
There has been ongoing engagement between my department officials and DFI over several months, because obviously we were all aware that there was an issue with A5 as a result of a legal challenge. So I was aware of the potential surrendering of money. The exact amount of that money did not come through until a later stage as a result of the quite complicated processes that DFI had to go through in terms of finally establishing exactly how much money had to be delivered. In terms of the investment strategy, in terms of, I think it was his last comment in relation to those matters, that's an executive matter and probably best questioned to OFMDFM.
Matthew O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker. Minister, you are at pains to describe the December monitoring round as a document of profound strategy, ingenious interventions here, there and everywhere, as if it was planned. The truth is, Minister, 10% of the entire executive capital budget was underspent with 3 months left of the financial year. That is an extraordinary position for any executive and a finance minister to find themselves in. Can you give a guarantee that every penny of capital expenditure will be spent properly before the end of this financial year, 25-26?
I don't think I used any of the adjectives which the member attributed to me, but if he wants to call me a genius, feel free to do so. The issues around delivering capital our capital projects are well known, and there's a challenge for the entire House and the Executive in terms of if we continue to layer bureaucracy upon bureaucracy upon bureaucracy on top of capital projects, we should not be surprised when there are delays to them. So I think all of us collectively have to take a view of this in terms of what's the priority in terms of delivering the capital projects that make the positive change in people's lives should take priority over other things without putting at risk accountability or environment. So there's a challenge for us all. Can I guarantee you? I can guarantee you that the message has been received loud and clear beyond the executive colleagues that they need to ensure that they are monitoring capital projects very closely, and if there is going to be a slippage, that the money is returned to the centre as quickly as possible so it can be redistributed.
Jan Armstrong.
Question 4, please.
Sir.
Question 4. Yeah. My officials have reviewed the Controller and Auditor General's findings of the 24-25 Department for the Economy annual reports and accounts and are pleased to note that DFI has made improvements on certain issues identified in the previous audit reports. I welcome the commitment DFI has made to continue implementing a series of target improvements to strengthen the 25-26 group accounts process. This is a highly complex group consolidation due to different accounting framework systems requiring reporting requirements and different year ends. I acknowledge the progress that has been made to date, and it is important to see continued progress. Due to the use of comparatives in annual reports and accounts, farmers would appreciate that the disclaimed option will take several years to unwind, and my officials will continue to support and assist DFE colleagues to achieve this goal as soon as possible. It is important to note that the issue highlighted by the Audit Office report do not call into question the approach of the Department or its arm's length bodies to the value for money, propriety or the management of this budget.
Ms Armstrong.
The Minister for his response, Minister, and I wanted to ask you, would you issue guidance, therefore, to other departments and agencies going forward that would prevent further disclaimed opinions being issued?
I will engage with my officials to establish as to whether further guidance is required or whether the guidance in place is sufficient to ensure that proper processes and outcomes are followed. As I said in my original answer, this was quite a unique case, a complex case, but I can reassure the member and other members of the House it's not a question that money has been lost to the public purse.
Just to add to that, the Minister, you said there was no money lost to the public purse. Was there any overspend as a result of this?
No, this is an important accounting issue, but an accounting issue. There has been no money lost or an overspend as a result of this matter.
Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, in the Department for Economy Accounts, there is financial assets of over £4 billion for student loans sitting on the balance sheet, and this is a highlighted item by the CNAG as an item which she has disclaimed, saying this valuation is out of date and unreliable. If that's proven to be so, whenever it is reassessed, there's potential for the write-down of that asset that could cost the Northern Ireland bloc hundreds of millions of pounds. Have you reviewed the detail of that, and how much risk are we at that we're going to take a huge hit here to Northern Ireland public finances?
All such matters, my officials engage with officials from all departments in relation to these matters, and we keep a watching brief on all these issues, and have to work our way through them. I'm satisfied that the processes are in place to monitor these situations, and that if there is further guidance or information required to be either to the Assembly or to the Executive colleagues, I will follow up on that, and as I have no doubt also will the Minister for the Economy.
Sure.
There is a long-standing commitment within the Fresh Start Agreement that the Executive could bid for a share of savings from actions carried out to reduce benefit fraud and error, where these savings could be verified by the Office of Budget Responsibility. On the basis of this commitment, my department provided the business case prepared by the Department of Communities to the Treasury, making the case for such savings. Treasury has indicated there are some issues in relation to the business case that it wishes to explore in more detail. Once these issues are identified by Treasury, my officials will liaise with the Department for Communities to provide a response. As part of the autumn budget proposals, the British Government stated that it would work with the Executive over the coming months on ways to tackle welfare fraud and error, and on different funding options, including the potential to share a portion of resulting savings with the Executive.
Mr. Speaker, with that, Minister, could you outline why papers submitted by the Minister for Communities to the Executive to have discussions at the Executive on this important issue have not been approved by the First Minister for discussion?
The member will be aware that I cannot discuss Executive business.
Donny Donnelly.
With the Speaker's permission, I will answer 6 and 10 together. As I set out in my statement to the Assembly in November, I am committed to delivering positive and progressive change to the rating system. Small businesses are the backbone of our economy. I want to see extra help going to these businesses that provide vital employment supporting workers, families and communities. To give businesses and interested parties a final opportunity to express their views before I present proposals to my ministerial colleagues, I launched a consultation at the beginning of December on proposed changes to the Small Business Rate Relief Scheme. The consultation will close on the 29th of January with an aim of securing executive approval shortly thereafter. The draft budget proposals I have put forward include a proposal of £10 million be held centrally for 26-27 to provide support for small businesses. This would see an additional support provided through the Small Business Rate Relief Scheme, helping small businesses provide vital employment, supporting workers, families and communities. I want to make changes for April 2026. The timescales I am working to will allow that to happen. As members are aware, executive agreement will be required before any changes can be implemented.
Mr. Donnelly.
Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for that answer. The Minister has indicated that the DUP is blocking changes to the early payment discount and the maximum capital value, and has mentioned these changes would raise money to support small businesses here. What rationale, if any, have been offered for this position?
Well, as I said, I can't discuss executive business, but I will say this in terms of I like to think of this matter as still in discussion rather than blocked. And I think there is a potential landing zone for agreement on these matters. We do have to look at other ways of raising funds. Now, this is a relatively small amount, but I think if we were to carry out these proposals, redirect this funding in the direction I would like it to go, it will make a real positive difference to our small and medium enterprises.
Anya Murphy.
Can Collier and Minister, could you expand or detail on the proposals in the Small Business Rate Relief consultation paper?
The consultation paper puts forward a number of costed options that focus upon two main areas in the Small Business Rates Relief Scheme. The first is an uplift in the valuation threshold for the scheme, so that properties with a slightly higher valuation can be brought in within the scheme. The second area is to enhance the level of reductions provided by the scheme to provide a greater level of support for businesses.
Minister, have you engaged with the small business community on the newly planned reliefs, what it will mean for them?
Minister.
Yes, there was extensive engagement at official level with the small business sector before the proposals went out to consultation, and obviously their voices will be very important in the consultation responses.
All chambers.
Number 7, Mr. Speaker.
As I outlined in my main, the draft budget I have put forward provides almost £26 billion in resource DAIL funding for the Department of Health over the 3-year budget period. Excluded earmarked amounts, this would mean that the health budget would receive over 52% of the available resource DAIL funding each year. Given the priority placed on waiting lists in the programme for government, I am also proposing to extend the £165 million funding package available in the 25-26 budget for a further 3 years. This will see almost £500 million dedicated to cutting waiting lists. The funding ring-fence for waiting lists in 25-26 is already delivering results, as evidenced by the reduction in waiting times, and of course there's still more to do.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, I note that the Health Department has found substantial savings in their current budget. Does the Minister feel that other departments could be doing more in attempting to achieve similar outcomes going forward?
The level of cooperation and engagement between the Department of Health and my department has been an exemplar of how to do things.
Wigan.
I welcome the Minister's answer, and I welcome his prioritisation and the executive prioritisation of health. Can I ask, just given the fact that health service relies heavily on staff, if the Minister can give a commitment or ask that health workers will get their pay rise in a timely fashion?
I'll go into more details on these matters when I make this statement afterwards in relation to the draft budget, but I believe that it should be an opening item in terms of any minister preparing their budget that staff pay awards are budgeted in at the start of the year rather than waiting on in-year funding if any comes available.
Kate Nicholas not in her seat. I call on the Allen.
My department introduced a new requirement for changing places toilets in local building regulations that came into effect on the 30th of June 2022. This was an important step for inclusion and equality. Increasing the number of changing places toilets will make our public places more accessible and have significant positive impact on the lives of disabled people, their carers and their families. At the time the department assessed there were around 42 changing place toilets and facilities locally. It was also estimated that the new requirement could lead to the installation of 12 additional changing place toilets each year, following after a transition period to allow projects to progress from design through to construction and completion. Since the amendment to the building regulations, there has been almost 100% increase in provision, with 81 local changing place toilets now registered with the Changing Places Consortium, although we have no specific breakdown of how the changes to the building regulations has contributed to this.
Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his answer. Indeed, this was a welcome step of progress, and the Minister himself has highlighted the positive step for inclusion and equality. In that context, Minister, can I ask you what engagement either yourself or your officials have had with the Department for Communities to look at how we can go further than that and ensure wider society is more accessible for those with a disability?
I don't have specific details with me in terms of what engagement there has been in recent times between my officials and the Department of Communities, but I'm happy to update the member on that, and if further discussions are required, I'm more than happy to task officials to do that.
Doug Biddy's not in his place. I call Aoife Finnegan.
Minister,
the question number, please.
Finance Minister, update of the banking round
Just
table
request the number,
in
please.
December 25. Question 14.
Thank you. Thank the member. On 3rd December, I hosted a banking round table with representatives from the banking and finance industry, trade unions, business bodies, as well as consumers and community and voluntary sectors. This provided an important platform to discuss issues and developments most crucial to accessing cash and services here, including the new access to cash rules, banking hubs and digital and financial inclusion. I pressed the banking sector on the importance of maintaining the branch network, access to cash and essential banking services in our local communities, especially for our most vulnerable citizens who are in need of person-to-person services. I also stressed the banking needs of our small businesses, community and voluntary groups. In addition, the need to understand and accommodate the level of business and consumer transactions across the border with the south of Ireland and vice versa was highlighted.
And thank the Minister for his answer. What progress have you made on the issues identified at the 2024 Banking Roundtable?
Well, I think in terms of the engagement we've had has proven beneficial in terms of all the sectors in the banking sector and others in understanding the needs and the unique needs of this place. I do believe there has to be a greater understanding at Whitehall level in terms of this place, and I am pushing very, very strongly for better representation from this place on their various committees, etc. I also want to see a better understanding in terms of the cross-border element in this regard, and ensuring that when, for instance, Link are carrying out assessments of the needs of a community, that it is the needs of a cross-border community are better understood than perhaps they currently are.
Moving on to topical questions, Matthew O'Toole.
We're in the slightly absurd situation of having received belatedly a statement on the budget, but not being able to ask questions about it specifically until an embargo breaks. More to say about that very shortly. But Minister, you're in the situation of having published a ghost budget last week, a ghost budget in the sense that it sets no real clear ambition consistent with the programme for government, nor is it yet agreed with your executive colleagues. I won't ask you to account for the behaviour of the DUP, but can you confirm what you will do if you cannot get a multi-year budget agreed in the executive?
I was hoping on clarity on what a ghost budget is. I simply do not understand the term or what it means. I know people who believe they've seen a ghost, but I've never met anybody who's seen an SDLP alternative to the budget. So, I've never met a person who claims that. I'm not. I have published a draft proposal which is now out to consultation, and in parallel with that, I'll work with my executive colleagues on how we move forward in relation to obtaining a multi-year budget. That's my objective, and I think that should be the objective of all of us in this chamber. So we should work collectively. There will obviously be different disagreements and different emphasis on where things should land, etc. But I think we should all work collectively to deliver a multi-year budget.
Mr. O'Toole.
Can you confirm, Minister, on that basis that what is in that document, the allocations that you have said that you want to make, because you can't make them until there is executive agreement, that they have no standing until there is executive agreement? Is that the case? Because lots of organisations last week appear to be under the impression that these allocations had been made, but they haven't yet. Can you be clear that unless and until this is agreed by the whole executive, those multi-year allocations do not stand?
I think the member underestimates the organisations and sectors and the public out there. I think they understand perfectly well what a draft budget is.
Minister, how will reform and reinvestment initiative borrowing be used throughout the multi-year budget period, or is this making up a capital shortfall, such as with Northern Ireland Water?
I suppose understandably we are straying into the next item of business, and it is a topical issue. However, the borrowing powers are there to be used to top up, particularly in terms. You would like to see them almost as an additional finances on top of what should be a proper allocation from Westminster in terms of capital. But we are using the maximum borrowing powers in terms of our capital to maximise delivery on the ground moving forward.
Mr. McReynolds.
Thank you, Minister, for your response. And Minister, what is your assessment of the impact a proposed capital multi-year budget will have on the progress of the infrastructure projects here?
Sir. I think it's hugely significant, particularly in relation to capital. Members will be aware it takes a significant amount of time to plan and deliver capital, and the longer period of time you have to do it over, the better in terms of financial planning. So I think it's going to have a huge positive impact. And I suppose in terms of a multi-year budget is good at any time, but when you're facing the severe financial constraints we're facing, a multi-year budget actually allows you to manage that situation better.
On Burrows, not misplaced. I call on you, Murphy.
Collier, Minister, can you provide an update on the baby loss certificate scheme?
The Death, Stillbirths and Baby Loss Bill, which will enable my department to make regulations to form a baby loss certificate scheme, completed its final assembly business on the 2nd of December, is now awaiting royal assent. It is important the detail of the scheme is shaped around the needs and expectations of families here. I'm extremely grateful to the over 1,000 people who took time to report to be published. Once the bill receives royal assent, I will bring forward the required regulations to specify the details of the scheme as soon as possible. Should the regulations pass smoothly through the Assembly, I hope that the scheme will be operational by the end of this financial year.
Ms. Murphy.
Can Collier, and the Minister has answered my supplementary.
Here.
Does the Minister welcome the change to the farm inheritance tax that was announced pre-Christmas by the Irish Government?
Yes, I think this has been an important U-turn by the Chancellor and the Labour Government in this regard. It came about as extensive pressure from the farming community, from politicians across the chamber and in chambers elsewhere. It's unfortunate that I think, rather than a regular series of U-turns, what we actually need is a new strategy from the Labour Government in terms of its economic and financial strategy, but I think this has been a welcome development.
Mr. McAleer.
Thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, do you feel these proposals go far enough?
Minister.
I think there's obviously in any strategy or tax strategy, there's always going to be winners and losers. What we want to ensure for this area, this region, is that the vast majority, if not all, our family farms are protected. And I think in this instance, the changes will protect quite significantly the vast majority of our family farms here. Obviously, the farming sector will continue to engage with representatives here, and if there's further issues that arise, then I'm more than happy to make representations to the Treasury if required.
Okay.
Minister, can you provide an update on your approach to discussions with the UK Government on progressing a full fiscal framework for Northern Ireland?
Now that the autumn budget and all has passed, we've got the Christmas period over us, I have tasked my officials to engage with the Treasury about opening up discussions on a full fiscal framework. The Member will be aware of the relatively successful engagement we had with the Treasury in relation to Holtham and other matters. I think it's now time that we now have, as was committed to at that time, the opening up of full discussions in relation to the full fiscal framework.
Mrs. Guy.
Thank you, Minister, for the response. Can I ask you to confirm whether the recommendation in the Holtham review of 128% has been given consideration by the UK Government?
It has been given consideration by the Treasury and others. There is a number of ways of looking at this matter in terms of how you include agriculture in that equation, but the Treasury did commit to us at the time of our conclusion of that phase of discussions that Holtham would still remain on the table.
And odds.
In answer to my earlier question around capital projects, you indicated that one of the things that ministers and indeed the Department of Finance should be looking at is stripping back bureaucracy. In the context of that answer, can you explain to the House what you intend to do to strip back the bureaucracy in the procurement system?
This is actually an area where there has quite substantive work been carried out in this last year. It was first commissioned under my predecessor, and I have to say that the staff who work in the procurement section of my department have been very effective and efficient in producing new guidelines and documents, both in terms to the executive for approval, and we've seen a number of documents go through the executive for approval, the most recent in terms of being for the voluntary community sector, as well reducing bureaucracy in around those matters. And it will continue to be reviewed and engaged on, but there has been significant progress in this matter.
Mrs. Dodds.
Thank you. Again, in the context of that, it would be helpful for those of us who are not on the Finance Committee but take an interest in these things if the Minister would lay a letter about that in the library so that the other members can see it. In terms of procurement as well, can you indicate whether any work has been done in relation to allowing small business to more readily access the procurement system?
Yes to both issues. I'm more than happy to lay a letter in the library, whatever the process may be in terms of informing members of the progress made. That includes progress in terms of supporting our small and medium enterprises accessing the procurement process for government and local government.
Donny Baker.
Minister, how will the proposals under the draft budget support Casement Park?
I'm committed to supporting sporting organisations across the board, and Casement Park being one of those. Considering the lengthy delays there has been to Casement Park, I think it's only right and proper that there is an inflation-based increase to the funding from the Executive to Casement Park that is proposed in the draft budget.
Mr. Baker.
Thank you for your answer. Your proposals also suggest support for other stadia. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, in terms of the other stadia, so in keeping with the original agreement, my draft budget also keeps an inflationary uplift to the Department for Communities for the purpose of the Ophelia Stadium of 12.6 million and 21.5 million regarding Windsor Park as well. I've said it many times in this chamber and elsewhere, I think sport's a good thing, and supporting communities and supporting organisations to deliver sports in high class, proper facilities enhances not only the sport but the local community, and indeed is an enhancement to the local economy.
Jonathan Buckley.
Apologies, Mr. Speaker, but I'll ask one anyway. The Finance Minister has been repeatedly talking about this draft budget being a transformation moment for public services. Can he demonstrate how that is enacted in the draft plan that he's proposed?
Fair play to the man for thinking on his feet. It's across a number of areas. I think in terms of the sporting question I've just answered to my colleague, but also in terms of the ring fencing or the further ring fencing of funding for tackling waiting lists. There's almost £500 million set aside in the budget for tackling waiting lists, because we have seen the success of that initiative in this 1 year, and I think it's only right and proper that we continued over the next 3 years.
Mr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Finance Minister will be aware that there is a low bandwidth of public confidence that this institution can spend public money wisely and therefore put aside the appropriate resource to develop core services which all of our constituents badly need. Therefore, will the Minister assure the House that line-by-line scrutiny of the budget will occur to ensure that we root out waste, root and branch across departments?
Minister. It would be my view that before any minister made a bid to the budget process, and all departments have made bids to the budget process, that each minister and their accounting officer should have had a line-by-line review of their budget. And indeed, I would go further. Every minister and their accounting officer should have regular engagement about their budget and go through it to satisfy themselves that what they're spending their monies on, or the public monies on, is effective and efficient and delivering the results that they want.
Thank you. Ms Ennis isn't in her place, so that brings to a conclusion questions to the Minister of Finance. If members will take their ease, whilst we change the table before we move to the next item of business. Point of order, Mr O'Toole.
Mr Speaker, by my count, according to my computer, I received the ministerial statement on the draft budget at 3 minutes past 3. Standing Order 18A is clear that members are supposed to receive written statements at least 30 minutes before ministers give them. Assuming the minister gives it at 13:30, that is a prima facie breach of Standing Order 18A. This, I'm afraid, the Minister's Department are past masters in terms of this standing order. It is hard to imagine a more important, detailed document than a multi-year budget, but members have just minutes to look at it. I presume it was ready for publication and sharing earlier on today, so can the Speaker advise what action I can take to ensure investigation of this apparent breach of standing orders, and what is going to be done to ensure members in this chamber are treated with respect by the Department of Finance?
Well, we can't suspend for 3 minutes if that's what members want, to have some more additional reading time. That's entirely up to the members. Yes, Mr O'Toole.
I don't think it's sufficient, Mr Speaker, to have an extra 3 minutes reading time, but I appreciate the point that's made. My broader question is in relation to the sharing of documents by departments. It's clear that this was ready earlier on today. This is not a document that has been prepared at short notice. I would ask whether it is defensible for this to be shared at such short notice.
Well, whilst I'm an individual who has knowledge on quite a lot of subjects, the inner workings of the private office of the Department of Finance doesn't fall within that. So I don't know when the document was ready, but I do know that it was put out at the time that the member has indicated. I think that suspending for a few minutes isn't going to make much difference at this point, and I propose that we continue with business, and if members take their ease, then the Principal Deputy Speaker will take the chair. Thank you.
The Speaker has received notice from the Minister of Finance that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I'd like to remind members that they must be concise in asking their question, as this isn't an opportunity for debate and long introductions. So, over to yourself, Minister.
Last Concordia, and thank you for the opportunity to make a statement on my proposal for a multi-year draft budget, or multi-year budget. This will allow me to expand on the information provided in my written ministerial statement on the 6th of January to further inform the consultation which was launched that day. The consultation will run for 8 weeks until the 3rd of March. This consultation will inform the Executive's decision on its budget. In parallel to this, I will be continuing engagement with my Executive colleagues. The spending review in June marked an important step forward, giving the Executive the ability to set the first multi-year budget in over a decade. It's important that we grasp this opportunity to provide departments with certainty and the ability to make long-term plans and to enable strategic investment that delivers lasting benefits for our economy, our environment and our society. The proposal I have brought forward for consultations follows political engagement and has been developed against the backdrop of an exceptionally constrained financial position. They do not provide the level of funding I would wish to see directed at our public services. Instead, they reflect what is possible within the funding available. In this context, it has not been possible to provide any department with the funding it has requested. The continued underinvestment in our public services by the British Government means that both the resource and capital DAIL funding available is very constrained over the budget period. Despite the autumn budget announced in Westminster resulting in increased taxes by amounts rising to £26 billion in 29-30, it is extremely disappointing how little additional funding has been provided to the Executive. I welcome the £372.3 million of additional borne consequentials announced in the autumn budget. While this may sound like a substantial allocation, the reality is, when taken over a 5-year period, it falls far short of what is needed. I believe that the Chancellor could and should have gone further. The additional funding provided will not undo the damage caused by years of underfunding of our public services by successive British governments and is insufficient to plug current and future funding gaps. While the interim fiscal framework has avoided us falling below the 124% level of relative need, the loss of the £520 million stabilisation funding provided in the restoration package means that the uplift from the spending review, particularly in 26-27, has been largely offset. In the context of our funding pressure, the contribution from the Irish Government to the Shared Island Fund is welcome. I look forward to working with the Irish Government to maximise this. I fully recognise the scale of challenges and pressures that all departments and ministers face. The delivery ambitions of departments substantially exceed the funding available for both resource and capital budgets many times over. There remains a sufficient and unsustainable gap between our ambitions and the resources at our disposal. Addressing this disparity will require adequate funding from Westminster for public services, as well as substantive reform and meaningful transformation in how we design and deliver our public services. This must include a relentless focus on driving efficiency and responsibly generating additional income in a fair and equitable way, so that we can provide sustainable services and secure better outcomes for the people we serve. That is why I brought these proposals forward, to seek the views of the people who use our services to help us shape a multi-year budget. Along with the written ministerial statement, I have published a fact sheet on my proposals. This oral statement provides further detail, and I intend to publish the usual draft budget document later this week. Together, these documents provide the information needed to inform discussions. I am in listening mode, and I want to collaborate in a constructive manner. I want colleagues, citizens, businesses and communities to bring forward suggestions so that we can find solutions and deliver a multi-year budget that makes the best possible use of the limited resources available. The consultation seeks views on the prioritisation of funding and public service provision. Where there is a belief that additional funding should be allocated to a particular area, this should be accompanied by how this should be funded. We need to do things differently. It's important we are honest with the scale of the challenges facing us. With demand for services outpacing funding available, continuing to do as we have always done is not an option. The need for transformation and considering alternative and innovative approaches to service delivery has never been clearer. Each minister must strive to improve efficiency in how our public services are delivered. so that resources can be freed up and reinvested in the services which our citizens depend on. However, government action alone will not be enough. It will require a whole-of-society approach as we work to build a more sustainable system of public services. It is important to acknowledge that improvements will require contributions from all of us. Change is essential if we are to improve our public services and deliver outcomes to everyone. This will require collective willingness across society to embrace change. This means harnessing technology, adopting innovative ideas, and being prepared to consider options for raising additional revenue. In my view, the autumn budget is another illustration of why we need greater powers locally to ensure our tax system takes account of our circumstances. Having greater fiscal powers would allow us to make different choices, to spur economic activity, or to generate income from public services in a fairer and more progressive way. As part of this, my department will intensify work to progress a full fiscal framework. While income generation will form part of the wider budgetary sustainability, decisions must be based on the economic and social context and the need to deliver public services our citizens expect. You will appreciate that in developing proposals on the regional rate, I needed to consider a number of conflicting pressures, including those across public services and for businesses and citizens. As I have already stated, the financial position across the budget period is extremely constrained, while our public services are facing increased demand and increased cost to deliver, and the services that our citizens and businesses rely on. So in seeking to strike the right balance, I set the proposed percentage increase to 3% for non-domestic rate and 5% for domestic rates. The proposals I have put forward on the regional rate mirrors what was agreed by the Executive and this Assembly last year. These proposals would generate an additional £250 million over the budget period. In total, the proposed regional rates will provide £771.6 million, £808 million, £835.5 million, respectively, in each of the 3 years. This is after accounting for IIR principal repayments, which are first call on regional rates. Turning to the detail of my draft budget proposals, the spending review set the Executive Resource Dale envelope for 26-27 to 28-29, and capital Dale envelopes for a further year to 2029-30. My draft budget proposals are for the same time period. Starting with Resource Dale, which funds day-to-day spending, Treasury provided £16.3 billion, £16.8 billion and £17.3 billion in each year respectively across the budget period. This includes Treasury earmark funding for security, the Executive Programme on Paramilitarism and Organised Crime, Transformation, Windsor Framework, private schools, VAT compensation and debt advice. The resource deal available to the Executive once these Treasury earmarked items are provided for is £16.1 billion, £16.6 billion and £17.1 billion. This is supplemented with funding from the regional rates. Each department sought additional funding as part of this budget. As I said earlier, it simply wasn't possible to provide them with the amount requested. Due to the independent nature of the strategic oversight bodies, the budget for the Assembly, Audit Office, Public Service Ombudsman are approved by the Audit Committee and have the first call on funding available. After providing funding for departmental baselines, oversight bodies, RIR interest payments and statutory salaries, there remains £1.3 billion, £1.8 billion and £2.3 million to honour previous executive commitments and provide additional allocations. The previous executive commitments include such as agriculture, agri-environment, fisheries and rural development, welfare mitigations, HIA, truth recovery and victims payments. It also included the early learning childcare strategy, for which £195 million has been proposed to continue supporting working families with childcare costs. These are set out in more detail in the tables alongside this statement. Meeting these funding commitments leaves £0.5 billion, £0.9 billion and £1.4 billion across the budget period. However, there are a number of additional commitments that I have suggested for executive earmark funding, reflecting programme for government priorities. Again, these are set out in more detail in the accompanying tables, but include, among other things, £495 million for waiting lists and elective care, to continue building on the progress made to help get patients the care they need more quickly. £133.3 million to meet in full the PSNI workforce recovery costs, £21 million for skills to help grow the economy, £15 million recognising the importance of Lough Neagh and our desire to protect it, £15 million for ending violence against women and girls. Given the Executive's shared commitment to transforming public services and ensuring long-term stability, I believe it is important to invest beyond the £235 million provided through the restoration package to drive meaningful transformation. I have therefore recommended the Executive provides £95 million in resource deal over a 3-year period to support projects recommended by the Public Sector Transformation Board. I am also proposing that the Executive creates a strategic reserve to help it to respond effectively to any issues that may emerge over the budget period. My proposals include setting aside £200 million in 27-28 and £400 million in 28-29 for this purpose. Funding these items means that there is £114.7 million, £439.9 million and £714.2 million available for general allocations to departments. As the funding available is so limited in 26-27, I propose to only provide general allocations to education, health, infrastructure and justice. Recognising that all departments will be facing inflationary pressures, general allocations are provided for all departments in the subsequent 2 years. In proposing these general allocations, I considered the bids submitted by each department, including the potential equality impacts and the programme for government information provided. Providing this funding as a general allocation gives individual ministers the flexibility to use this funding along with their baseline funding in line with their department's priorities. The autumn budget provided the Executive with an additional £132 million, £89.3 million and £2.2 million. However, due to the requirements of Section 64 of the NI Act 1998, this funding cannot be included at this stage. I anticipate a settlement letter will be received from the Secretary of State in time for this funding to be included in the final budget. I have, however, included indicative allocations for this funding in my proposals. As the cost of welfare medications will increase across the budget period due to the removal of the 2-child cap, I have proposed funding of £9.4 million, £9.7 million and £2.2 million to the Department of Communities respectively. I have also set aside £10 million in 26-27 to further enhance support to businesses. I intend to bring forward proposals to the Executive on how this funding could be utilised to enhance support through the small business rates relief. I am proposing that the remaining funding be used to increase departmental general allocations. In developing my proposals, I have not included the impact of any overspend in 25-26. This is because we do not know yet what quantum of any overspend will be. It is also my intention to press Treasury to allow us to repay any overspend over a longer period to minimise the detrimental impact that an immediate reduction would have on public services. It is essential that our public service workers are appropriately rewarded. As pay awards reflect ongoing costs, they should not rely on in-year funding, which may not be available at the same level in future years. Therefore, this budget has been prepared on the basis that any appropriate pay awards, including those anticipated from pay review bodies, are factored into each department's budget plans from the start of the financial year. To ensure that public sector workers receive the pay awards they deserve over the budget period, departments will need to continue to strengthen the efficiency with which public services are delivered. Departments retain full flexibility to determine how best to achieve this, but effective workforce planning and accurate pay bill forecasting will be important components of that work. Transformation and reform should also form part of each department's approach. I encourage ministers to work closely with their arm's-length bodies to ensure the same level of care, consistency and good practice is applied across the wider public sector. Turning to capital, departmental capital budgets are developed using a zero baseline. The spending review provided funding across a 4-year period from 26-27 to 29-30, and my proposals are across the same time frame. Treasury funding in each respective year of the budget period is supplemented with funding from the Irish Government, giving £2.4 billion, £2.5 billion, £2.5 billion and £2.4 billion respectively across the budget period. This includes Treasury earmark funding for city deals, Windsor Framework, Inclusive Futures Fund and Ankeistia. As with Resourcedale, oversight bodies are allocated funding at the amounts approved by the Audit Committee. Funding these items means that there's 2.3 billion, 2.4 billion, 2.4 billion and 2.3 billion remaining from previous executive commitments and additional allocations. There are a number of areas where the executive has made previous commitments. These include Stroul, city and growth deals, flagship projects. Flagship projects include 1.1 billion for the A5, with some 527 million of this being provided by the Irish Government. The development of the Western Transport Corridor will not only enhance connectivity and accessibility across the region, most importantly, it will provide a much safer route for all who travelled. The current road has brought heartbreak for far too many families. 526.8 million for the Mother and Children's Hospital, a major healthcare infrastructure project which will see the creation of a new regional children's hospital and a new maternity hospital, both on the Royal Victoria Hospital site. Recognising the power of sport for community wellbeing, 101.5 million has been proposed towards the redevelopment of Casement Park and 67.1 million for the sub-regional stadia to further modernise our grassroots sporting facilities. I am also proposing providing 21.5 million for Windsor Park and 12.6 million for the Aphidia Stadium to ensure our stadia act as focal points for our communities both now and in the future, and make sure we can host events that draw in international audiences. Full details are set out in the tables alongside this statement. In addition, there are areas that I have recommended for earmark allocations. These include the medical school at Magee, special educational needs estate, NI water, social housing and transformation. After allocating funding to these areas, there remains 1.8 billion, 1.7 billion, 1.6 billion and 1.7 billion, which I have provided to departments as general allocations, providing ministers the flexibility to prioritise resources in line with their departmental objectives and needs. This funding is supplemented by borrowing under the Reinvestment and Reform Initiative. I have proposed borrowing the full amount available and using it for strategic purposes. I have therefore proposed that the funding of 231.5 million, 236.2 million, 240.6 million and 245.1 million is provided for investment in NI water, the schools estate and social housing. This brings the total funding earmarked for water infrastructure and for social homes to 433.7 million and 441.7 million, which will help unlock capacity and enable the construction of new homes, businesses and invest in building new social housing. As with Resource, the autumn budget provided additional capital funding of 9.7 million, 83.9 million, 1.6 million and 34.8 million across the budget period, but this funding can only be indicatively allocated at this stage. I have recommended using this funding to provide further general allocations to departments. Financial transaction capital has been provided on a net basis, meaning that we no longer need to make repayments to the Treasury. My proposals seek executive agreement to extend this flexibility to departments, enabling them to recycle FTC receipts rather than surrounding them for in-year reallocations. The funding provided for FTC in the spending review exceeds the department bids in all but 27-28. I have therefore proposed all bids are fully funded, where possible, and allocations in 27-28 are distributed on a pro rata basis. Finally, as in previous years, funding for ring-fenced Resourcedale, which is for the non-cash costs of depreciation and impairments, will be dealt with through the in-year process. In conclusion, I stand ready to continue to work together with my executive colleagues to support workers, families and communities and businesses by delivering a multi-year budget. Behind these millions and billions are people and families. A multi-year budget will help shape our public services for years to come. This process is not just about setting priorities within government. It is about listening to the voices of families, workers and communities to ensure that decisions we make reflect the needs and aspirations of the people we serve. I encourage everyone to have their say during the consultation process. It is on all of us in this chamber to work together to improve their lives and opportunities for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. But just encourage people to rise in their places if they want to ask a question. and just to remind them that they need to be here for the entirety of the statement. And for those who come in slightly late, we'll try and take it then, but it's not guaranteed. Okay, without further ado, I'll call Matthew O'Toole.
Deputy Speaker, Minister, I've called this a ghost budget. You've given us some more detail today, so in fairness, I probably have to upgrade it a little bit, maybe more like a phantom or a zombie until we get executive agreement. But there is detail in here. But one of my biggest concerns, Minister, is something that you said in your statement, which is that the current overspends that are planned, particularly in the Department of Education and the Department of Health in relation to pay, and it is right that we pay public sector workers, that those are not factored into these plans. Minister, that worries me. It feels like it's a £500 million black hole before we even get started next year. What happens, particularly if we don't get this multi-year budget agreed and we go into next year carrying a huge debt from this year? How do we deal with it?
Well, first and foremost, there's a responsibility on all ministers, particularly those who are carrying a significant overcommitment, to do everything within their powers to reduce that overcommitment and to continue to work both within their department and their arm's length bodies to ensure those are driven down as much as possible. It is factored in the fact that it is recognised that there is a potential overspend in this 25-26 budget. It's been dealt with in a number of ways. I will continue to engage with the Treasury around trying to spread those costs over the maximum period of time. Ministers are aware that we will also have to deal with those matters during the monitoring rounds as well. So it's up front. Ministers are aware of it, the public are aware of it, the Leader of the Opposition is aware of it, and it's something that cannot be ignored and will not be ignored. But there is still 3 months left in this financial year, and I encourage all ministers to drive down their overspends until the end of the financial year, with in mind that we continue to have to work our way through this budget.
Thank you. I call Diane Forsyth.
Deputy Speaker. Minister, your proposal is a statement of numbers and cuts without discussion about how it aligns to the agreed programme for government. There's a lack of opportunities set out or sensitivity analysis where you're working towards the fiscal framework. It's not included what it will look like or what it will mean. Where you talk about delivering efficiencies, it's not included or shown what it means, or things like where you plan to increase the amount of rates collected. Minister, whenever the consultation period is over and the full budget proposals are being brought forward, will it be your plan to include a path as to how this will seek to maximise those opportunities and lead to the path as to how we can deliver on the agreed programme for government objectives to prioritise public services for people here?
Minister.
None of the proposals in the document will come as a surprise to your executive colleagues. You can be assured of that. They're fully aware of them, and we're fully aware of them. See, I have carried out my function now as Finance Minister. I have published a draft budget, and others will have views on that, and of course there will be divergence of views in that regard. But there's now a need for those who disagree with my proposals to come forward with alternatives. I have given you all the information you require to bring forward an alternative proposals to my budget, and I can assure you I am in listening mode. If there's other ways of doing things, talk to me about it, and I will work our way through those. We are working within a fixed envelope imposed upon us by the British Government. I have set the rates at, I believe, is a fair and equitable level at 3 and 5%. If others disagree with that, then let's hear. It's either you lessen the amount of rates I believe should be collected, then you have to reduce budget lines. You increase the amount of rates being collected, you can increase budget lines moving forward. But the options of saying we disagree, that was all right for last week. This week, the week after, we need alternatives.
Thank you, Minister. I call Deirdre Hargey.
And you touched on in your statement that we need to do things differently, and bringing forward a 3-year budget is definitely doing that, and it's needed, which the public would agree with. Another area would also be looking at more fiscal devolution, and it's just to ask what you see as the benefits and what work you're doing to progress this.
I think obviously, you and I agree on this, we obviously need a constitutional change here to fully grasp our potential in this society, but in the meantime, we do need to take more control of our fiscal destiny, and by fiscal devolution, whether that's income tax in its totality or partial, stamp duty, airport duty, other items that were recommended as part of the Fiscal Commission, and there could well be others where we take a look at to devolve here and make decisions at a local level that meets the needs of our businesses, our workers and our communities, and reinvest the taxes from that back into our society, both in terms of our public services and our economy. But some challenge and criticise those who criticise the British Government's fiscal strategy, and I will continue to do that. But I do think it's time for this Assembly and this Executive to take on more fiscal powers.
Thank you. Minister, I call on Tennyson.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for that statement. Minister, it's now 10 years since a report commissioned by your department suggested that we were squandering hundreds of millions of pounds running a divided society and delivering services on a segregated and duplicated basis in key areas. So in the spirit of doing things differently, Minister, do you agree that in such a constrained financial environment it's now time to do something to tackle the cost of division?
The cost of division reports are a wee bit like the Bible. People quote sections out of it which suits them, or the different interpretations of it, or different versions of it in that regard. Yes, there is a cost to division in this society, and the stabilisation of politics and leadership from within this chamber and beyond will help to should help to resist to reduce division. But it's not as simple as an equation as sometimes is presented in these regards. Where we can reduce costs, whether it's through the removal of duplication of services, then we should be doing that. There's no argument from me against that, but we shouldn't also overestimate the costs associated with some of those things. There is areas, policing is one of them, provision of other services to a lesser or greater extent. But yes, the general principle should be less in division. Of course we should. Should we reinvest that funding in frontline services? Yes, we should.
Thank you. I call Steve Aiken.
For your statement. Minister, I note you talked about financial transaction capital, which has been provided on a net basis, meaning, according to your statement, we no longer need to make repayments to the Treasury. Yet the Treasury rules still state that, unlike traditional grants, FTC must be repaid and is intended to generate a financial return. Those haven't changed as far as I understand. Could the Minister publish his advice his department has received at what seems to be a significant change in UK government policy, especially as it may run into EU state aid rules, because it's no longer a loan, it's a grant?
Minister.
I'd be happy to share the advice with the members on that.
Thank you. I call Padraig Doagh.
And I thank the Minister for bringing forward this progressive budget that prioritises people and prioritises skills. And on that skills point, Minister, can I ask you to provide some more detail about what your budget proposal does for the continued expansion of the medical school at Magee?
Minister.
I have proposed that we ring-fence that funding and ensure that the continued expansion of the medical school at Magee continues. Magee is a success story, and it's not only a success story for the university, it's a success story for Derry City. And you can see that in terms of the number of students who are now beginning to go to that city and the subsequent investment that is related to that. So my draft budget continues to support the expansion of the medical school.
Thank you, Minister. I call Diane Dodds.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. I note, Minister, that your statement says that $526.8 million is for the Mother and Children's Hospital, including a new maternity hospital. As in our earlier question time, I've already noted that this hospital is on site for 2 years and is still unsafe to use. And I am extremely disappointed that there's no mention of a rebuild of Craigavon Area Hospital, which I know is important to both of us and our constituents. But $495 million for waiting lists has to be welcomed. But in the last budget, you allocated money for waiting lists, $74.3 million of which was taken away from the waiting list allotment and allotted to the deficit in the health budget. Can you assure us that we will not see this, and what accountability there will be around such a figure?
Thank you, Diane. Minister.
There's the opportunity for ministers out of their general allocations in terms of capital or resource for that matter, but in this instance capital, to fund projects. I have highlighted a number of projects which I believe are in line with the programme for government, executive priorities, and it should be supported moving forward. Ministers can bring forward and fund other proposals as they see fit. In terms of the waiting list and how the money was used in this financial year, that was how the agreement was set out with the executive. So it was an executive initiative. The executive set out the terms and conditions of it, and in fairness to the health minister, he acted within those terms and conditions. It will be for the executive to decide as to if, one, they agree that the funding I have proposed is sufficient and will proceed as planned, and it will be up to the executive then to set the terms and conditions around that funding.
Thank you, Minister. I call Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Minister, have you and what consideration have you and your colleague, the Department for Infrastructure, given to ring-fencing any part of the budget over the next 3 financial years for long-term investment in wastewater treatment infrastructure?
I have set out in my statement proposals for investment in our wastewater infrastructure, both in terms of traditional capital and also in terms of borrowing as well. As with all other areas of the budget, we would like to invest more, but I do have to say we have seen significant development and change being delivered as a result of strategic investment by the Executive, by the Infrastructure Minister in ANA Water. I've seen 5,000 homes and businesses connected to the wastewater system since the return of the Executive in February 2024. So would we like to do more? Of course we would, but we should also recognise what has been done.
Thank you, Minister. I call Gemma Dolan.
Minister, given the underfunding of this place by the British Government, can you outline your engagement with the British Government on the fiscal framework?
As I mentioned to one of the colleagues earlier during question time, now that we have the autumn budget has been completed, I think the opportunity now does exist for the Treasury and us to open up discussions and engagement around the full fiscal framework. And we have had initial success in terms of the interim fiscal framework, and colleagues will be aware of the Holtham report and the advantages that brought to us. The Holtham report remains on the table, but we also now want to look at borrowing powers for the Housing Executive. I think that's an important element to move forward and for the delivery of more social homes and upgrades to Housing Executive properties. The Treasury have committed to engage with us around that, and we also want to engage with them in relation to the devolution of fiscal powers.
Thank you, Minister. I call Philip Brett.
Sir, can I thank you for your statement, and notwithstanding our party's clear reservations with some of your proposals, I do think it's important to recognise there are a lot within this budget that we do welcome and our ministers have fought for. Minister, you said that you would like suggestions from others as to changes that you may make to your budget, so can I provide you with one? On Annex B, Minister, you have allocated £3 million over the next 3 years to a climate commissioner. It's clear when bread and butter public services are under pressure, wasting money on unnecessary quangos should not be done. Will the Finance Minister agree with me that we should scrap a climate commissioner and invest in frontline services?
Minister.
I'm meeting a bid from TEO in relation to the climate commissioner, who I understand will be under their auspices, under their legal framework in which they operate. The fact of the matter is that we do have significant climate issues that this society and others and the global society are going to have to tackle, and we have to play our small part in it.
Thank you. I call Alan Chambers.
Speaker, Minister, I welcome the confirmation that £165 million will be ring-fenced for tackling health waiting times. However, the £50 million previously allocated specifically for backlog clearance has now been removed. As that arguably has had the biggest impact this year, does the Minister recognise that it's important to be specific about where exactly that money is coming from, and rather than it being new or additional from the Executive, that it's money that already existed within previous Department of Health baselines?
Minister.
Well, all baselines start afresh in terms of the new budget, and I think it has to be recognised that along with the Health Minister, the Executive did ring-fence money last year to tackle waiting lists and elective care, and it has been by and large a success story. So let's build on that success story. And other initiatives, it has to be said also in terms of, was taken by the Health Minister within his department, has begun to see a change in terms of the waiting lists. They're nowhere near where they should be, but I do think that focus by the Executive, by the Health Minister, has seen improvement, and that's continued. It's from within the budget allocated, or if we get agreement in terms of what the budget will be. You can argue it's new money, you can argue it's existing health money. The main point that the public out there will be interested in is a tackling waiting list.
Thank you. Can I call Declan Kearney?
Yes, Frith Ceann Comhairle agus Gombuíochas leis an ara sochtan ráiteas go chur láthair. Minister, workers and their families in this society continue to be punished by the cost of living crisis. Do you agree with me that public sector workers should be prioritised in relation to pay settlements going forward?
Minister?
Yes, I think it's vitally important that at the start of the financial year, when ministers are sitting down with their accounting officers, that they set aside the budget required for pay uplifts for public sector workers at the start of the year. There was, and members will be aware of this, and particularly in this year we've seen it, where colleagues may have waited for in-year funding. I suspect in-year funding is going to be very, very limited over the next number of years, just given the trend and attitude of the Treasury and the British government on the weakening state of the economy in Britain. So I think it's only right and proper that at the start of the year, ministers sit down with their accounting officers and set aside the sums required for public sector pay awards.
Thank you, Minister. I call Jonathan Buckley.
Speaker, and I'm sure the thought of additional fiscal powers for this place has many of our constituents filled with a new year dread. Minister, there's much talk about efficiency in this statement, but how can we expect the ratepayers to believe a word that comes out of this department's mouth about financial management when continued audit office reports show chronic waste with no signs of getting better, such as hundreds of millions lost to fraud and fraud benefit in terms of benefit charges, major capital projects delayed with planning and chronic over-system. So can I ask the Minister, where specifically in this budget can the general public see line-by-line scrutiny to ensure that we are using public money in a way that is befitting, in particular at a time when the cost of living pressures continue to apply?
Minister.
Johnny, I think your constituents have more faith in you than you think. So I think, the public will engage in a discussion around the devolution of fiscal powers to this place, and they will have views on it. And I think the more powers this place has, the more responsibility it places on us as elected representatives to carry out those functions as well. But it's up to each minister to ensure that their budget is being spent effectively and efficiently. And each minister should have sat down with their accounting officer before submitting any bids to the budget, went through their budget line by line and assured themselves that it's been spent in an effective and efficient way. No minister or no party should be looking across the executive table at another ministerial colleague or another party saying, you need to make savings. Because when you're pointing one finger, four are pointing back at you. So let's all ministers do carry out that task and ensure that money's being spent effectively and efficiently.
Thank you. I call John Blair.
Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for the statement and say also that funding allocations for a just transition for agriculture in the draft budget are welcome, but it seems that proposals for 3 of the 4 years are a cut compared to the allocation for this year. So can I ask the Minister if he can commit to engaging with the Dairy Minister on this, recognising the need for support, especially in relation to ammonia levels reduction and water quality?
Minister.
I can assure the member I'm more than happy to engage with the Dairy Minister around these matters, as I'm committed to engaging with all ministers.
Call Sinead McLaughlin.
Minister, and the SDLP are clear that a multi-year budget is very welcome, but it must be aligned to a meaningful programme for government and indeed an investment strategy if we had one. So I'm concerned that this budget is not strategic. and because it's clearly not aligned to something that we haven't actually seen yet? And how will you demonstrate that this draft budget is fair and regionally balanced, both on allocations and spending, and indeed on capital funds as well?
The member, so as I said, people will have different views on these things and will have different priorities and points of view around whether a budget's right or wrong. But in fairness, the SDLP came out within an hour of the budget being published and said they disagreed with it. So it wasn't given any fair wind at all by the opposition in that regard. So hopefully now in the next number of weeks you will sit down with the information at hand and examine it closely and come forward with your proposals around this matter. In terms of regional balance, the member will see the continued commitment to McGee, and the member will have to acknowledge that the significant positive changes there has been in Derry over this last number of years as a direct result of executive departments focusing in on Derry and on the North West, ensuring that there is investment in it. And I think this budget allows that to continue.
Thank you, Minister. I call Cathy Mason.
I thank the Minister for his statement today. Would the Minister agree that delivering a multi-year budget for the first time in years is absolutely vital for providing certainty for public services and for allowing the community and voluntary sector to plan ahead, and that it is an opportunity that just shouldn't be missed?
Yeah, a multi-year budget is a good way to go at any time, and obviously we haven't been able to do multi-year budgets in about a decade because the way the Whitehall and Westminster brought forward their budgets. But now we have the opportunity to do a multi-year budget. The fact that we are dealing with such financial constraints from the British government and what can be best described as continued austerity, then a multi-year budget in these circumstances is more crucial in my opinion, because it does allow you to plan better over those number of years and bring in transformation and engagement and work with your workforce and others around how you're delivering your public services. It allows you to send out the signal to the economy as to how the investment is going to work over the next number of years, etc., etc. So even though things are extremely difficult and extremely challenging, a 3-year budget and 4-year capital budget is much better in these in constrained times than trying to do this year by year. Even like, if I have to look at it, next year is probably the worst year in terms of finances available. So simply to try and work our way through next year and then maybe we'll do a 2-year budget after that, I think would be a huge mistake, because we have to get through next year and allow our departments to know what's happening in the years after that to give them any chance of success.
Thank you, Minister. I call Brian Kingston.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the Minister will be aware that early learning and childcare is a priority in the programme for government. The Education Minister announced a budget of £55 million for early learning and childcare in the current financial year, 2025-26. At Annex C, the budget for next year, 26-27, is again £55 million. Is that a real terms cut? And how does that tally with the PFG commitment?
It's a reflection of the real pressures that the 26-27 budget face. And I'm proposing this amount be ring-fenced by the Executive. The Education Minister can, if he so wishes, add further funds to that if he believes that's a priority within his department. So I could only, and I think it's only right and proper that I ring-fence minimum amounts of money in the budget in alignment with the programme for government, and then if ministers wish to add that, they have the opportunity, if they so wish, to do so.
Thank you, Minister. I call Nick Matheson.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement. Given that we are facing, as you've outlined, unprecedented levels of pressure, not least in terms of capital budgets, with the £375 million estimated price tag for the Stroul Shared Education Campus, is it time to ask the question if that spend is still feasible, particularly as we have not seen a clear value for money case, and the independent review of education found that it could see no educational advantage afforded by the project?
I think it is still a worthy case, and I doubt if you would win that argument with the people of Omagh or their surrounding rural communities who are seeing significant investments going into their town and into our rural town west of the Ban. So I know there's different points of view in terms of shared education and different views around these matters, but I think that the Stroud campus is an excellent example of what can be delivered when the executive works together.
Thank you. Call Gilder now.
And thank the Minister for a statement and the answers to questions. And Minister, I want to acknowledge and welcome your comments earlier about the value that sport brings to our communities. Can the Minister outline the proposals for supporting our local sporting organisations with improved facilities?
The draft budget proposals include a commitment of just over £100 million for the Casement Park project. This includes an inflationary uplift on the original executive commitment, which dates back to 2011. As a member will know, the Irish Government has made a commitment to the project of €50 million. The GEA has made its contribution of €15 million, and I've made sure the British Government has lived up to its promise of making a financial contribution, providing a further €50 million. So I think that is the way forward in terms for Casement, and it gives a confirmation of how that can be funded. I've also proposed funding for for Windsor on the Ophelia statement as well moving forward, because as I'm on record many times as saying, despite not being any good at any sport, I think sport is a very good thing and we should be encouraging it within our society.
Thank you. Minister, I call Peter McReynolds.
Minister, you spoke of a challenging funding envelope on Sunday Politics yesterday. The draft budget has earmarked just over £1 billion for the A5, which is currently under appeal and has barely seen a road safety measure since the upgrade was first proposed. In asking colleagues for creative solutions, can you confirm if you've discussed with the Infrastructure Minister ways and means to improve road safety along this 53-mile stretch of road that doesn't require just over a quarter of the total capital budget for DFI?
The A5 has obviously been delayed for many, many years, and the latest court judgment has caused further delay to it. But it is still a project that is fit for purpose and worthy to move forward on the basis of road safety and opening up the West for further economic development and enhancement. The West was ignored for decades, if not centuries, and it's only right and proper that there's investment put into it. And now we can connect from Donegal to Dublin, Belfast, etc. Needs to move forward. So it is a significant amount of money that has been set aside for it. I hope there is no further delays on the court case rules in the favour of the project and it moves ahead. If there is delays, then the money can be quickly diverted into other projects and it won't be lost to public services.
Thank you. Minister, I call Linda Dillon.
Privilege Can Corlia. Thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, a multi-year budget is something that has been called for over many years by many in this chamber. The other thing that has been called for consistently by everyone in this chamber is the need for transformation, so for delivery, effective delivery of our public services. So can you give us some detail around the funding that is provided for transformation over the budget period, please?
Yes, we secured, the party secured £235 million for transformation as part of the restoration package. And this is a very welcome investment, but on its own it will not be enough, and we have to continue the journey of transformation. So we already have invested a significant amount of that, and further announcements will be made in due course around that. I am proposing to set aside around £130 million or so further for transformation over the budgetary period, because I do believe that the transformation journey needs to be funded to continue to move it forward.
Thank you. I call Michelle Guy. Michelle, are you down for a question? No?
I am, did you?
Okay, so go ahead.
Thank
Sorry.
you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I appreciate that. I want to thank the Minister for his statement. A multi-year budget undoubtedly represents an opportunity that we all welcome. As Finance Minister, though, you will undoubtedly play a significant role in leading transformation of public services. What engagement have you had with the Education Minister around transformation of this sector, particularly structural reform, in order to make our services more affordable?
Thank you, Michelle. Minister.
I've had engagement with the Education Minister several weeks before Christmas in relation to his budgetary pressures. I have no doubt, and we've had a number of engagements at the Executive in regards to these matters, and I have no doubt that we will have further engagement in the weeks ahead, and transformation will be high on my agenda, as I'm sure it will be on his as well.
Thank you. Minister, I call Mark Durkin.
Other members have extolled the virtues and value of a multi-year budget, and I don't dispute any of what's been said in that regard. But how does the Minister envisage the mechanics or dynamic of monitoring rounds in that scenario? Will departments be able to, or be more likely to, hold what they have? And could there be a detrimental impact, therefore, on departments such as DFI, for example, that have been traditionally so reliant on monitoring rounds for in-year top-ups?
Minister.
Monitoring rounds will continue to form part of the multi-year budget process. They're a useful tool in redistributing monies that can't be spent within the criteria or time frame which have been set out. Will be setting forward proposals to my executive or as part of the draft budget, and in this regard, I think in terms of capital. I think there is an incentive to be had in terms of departments being allowed to retain up to £20 million of capital for assets that they can sell off. There is quite considerable amount of land and properties under the ownership of both departments and arm's length bodies that aren't being fully utilised and used, and I am disappointed at the pace at which those properties are being disposed of. I think if we encourage departments saying, well, if you can remove those properties from your portfolio, we'll allow you to keep up the first £20 million off that. In terms of revenue raising as well, where departments are able to raise revenue in a fair and equitable manner, that they be allowed to keep that revenue up to a certain level as well. I think that level is up to £20 million as well, though I'll confirm that level with the member. So there is a number of incentives for departments to be innovative around raising funds for themselves, but there will also be a continued need for monitoring rounds.
Thank you. Minister, I call Connie Egan.
Minister, will you support the Justice Minister in intensifying engagement with the UK Government around meeting legacy costs, which will otherwise be unaffordable within this budget allocation?
Yes, I think there is a case to be had there in terms of the costs, and we're already engaged with the British Government around a number of areas where they have imposed costs upon the Executive, which are having quite a significant impact on the Executive's budget, so I'm more than happy to work with the Justice Minister in that regard.
Thank you. Minister, I call Timothy Garson.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, given that your draft budget earmarks over £100 million for the Casement Park project, a sum equivalent to around 2,400 Band 5 nurses for a year, can the Minister explain to my constituents who have been waiting years for an operation or an offer of a house why that level of certainty is being guaranteed to a single stadium project? Our hospitals are understaffed, our schools are crumbling, and there's many of our towns across Northern Ireland where we can't build because of infrastructure needs. This Sinn Féin Minister has shown once again that he would rather prioritise Casement Park over frontline services.
I didn't hear a question there, but if you...
Well, I'll explain firstly to you, okay? Capital cannot be used to fund wages, so capital could not be used to fund nurses. So that's just... And in terms of, if you speak to any health expert, they will tell you that the objective is to keep people out of hospital, to keep people out of GP services, out of mental health services, out of the health service altogether. That's the cheapest way to run the health service. And one of the best ways to look after people's health and mental health well-being is through sport. Both those who play the sport, those who are involved in the organisation of the sport, those who go to watch the sport, and the communities around them. So not only do I see my investment or proposed investment in Casement, I know you didn't mention Windsor Park, and I note you didn't mention the rugby grounds either. So perhaps you're not objecting to those games, but for some reason, and I think we all know, you're objecting to Casement. But investment in sport is a good thing for all the reasons I've outlined.
Thank you, Minister. I call Jerry Carroll.
And on tackling health wait lists on Lough Neagh is generally welcome. However, the devil will be in the detail. Will this money be going to private companies, including some who have polluted Lough Neagh or some who are financially benefiting from the health crisis? And the statement mentions, I quote, a relentless focus on driving efficiencies. That doesn't sound fair and progressive to me. It sounds more like Keir Starmer speak.
Well, Jerry, I'm sure, and I've no doubt on this, the good people of West Belfast, like the good people of Aberbarn, want to see their taxes being spent effectively and efficiently. There's no doubt in my mind about that, no matter what your views are on economics, whether you're a socialist, a conservative, whatever you are, they want to see their money being spent effectively and efficiently and delivering the best change possible for their society. So the use of that's the basis on which that terminology is used. In terms of where the money will go to, that'll be decisions for the ministers involved. But if we can achieve a 3-year budget, it allows us to maintain and sustain, particularly our health service, and keep it away from the private sector, which by and large we've been very successful here in doing, it has to be said. But allowing us to plan over that 3-year basis, I think, will further ensure that our health service is kept in public hands.
Thank you. Colonel McAllister.
Speaker, Minister, in reference to my colleague's question around tackling the cost of division, you made comments that some people are selective when it comes to tackling the cost of division. Alliance have always been consistent when it comes to actually dealing with this issue, and in a budget where every penny counts, we are talking about hundreds of millions of pounds. Can I ask the Minister what you have done during your tenure and what steps you have taken to actually assess or deal with the issue of the cost of division and duplication and work with any other department within the Executive?
I was making a general comment, and I think it's fair, and there's been a recent debate in this chamber in relation to the cost of division report. And I think it's fair to say that there were different views and opinions on what the cost of division report's findings were, or what the emphasis or the most important findings of the report were. So it's a general comment. It's not a slight at your party or anyone else in the chamber. But I think it is unfair to say that the cost of division report says you are losing hundreds of millions of pounds because of division, and if you sorted that out, then you will have a further hundreds of millions of pounds. That's a view, but that doesn't set aside that we have to tackle cost of division. My department doesn't deliver frontline public services directly. My department is responsible for the management and allocation of budgets, the management of the overall civil service, and amenities for a few other matters in relation to civil law, etc. But I think the best way to tackle division in our society is to make politics work, and I would like to think I played my part in making politics work.
Thank you. I call Donny Donnelly.
Speaker, I certainly welcome the investment in the health service here, 495 million allocated to reducing our scandalous waiting lists, which is a programme for government commitment, and also the funding to the Mother and Children's Hospital at the Royal Hospital site. Would the Minister agree with me that significant overspends in the Department of Health and Department of Education have contributed to the difficult position the Executive finds itself in? And given that a way forward appears to be negotiated with the Health Minister, what is the status of the discussions with the Education Minister?
Minister.
As I said to, I think it was Mr. O'Toole at the start of the debate, the overspend is first and foremost in our minds in terms of planning forward in terms of the multi-year budget. There's a responsibility on all ministers to drive down their costs, particularly those who are facing significant overspends at this period in time, but there's also a responsibility in the Executive to work with them and support them in that regard, and we have taken a number of measures within which to do that. The Executive collectively will decide how we will deal with whatever overspend we end up with at the end of this year, and it will have to be factored into the final budget.
Thank you. Last question to Peter Martin.
Much, and thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, in your answer to the member for South Belfast, you mentioned your desire for further devolved tax powers, including income tax. When I asked you about this before, and I'll quote you directly, you said, first of all, we have to get it devolved, and then at that moment in time, the Executive would collectively have to consider our economic position. Surely, Minister, is it not for you as Finance Minister to make the business case, as it will, for the further devolution of tax powers, and what would you do with those powers? For example, could you now rule out any income tax rises?
Minister.
My colleague will be aware that it took several years for the Scottish and the Welsh to agree their fiscal package with the Treasury. So it would be irresponsible of me to prepare a business case at this stage in advance of concluding the negotiations in relation to what we would do with the taxpayers when they arrive. And some of the institutions haven't even used the full suite of powers that they have. I think the first objective is to get the powers devolved, and then the executive collectively sit down and discuss how best to use them in the framework within which they are operating at that time.
Thank you. That concludes statements to the Minister for Minister for Finance. Members take your ease. Thank you.
Okay, John. Minister, ready to go? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the Speaker has received notice from the Minister for Justice that she wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members that they must be concise in asking their questions. This is not an opportunity for debate, and long introductions will not be allowed. Minister, over to you.
Speaker, I wish to make a statement on the Criminal Bar Association service withdrawal. It is a profound disappointment that I make this statement, and it is not a statement I anticipated making in the week legal aid fees were increased by 16%, in the week when an additional £6.15 million is being paid into bank accounts, and in the week when barristers are receiving £1.8 million of those funds. I know many members in this chamber will be equally perplexed. The decision of the CBA to effectively hold victims of crime and the wider justice system to ransom in order to leverage further significant fee increases is at odds with reality. Is at odds with the reality of what has taken place since my return to office, with the reality of what has been achieved, with the reality of what the CBA have themselves agreed, and it is very much at odds with the reality of the trauma and suffering of the victims and witnesses who are being impacted by this unreasonable and unwarranted withdrawal of service. The suffering of victims of crime should never be used as leverage. Trauma should never be a bargaining chip. However, that feels very much like the current situation. In recent days, I've heard the phrases beleaguered profession and last resort, but based on current demand, the recent uplift will amount to an annual increase of £11.5 million in legal aid fees. That is no small increase, and I am sure the majority of the working public and those who work in the public sector would agree. It is no small increase in the context of the financial pressures facing the Department and the Executive. My own budget is over £220 million worth off today than had it been merely kept pace with inflation. And all of us here know those pressures are only going to increase in coming years, not least next year. Nor is it a small increase in the context of an existing £42 spend per capita on criminal legal aid, double the per capita spend of £21 in neighbouring jurisdictions like Scotland, England and Wales. The CBA has failed to recognise that reality, and we are now entering yet another year in which victims and witnesses are suffering unavoidable and indefinite delay. It is 14 months since the CBA action began. The scope of action has changed during that time, but it has done serious damage throughout the system and to the victims, witnesses and defendants, your constituents and mine, that the system is supposed to serve. I want to take this opportunity to commend and thank the PPS Victim and Witness Support Unit, the Commissioner for Victims of Crime, Victim Support, Assist NI, Nexus, Women's Aid and all the other voluntary sector organisations who are actively supporting those affected by the service withdrawal for their work. Notwithstanding my desire to see an immediate return to full service, I would also take this opportunity to call on the CBA to take cognizance of their professional duties and agree a derogation in the service withdrawal for cases where there is acute distress, risk of harm or other serious impact on individual victims. That may be a vain hope in the context of previous refusals to allow derogations, but while I respect the right to withdraw services, I believe there is also a duty on us all to protect the most vulnerable and take ethical and sympathetic approaches. That is why most other public service providers withdraw services for days rather than indefinitely. Unlike the CBA, they seek to mitigate the impact on those the system is there to serve. This would not undermine their position, but shows a level of compassion for the vulnerable individuals whose own right of access to justice is being most severely compromised. We're of course considering what other steps we might be able to take to help support the victims and witnesses who are and will remain my priority. I have invited representatives of those support organisations and PPSNI to meet with me to discuss options. The unfortunate reality is the damage caused by the withdrawal will only increase with the escalated action that commenced last Monday, and more cases are arising each day, and so the risks are mounting. There have been many calls in recent weeks for discussion and engagement to find a way to end this damaging withdrawal, and I want to offer reassurance that I have committed significant resources to resolution since the CBA commenced their action in November 2024. I've taken many steps to address the purported concerns of the CBA, and I remain engaged and continue to strive to find a resolution. Throughout the CBA action and before, we have been engaged, proactive, constructive and responsive. We have listened and we have made commitments, and as the 16% uplift shows, we have delivered on those commitments. We have done so in the context of ever-changing personnel leading discussions for the CBA, ever-changing and often unclear demands, inconsistent messaging and reluctance, delay and procrastination in the provision of the evidence that is absolutely necessary to approve the use of public funds. That is in contrast to the Law Society and the Solicitors Criminal Bar, who have worked with us to ensure that real progress has been achieved for their members and who remain committed to continue to do so. Fair proportionate remuneration is critical to the high-quality advice and representation. I've always been clear in my commitment to ensure that that is what legal professionals receive. It is one of the main drivers of the reform programme that was already in train when the CBA first commenced action in November 2024. Key milestones for reform were set out in the programme delivery plan, shared even as the CBA escalated action last January. As you'll be aware, the conditions initially placed by the CBA on a full return to service were publication of the Fundamental Review of Criminal Legal Aid, implementation of the recommended uplift, and the reform programme being progressed. Yet when I took the steps to deliver all three asks, the CBA continued with their withdrawal of service. The original recommendation for the 16% uplift extended only to criminal legal aid, but I approved the increase for the entirety of the legal aid framework. I went further still, and much further than Judge Burgess recommended, and backdated the uplifts to the 1st of December 24. That was an unprecedented step. Uplifts have never been retrospective, but I considered it justified and reasonable to apply the increase from the point at which I accepted the recommendations. Notwithstanding the very damaging effects of the withdrawal, I extended the backdated uplift to all members of the bar as well as solicitors. I did not want practitioners who were continuing to deliver services to suffer negative consequences because of the CBA action. That was not an insignificant step, but again, the CBA continued with withdrawal of service. By January, the ask had changed and the service withdrawal was being linked to full implementation of the Fundamental Review, an immediate uplift in fees and abandonment of my proposed approach to cases left on the books. Again, I responded as I could. I began the necessary governance and legislative steps to implement the 16% uplift, delayed publication of the programme delivery plan to allow representations to be considered, and then reprioritised the plan to postpone the proposed review of cases left on the books. The professions were clear at that point. They wanted the working group established quickly and His Honour Judge Burgess to be appointed to lead that work. I made that appointment and the working group has been meeting. But again, the CBA did not return to full service. By April, we were told it was development of the proposed refresher fee pilot that would secure full return to service. So we developed proposals which included fees of over 100% higher than those recommended by Judge Burgess in his 24th of August report, and 20% higher than the CBA had requested in April 2025. But again, the CBA did not return to full service. The obstruction was that CBA members wanted to claim the proposed refresher fee for a full day in court, while also claiming fees for work undertaken in other courts during the same period of court time. In an effort to ensure the efficiency of the justice system, we adjusted the time period to which the full day refresher fee applied. But still, that appears not to have been enough to end the withdrawal of service. As I have said already, I am very keen to end this impasse. I have also said many times, service withdrawal means delay, and additional delay means the defendants, whether guilty or innocent, must wait longer for their case to be resolved. Delay means greater risk of witness attrition and of people withdrawing cooperation. It means greater risk of victims not receiving justice and a greater risk of justice coming too late. It means greater risk of harm to the public, risk that the innocent remain in custody longer than necessary, and that the guilty go free. And so I really do want to do all I can to ensure cases proceed and the justice system operates as it's supposed to. However, there are things I simply cannot do. I cannot sanction payments from public funds for the same or overlapping periods of court time. I have a duty to uphold the principles of managing public resources and to ensure value for money is being achieved. If we're paying for a period of someone's time from public funds, we cannot also pay them for other work undertaken at the same time. No one can effectively deliver two services at once. That goes to the heart of good governance. It goes to the heart of ensuring that those to whom legal aid is there to support, the actual recipients of legal aid, receive a quality service. Legal aid is provided so that those who cannot afford advice and representation get access to justice, and they deserve the same quality of service as any other client. I also cannot make a case for fee changes in the absence of evidence. Affordability is an issue for the Department and, were it not, you would rightly hold me and my officials to account. But it is not the primary issue in discussion with the CBA. The challenge also, quite rightly, is value for money and providing value with robust evidence. I can't depart from that principle. I cannot sanction spend from public monies on the basis of someone's word, however much we might value their professional prowess. The Solicitors Criminal Bar Association is being asked in the same working group to meet the same evidential requirements, and they are delivering. They are doing so while continuing to deliver services to their clients, and arguably a higher number of solicitors are affected by the current Crown Court fee structure than barristers, and yet they remain in work. The committed and engaged approach of the Law Society and SCBA is delivering tangible results and proving our commitment to act where evidence justifies it. It has allowed us, for example, to introduce additional changes to PACE and parole fees and to develop a PACE pilot that we aim to commence in March this year. His Honour Judge Burgess was clear. The available evidence allowed him to make a recommendation for a 16% uplift. I accepted and implemented that uplift. The Bar is now saying that 16% is not enough, that a further uplift that they are describing as interim is required. However, Judge Burgess was also clear that further changes to fees beyond that 16% would require further evidence, and the working group was set up to that end. That is the appropriate forum to take this work forward, not a picket line at the door of the Bar Library, not a war of attrition where the most vulnerable of our citizens are used as weapons. Any further changes which I am committed to making where they are required must be based on the reality of the current landscape. The statement by the CBA that fees have not increased since 2005 does not reflect the reality of the current landscape. The recent 16% uplift was actually applied to the Crown Court legal fee framework that was agreed by the CBA through mediation in 2016. That mediated agreement reduced proposed significant cuts to fees, which, as in England and Wales at the same time, were proposed in the interests of efficiency, value for money and sustainability. The picture has also not been static since then. We're not comparing like for like. Practice has changed, and indeed the total legal aid expenditure on barrister costs for work in the Crown Court has increased by 76% since 2019-20. Our current fee regime means that some members of the Bar are very well paid. The Chair of the Bar has acknowledged that. I also agree with his assessment that some more junior members of the Bar are probably struggling. But it is convenient and overly simplistic to suggest that is because of fee levels. Fee levels are immaterial if you don't have the opportunity to earn, and regrettably that is very much the experience of some. Between April 2022 and September 2025, 74% of legal aid expenditure on counsel in the Crown Court went to just 22% of criminal defence counsel. In fact, one barrister received £3.89 million, as much as the total received by 53% of their colleagues put together. So the real question when it comes to junior members of the Bar is not how much we are paying for work, but how that work and the associated funds are being distributed to ensure a thriving, experienced and sustainable profession. I'm committed to doing what I can to address that. Indeed, that goal is one of the key drivers behind the refresher fee pilot. It aims to promote career development by freeing up work and changing the profile of barristers working in the various court tiers for the benefit of junior and, in particular, female criminal defence barristers. Of course, that strategy will not work if multiple fees can be claimed for the same period of court time by the same individuals. I also cannot address that imbalance alone. The profession must also take steps to promote career development and ensure the system does not perpetuate delay because it is dependent on just a few individuals working on a disproportionately large number of cases. It is not yet clear to me if the Bar is taking steps to improve viability and a fair distribution of cases and related funds, but I do hope that they will follow the example and leadership of their colleagues in the Law Society and take some action to support career development and equality of opportunity. I also hope they will reflect on my request and reconsider this very damaging service withdrawal. I would encourage them to reflect on the very real progress that has and can be made and acknowledge how responsive I and my department have been. I met with the members of the profession on the 5th of November and was heartened by what was a constructive engagement, where that progress was acknowledged and it was agreed that intensive engagement on the refresher fee pilot would take place over the remainder of that month. It was also agreed that I would meet with the members quarterly to improve communications, which I was also happy to do. Instead, the CBA committee resigned en masse and new leadership was elected. The latest CBA requirements for full return to service were then presented to us late on the 26th of November, and my officials met with the CBA just 2 days later to discuss them. An amended list of demands was presented just days prior to a further meeting with officials on the 8th of December, at which time a roadmap was agreed by all working group members to take all of the outstanding issues forward, including those raised by the CBA. However, within a few days more, the CBA took the decision to escalate their action and withdraw completely from the Crown Court, despite having agreed a way forward and in the knowledge that the uplift in backdated payments were due to reach bank accounts in early January. That is hard to reconcile, Mr Deputy Speaker. My hope remains that the CBA members will return to full service and join us, the CBA and others, SCBA and others in the working group to progress change. The working group and the roadmap provide a real opportunity for collaborative delivery of a sustainable, viable system. I hope the CBA and others with influence over them will see that. Last week, I took the unprecedented step of writing to all 219 barristers who were in receipt of Crown Court legal aid payments in the last 12 months, setting out clearly what has been achieved already through the working group and my willingness to work with the profession to bring this impasse to an end. I want to place on record that I am pleased the CBA has provided slightly more clarity on their current ask in their response to that letter. I remain as ever committed to constructive engagement and am due to meet the current Chair and Vice Chair of the CBA this week. I hope they are equally open to progress. Victims, witnesses and defendants deserve so much more, and we cannot deliver the service they and wider society deserve if the system is continually brought to a halt. I previously stated that this cycle simply cannot continue in the longer term, and I know, as you will, that alternative models for delivery of services provided by the criminal bar will have to be progressed at pace if the withdrawal does not conclude swiftly. As I have also said before, that is not a step that I want to take, nor that I would take lightly, but it is difficult at this juncture to see another way forward. I commend this statement to the House.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Patsy McClone. Patsy.
Minister, I'm glad to see that you're meeting with the Chair, or it's scheduled that you meet with the Chair and Vice Chair of the CBA in upcoming days. It's important for conciliation and people to meet to resolve this issue. However, Minister, can you confirm if the Bar of Northern Ireland wrote to the Department in advance of the strike, inviting the Department to meet urgently on a number of dates in an attempt to avert action? And can you confirm that the Department did not reply to that correspondence?
By the time the correspondence in question was received by the Department, the opportunity to stave off the arrangement that was proposed had passed, namely because we had a roadmap agreed on the 8th of December. Everyone signed off on that, including the CBA and the Bar Council. And that was agreed as the way to take forward those discussions. There has been talk by the CBA and indeed the Bar Council about mediation and a mediated approach. However, mediation will not get over the main hurdle, and that is the lack of evidence to substantiate the demands that they have made. And I took advice, I have to say, from Judge Burgess around the opportunity to seek mediation. And it is his view that as soon as we entered mediation, we would hit the same roadblock, because it is not for want of effort that he has not been able to get resolution to this issue. It is for want of evidence to substantiate the claims that are being made.
Paul.
As Justice Chairperson, can I just say my heart goes out to all victims who are caught up in this strike action, including some constituents of mine in North Antrim. The 16% uplift, Minister, in fees was only beginning to be paid this month. How much does the Minister believe that the prolonged delay has contributed to this new strike action? And can the Minister confirm that Judge Burgess described that 16% uplift as being an interim position only? And can she further confirm whether the Bar has supplied submissions and proposals to the Department, including independent economic appraisals, to move on the negotiations?
Well, I think there are a number of questions in that. First of all, it was delayed because we have to go through a due diligence process. It was with committee, it had to be agreed by the Department of Finance, and a business case had to be prepared. And one of the reasons, did it contribute to this strike action? Well, I don't believe so, because when I met with the CBA, then Vice Chair and Chair, and the Bar Council, I was able to reassure them about the time frame for delivery. And it was after that, almost a month after that, when the new regime had taken over, that they decided to proceed with this action, despite previously being advised not to go down that route by the Bar Council itself. So I don't think it contributed to this, no. But of course, I don't welcome any delay. But it is the reality that we have to provide robust evidence to the Department of Finance. With respect to the evidence that has been provided in the independent report, I mean, first of all, there are differences between our analysis and the independent report analysis. So although that has been provided, I would dispute some of the content of that report. But what we have asked for them to do, so one of the things they've given us are 15, I think it's around 15 dip samples of how people's earnings and fees have operated. That is not a cross-section that is statistically significant, nor is it a basis on which we can make decisions. But we've encouraged them, and Judge Burgess actually reached the conclusion that we couldn't do it on that basis. We've encouraged people to come forward with further evidence, and indeed we've developed an evidence-gathering template that will allow us to bring this stuff forward in a more coherent way. You did have another question, and I can't quite recall what it is, but yes, about the interim. Yes, it was referred to as an interim uplift, and that has now happened. The truth is that 16%, though we've gone beyond that, as I've said, we've also looked at pace, we've also looked at other things. Those were the things which Judge Burgess was talking about. And as I said in my statement, I am not averse to further uplifts around the criminal bar fees. They have to be evidenced. So if I don't have sufficient evidence to be able to ground a business case in reality, then I'm unable to do so. And I also have to say that claims last week that there should be 100% uplift on fees is just detached from the real world and the financial situation that we are all facing, but also detached from what people are currently paid for doing the same job in other neighbouring jurisdictions.
Thank you very much. I give Paul for a bit of leeway there because he's the chair of the committee. Colin, Emma, Sharon, Emma.
And I thank the Minister for her answers thus far. And Minister, I suppose there is maybe a wee bit of a misconception in the public around what the average salary or wage of a barrister is, and I know that there is a disparity within the profession, particularly with an inability often for working class communities and minority communities particularly, or women, to excel. What can the department do to ensure that people from those underrepresented sections of society can enter this profession and progress within it adequately?
Well, the regulation of the professions is not something that is the responsibility of the Department of Justice. It rests with the Department of Finance. However, where fee structures and legal aid structures can play a role in assisting people, then we want to use the leverage to do that. So, for example, I mean, you used the word excel. Actually, lots of working class people do excel at the bar. Lots of women do excel at the bar. The problem is that they often can't actually access cases when they get to that level of qualification. Because, as I pointed out, around 75% of the fees go to about 22% of the barristers. So that hoarding of cases means that there are young people who get shut out of the profession and don't get the opportunity to actually ever practice their craft. That has both an issue for them, which I'm very sympathetic to, but it also has an issue, I have to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, for the sustainability of the profession. Because as people reach a certain age and age out of the profession, unless young people have had adequate experience, they will not be able to take over those more complex cases. Part of the issue with the refresher fee pilot, and also with this issue of charging twice for the same period of time is to ensure that where a barrister is meant to be in a court, for example in the High Court, they're not also nipping into the Magistrates' Court doing other work. That would allow that Magistrates' Court work then to pass on to younger barristers who would be able to cut their teeth and gain experience. And I think that that's a sensible solution to a problem that we've had. The hoarding of cases, I have to say, also impacts the number of adjournments that we see in serious cases in Northern Ireland. 14 adjournments in the average criminal law case in Northern Ireland, compared to 7 in England and Wales. Now, there's got to be something we can do to change that, and I believe the refresher fee pilot, along with the other changes that we recommended in the plan that we had, are there to do that. I'm willing to look at fees again, but I don't think fees are the reason that some young barristers are not able to actually survive as barristers.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your statement. Can you please further outline the budgetary context in which demands for the legal aid fee uplifts are being made? Thank you.
Well, I think you've all just had a session with the Finance Minister, who has set out in fairly stark terms the budgetary situation which we face. The Department of Justice has, over the period since devolution, but particularly in the last 10 years, since the removal of the ring fencing around the Department of Justice's budget, has suffered significant reductions in comparison to other departments. When you look at the fact that our budget is mainly demand-led and therefore we can't control the different pressures that arrive at our door, and also the constrained finances that we have, we do face a fairly bleak picture in the next 12 months. Despite the pressures we have been under, however, for the first time last year, we actually set aside the full requirement for legal aid at the start of the year. That's the first time we have been able to do that in the time that I've been in office, and indeed before. I think it's since devolution. So we were able to set aside what we anticipated legal aid would cost, as opposed to what has happened in previous years, where we set aside a portion for legal aid and then we tried to uplift it gradually as we went through the various cycles of review within departments and their finances on the quarterly reviews. So from my perspective, I think we have done that. We have driven down, for example, the length of time that it takes to pay the profession, which has always and also been an issue of contention. We have managed to get that resolved. So I think in the context that we're in, with all of the pressures that we face, a 16% uplift, speedier payment, plus the other changes that we are proposing, and my willingness to look where there is real justification at other fees being uplifted, I think is as far as anyone rationally could expect me to go in this context.
Colin Doagh, Beattie. Doug.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first of all apologise to the Speaker's office for missing my oral question number 13 to the Finance Minister. I was further waylaid. Listening to the Minister's statement, I think she outlines the problem very, very well, and I think it's right that we all look at this and concentrate on the victims. The victims really are the ones who are going to be suffering here, and we need to do everything we possibly can do to fix this issue so that we can help victims. So can I ask the Minister, or can the Minister confirm, did the Lady Chief Justice offer to mediate in this particular dispute, and did the Minister decline that mediation?
No, the LCJ did not offer to mediate personally, and I'm sure she would want me to stress that she would not get involved in this dispute, nor would she wish to. She did write both to the CBA and the Bar Council and to the Department suggesting that mediation may be a way forward. And we declined that offer because, unlike in 2016 when there was mediation, there is actually a roadmap and a structure within which we can negotiate these issues. So to me it would have been an enormous slight on His Honour Judge Burgess to say that we needed a further set of mediations when we already have a mediation process in place through Judge Burgess's auspices in the working group. It would also, I think, be unfair on those members, for example, of the Law Society and the Solicitors' Criminal Bar, and indeed other barristers, for me to go off into a huddle with the Criminal Bar Association, looking only at their issues to the exclusion of everyone else, when they are the people who have been withdrawing service, whilst others have been continuing to do their everyday job and to make that investment in victims and witnesses. So I don't think that would be appropriate. And from my perspective, there is a tendency for people to assume that this is a dispute about pay, in the same way that an employed person may be in dispute with their employer. But I am not the employer. of anyone in the bar. And my role is to provide adequate remuneration in order that people who cannot afford to access justice are able to obtain the advocacy that they need to be able to either have their case heard, defended or prosecuted in the courts. And so my focus is on the use of public funds and whether or not that is value for money, and I can't ignore the value for money element. So whilst the issue of mediation would seem like a solution, I would ask the question, given that the Bar and the CBA in particular asked Judge Burgess to chair the working group, do we just continue with different modes of engagement until they find somebody who's willing to chair it, who's going to agree with everything they ask for?
Thank you, Minister. I call on Danny Baker. Danny.
And I thank the Minister for her statement. Can I ask for the Minister's assessment of a recent 25% increase in the rate that government departments, including the Justice Department, pay counsel that it instructs, and whether this provides evidence of what an appropriate increase for public funded work may look like?
Well, no, it doesn't, and I'll tell you the reason why. Because people who actually do the call-off contracts for government, and indeed people who work for PPS, get paid significantly less than, for example, defence barristers in the same case. So if you actually look at what somebody gets paid via legal aid to defend a case in court versus what somebody gets paid by the PPS to prosecute that case, there is a significant discrepancy. Now, that discrepancy shouldn't exist, but there's no way I can justify funding that discrepancy from the Justice Department's budget. So even with the increase for council fees for government departments and indeed if it extends in due course to PPS, those who are acting on their behalf will still be paid significantly lower rates than those who are acting through the legal aid system, and that's not sustainable. An example that we looked at in the department where there was a case, a criminal prosecution, the defence earned 10 times what the prosecuting barrister earned. Same overheads, same case complexity. All things being equal, those claiming through legal aid for the defence were earning a metric of about 10 times as much. Now, that is not sustainable, and therefore there is a difference between the fees. But what I would say is this: the fact that when we look for barristers to work on call-off contracts for the public sector and indeed for PPS, there is no shortage of people willing to come forward and do that work, shows that the remuneration is healthy.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I thank the Minister for her statement and her answers so far. And I think we all share in the huge disappointment of this withdrawal of services by the Criminal Bar Association and the impact that's having on people who cannot otherwise afford legal representation. Further to her last answer regarding what will happen if this withdrawal of services continues long term, what options are being considered as alternative models for delivery of services if this withdrawal of services does not conclude swiftly?
Minister.
Well, I have already instructed my officials to look at options for the delivery of advocacy for those who are in receipt of legal aid in order to ensure that they are still able to access justice, which is my duty. My duty is not to barristers or solicitors, albeit that as part of a healthy justice system, I have a responsibility to ensure that it functions well, and that includes working closely with the professions. My primary duty is to those in receipt of legal aid. I don't want to preempt what may happen at this stage by speculating on options available, but all options are on the table and we will have to consider them. What we cannot have is this cycle of stop-go. Any more than it works in politics, it will not work in the justice system. It causes significant damage. It comes at significant cost. There is a financial cost to this stop-go within the bar and to the impact on the system. There is an emotional cost to those who are caught up with that. But that emotional cost also has a financial cost attached, because people will need more support from the different organisations that are there to support them through the justice system, and that will require more intensive investment. That's something that I'm meeting with those support organisations about later this week, to see is there more that we can do to try and ensure that we don't have victim and witness attrition as part of this overall process, where people simply walk away from cases and allow them allow them to go to the wayside. So there is a cost, a financial cost to this, and there is no budget line for recovery in my budget. So with the delays that are being accumulated at this point will be delays that we carry into the future and will do huge damage to the justice system. So I am willing to look at all options, but my preference is to see the criminal bar back at full service delivery. I believe that the differences between us can be resolved. In fact, the previous chair agreed with my analysis that that could happen in the course of the month of November, and I would encourage them to get back to that point. A month would resolve their problems, and there's no reason why they can't, just as the Solicitors' Criminal Bar do, work while they navigate these issues.
I thank the Minister for her statement and agree with colleagues across the House that the impact this will have on victims and witnesses is extremely concerning. But could I ask the Minister to expand and explain to this House the types of cases that are being held to ransom by the CBA's withdrawal of services?
Well, there are a number of cases, quite serious cases, that we're aware of. Some will be more high profile than others, but the kinds of cases range from rape, serious domestic violence, serious sexual assault, cases including child victims and witnesses, and all of those are currently being held up and impeded by the action. It will probably not be fully clear for some time in terms of the impact on delay that we had already been working hard with justice system partners to address. But last week alone, 10 trials, 57 arraignments and 22 plea and sentencing hearings were directly affected. The full withdrawal list last January meant 164 trials were aborted, 328 sentencing hearings were aborted, which could have concluded cases from a victim's perspective. 536 victims were stood down or informed that their case was not being heard, and 2,811 witnesses stood down. By the end of January, the impact of the current withdrawal will be in the region of half of those numbers. But it puts in perspective the significant impact that this will have on victims and on witnesses and on the justice system in general. There is nothing to stop the CBA returning to full service, continuing to engage in the working group with Judge Burgess and with my department, and to re-engage on that basis so that we can solve these issues in a manner that does no damage to the justice system or no damage to the ethical integrity of the profession, but focuses on ensuring public service delivery whilst ensuring that people are properly remunerated for the work that they do.
Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for her statement, and I very much hope that all goes well in meeting with the Chair and Vice Chair of the Criminal Bar Association and bringing forward the roadmap and the evidence gathering. Just I'd like to ask the Minister, in the announcement back in December 24, the Enabling Access to Justice Reform Programme, at the time you described it as a very ambitious programme of reform aimed at ensuring that publicly funded legal and support services are effectively meeting the needs of citizens. So can I ask the Minister, is the Department on track with the delivery of the plan in association with that programme?
No, we are not on track because we have had, as you know, as a member of the committee, we have had to reprofile the delivery of that programme. First of all, because of the intensive engagement we have had around fee structures, and that's one element of it. And the second is because, as I mentioned earlier, how we were going to deal with cases left on the books was a matter of contention for the CBA. And so whilst I don't believe it is a significant amount of money in terms of the overall income through legal aid, I believe that it was better to put that to the end of the programme rather than where it was, which was near the start of the programme. We've also had to consider reform of the taxing system because that has become a more acute challenge for the department and for our finances in terms of transparency and accountability. And it is transparency and accountability that is at the heart of everything we are trying to achieve. This is public money. It has to be accounted for in a way that is meaningful. I know people may have a sense of what they are worth, But I have to account for that in a more substantive way than people simply pulling numbers out of the air. I need to understand what the hourly rate is, how that's being applied in different cases, how many hours are being worked on those cases, so that we can have a better and transparent understanding of why people are being paid those particular fees. And so it has delayed implementation of the rest of the roadmap. Where we have had opportunity to accelerate some of those elements, we have also done that, and we've taken that opportunity. So, for example, the PACE issues and the parole pilot are two areas that we've been able to bring forward more quickly. There were also issues around travel costs, particularly for rural solicitors, where there were issues that they had identified when I met with them directly. We went away, we found a solution to that, and we've implemented that too. So are we keeping pace with where we'd hoped to be when we initially introduced the plan? No. Are we keeping the committee informed of how we've had to review that plan and why? Absolutely we are. And we are still committed to the overall direction. This wasn't a plan, again, that I plucked out of the air. This was a plan that Tom Burgess recommended, first and foremost. It was as part of it, but there were other studies that were done at the same time by the department and by others. It was a collation of that, and it was consulted upon extensively. So, I mean, we've got to go with the evidence that we have and move in the right direction. And I believe in the long term, this will secure the sustainability and viability of the profession and of the courts. I simply feel that at the moment we're not getting the reciprocation in terms of effort to actually deliver on that.
I do think, I suppose the action by the criminal bar, they have a right to take strike action as any other sector does, as you highlighted. That said, though, we want to try and avoid this action, and I was concerned then, Minister, that you'd said that you rejected the call by the Lady Chief Justice of the suggestion not to look at mediation. I do believe that there are concerns, particularly for junior barristers, that they aren't getting into the criminal work because the rate of pay isn't of a standard that they may get in other areas. So I do think that it is a concern, and particularly for female junior barristers. So in that case, it's been 2 months since the Lady Chief Justice made that suggestion, and we're still no further on. So the proposal of the working group is obviously not working, and I would ask, would you reconsider that suggestion of mediation?
Well, I've set out a few reasons why mediation is not the answer. First and foremost, this action was announced within 4 days of the criminal bar agreeing the roadmap, and the working group would continue to take these issues forward. So there's no consistency. You cannot negotiate with people who move from here to here and there to here. You can't tell what the next task is going to be. On every occasion where they've raised issues with me, I have tried to lean in and deal with those issues. But it can't keep being a movable feast. I sit with one group from the bar, and they tell me one set of issues. They agree that we need to deal with these issues, and then we get another group who come in from the bar when that group resign, and we end up getting a different narrative altogether. And so mediation won't fix that. That's the first thing to say. Second thing is that some of the issues here are non-negotiable. I cannot give an uplift to fees without evidence. I have a duty to ensure value for money. Those are non-negotiable. So the issue of paying people twice for the same period of time out of the public purse is non-negotiable. Mediation won't solve that. And thirdly, I went to Judge Burgess and I asked for his advice around mediation, out of courtesy, because he has invested in this process intensively over the last year, and has brought forward, I would argue, quite significant change for the bar, not just the criminal bar, but the bar as a whole. And his advice was that the first thing that will happen with mediation is that people will be asked for the very evidence that they haven't presented to the working group. So that block to actually resolve in this doesn't go away because there is mediation. And I think that's the challenge that we face. In 2016, when there was mediation with the department, it was a different scenario. The department was applying significant cuts to legal aid and went for mediation in the absence of any other structure, and actually reduced the cuts that they were planning to legal aid. So it's different. With respect to younger members of the profession, the truth is those younger members are not earning enough money because they aren't getting enough work. It's not the fees that are the problem. It's not the fees that are the problem. It is the hoarding of cases among senior members of the profession. and the fact that those junior barristers do not get the opportunity to work. And that's what the refresher pilot was explicitly designed to do, to ensure that at each court tier we would try to move people up the court tiers so that you don't have senior barristers dipping in and out for work in the magistrates' court, that pathway is cleared for junior barristers to gain experience. They can then get further experience as junior counsel in the Crown Courts and then take over in that way. That was the purpose of the refresher pilot. And we couldn't get agreement because people still want to get a full day fee, and then during the period of time they've been paid, hop about in other courts and claim additional fees for that work. That isn't sustainable, neither is it negotiable. It can't happen.
Colin Shannon Holland. Shan.
And thank you so much, Minister, for outlining the issues at play here. I am mindful of my constituents, particularly the Mitchell family, who lost their beautiful daughter Chloe in June 2023 and have spoken about preparing themselves for an imminent trial. With them and their trauma in mind, can I ask what steps have been put in place to support victims and witnesses during this time of uncertainty?
Well, first of all, I mentioned earlier the various third sector organisations, community and voluntary groups who already provide that service, whether that's through the Victims and Witnesses Care Unit and PPS, whether it's through Victim Support, NSPCC, Young Witnesses Programme, Assist NI, Nexus and so on, Women's Aid. All of those organisations are in constant contact, obviously, with PPS. And are trying to reach out to each of the people about their cases to give them some reassurance and some support as necessary, because you're right, it is a profound disappointment. I mean, there are a number of cases that have been named publicly, the murder of Natalie McNally, the murder of Chloe Mitchell, and there are others, where people have been waiting a long time to see justice done, and that will be delayed. That will be delayed. There are cases being delayed where there are people still at risk of harm. And so, from my perspective, there are two things. We will be meeting with the voluntary and community sector partners. I've invited them to come and meet with me along with PPS to discuss where we may be able to provide more support as an interim measure. And the second thing is that I know that PPS and others, including Victim Support and the Victim and Witnesses Care Unit, have been looking very carefully at the range of cases that are being delayed, to look for those that are the most sensitive, to look for those where there is the greatest vulnerability for the victims and witnesses, and those which have been in the process for the longest period of time, in order to see if, at the very least, a derogation on those cases could be negotiated. Members will recall this was tried the last time unsuccessfully. I think only one case in the end received a derogation. But I don't want to prejudge the outcome, and I would hope that the criminal bar, notwithstanding my desire for them to resume full service with immediate effect, I would hope that at the very least they would look at those cases favourably and allow them to proceed through the courts.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, I think it's important to say, first of all, obviously our thoughts are with anybody affected, victims and witnesses. It's very difficult for them, but it is important to say this is a relationship you have managed now for most of the last half-decade. Your party has effectively had a monopoly on this department for a decade and a half, so a breakdown with the criminal bar is on yourself as well as the criminal bar. I genuinely, Minister, struggle to see the difficulty with mediation. You said earlier on that it would be a slight on Judge Burgess to enter into mediation, as the Criminal Bar Association has asked. Why then is it not a slight on the Lady Chief Justice Siobhan Keegan to not enter into mediation, despite that being her recommendation? If it's not good to slight Judge Burgess, why is it good to slight the Lady Chief Justice? And why, Minister, is it better to come into this chamber and do more than an hour of litigation with a key stakeholder rather than get into a room with them and discuss it?
Well, first of all, I haven't done more than an hour because you only get an hour for a statement, so that's incorrect. Secondly, I'm not litigating anything. I'm doing my duty to keep members of this chamber appraised of important issues affecting my department. That is my duty. Had I not come today, no doubt somebody would have submitted an urgent oral and then claimed I had to be dragged here to give members the information. So I have come voluntarily to update members, as is my responsibility, and I'll take no criticism for doing so. When it comes to the issue of mediation, to be clear, there is no slight on the Lady Chief Justice. She did not recommend mediation. She suggested mediation as an option in trying to resolve this dispute. And for good reasons, which I've laid out now, I think 3 times during the course of this conversation with members, I do not believe that mediation would take us any further than the current process. Bear in mind that 4 days before this escalation was announced, everyone agreed that Judge Burgess's working group was the way to resolve all of the outstanding issues and that they would engage fully with that. A month before, they sat in a room with me, and whilst the member may wish to make judgments about the breakdown in relationships, I sat in that room and we had a very cordial meeting where promises were made, where undertakings were given on my part to deliver the fee uplift in January and to ensure that it was backdated and to give reassurance on that, and that I would meet quarterly with the working group if that would aid process and progress. I was given reciprocal undertakings that people would go away and spend the month developing the evidence base that was needed for the refresher pilot, and that did not happen. Mediation will only work where both parties are actually fully engaged in delivering the outcome, the resolution. And as we stand here today, there is no remaining impediment to the bar returning to full service, to the criminal bar returning to full service. Every single ask they had for the partial withdrawal of service has been met. Everything they have asked me to do that I can do, I have done. So, with respect, I don't think this is about relationships between me and the bar, but perhaps the fact that only days after setting out those commitments to me, the entire criminal bar committee resigned en masse and were replaced by another group who then signed up to the roadmap and then called for this action, says more about relationships within the bar than it does about relationships between the bar and myself. I want to work with the criminal bar. I want to deliver for victims. That is my job, and that is what I'm focused on doing.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Minister, thank you for your statement today. Minister, can you set the record straight for this House by setting out telling the House what your response is to those who claim that it is in excess of 20 years since these rates were set?
So the 16% uplift that I applied retrospectively to December, 1st of December 2024, were not applied to rates from 2005. They were applied to rates that were agreed in the mediation with the criminal bar in 2016. So people are saying to me, go into mediation with the criminal bar. Well, David Ford did. He went into mediation, they agreed a fee structure, and now they want to unpick that and go back to 2005 when devolution hadn't even happened. And they want me to apply an uplift based on a 2005 fee structure, which is no longer existent and which has no bearing on reality as of today. So I applied the 16% uplift on the basis that Judge Burgess asked for it, which was that it would be applied from the 2016 fees. You cannot compare apples and oranges. The nature of the business that the bar do, the nature of the cases they take has changed. And the fees in that time have also changed, some up and some down. So there will be areas of work that are more lucrative for members of the bar and areas of work that are less lucrative. What I have tried to do in applying the uplift across all factions of the bar, across every part of the system, is to ensure that all of the system is viable and that everyone is fairly remunerated. But the notion that we can go back and unpick the negotiations back to 2005 is not just illogical, but it undermines the call for a mediated settlement because it would be unpicking a mediated settlement that dates back 10 years.
Minister, I'm concerned that there seems to be a strategy of blaming delays on justice or trials starting for people who need justice and trials to start at the feet of barristers taking strike action. I'll leave it up to the Minister to say where that strategy is maybe coming from. This strike is about addressing a broken system and allowing working class and poor people access to justice. Can the Minister confirm that the rates executive departments pay its lawyers went up by 25% recently, and barristers representing poor people are only being offered 16% in real terms?
Well, had the member been listening earlier, I actually answered that question. The fees that are applied for people doing government work are lower. They're hourly rates. And if they want to go to hourly rates for legal aid cases, I can assure there would be major savings over how it runs at the moment. So if they want to work for those hourly rates on legally aided cases, I'm up for that. I would be quite happy to go down that route, but that's been discounted by the CBA. And I have to say, with all due respect, and I know that the member has a particular political perspective, but at no point have I heard the CBA raise the concerns of poor people who can't afford justice. I have heard them complain about their own plight, but not poor people who can't afford justice. That's my responsibility. That's my focus. Those are the people that I am trying through the programme of reform of legal aid to ensure can access legal aid. This strike is not about them. This strike is about what the barristers get paid. It's about what goes into their bank account at the end of the month. It is not about those who need legal aid not being able to get it. If it were, we would be having a very different conversation.
Hear, hear. Minister, that concludes questions on the statement. Ladies and gentlemen, I have received notification from members of the Business Committee on a motion to extend the sitting past 7 p.m. under Standing Order 10 brackets 3A. Clarke, could you please read the motion, please?
That in accordance with Standing Order 10 brackets 3A, the sitting on Monday the 12th of January 2026 be extended to no later than 9 p.m.
Okay. I call on Paula Bradshaw to move the motion.
Moved.
The question is that the motion standing in the name of the Business Committee be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The motion is carried and the Assembly may sit until 9 p.m. this evening if necessary. Thank you. We just take our ease for a second while we get ready for the next item. Get your box there for you, Robbie. Minister, let me know when you're... Rule. Clarke, could you please read the motion?
That the draft Waste, Fees and Charges Amendment No. 2 Regulations Northern Ireland 2025 be approved.
Okay. Thank you. I call on the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Excellent. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed there be no time limit on this debate. I call the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I am grateful for the opportunity to bring this motion forward today. The Northern Ireland Environment Agency operates an annual charging policy for its regulatory activities. The charging policy covers 8 separate charging schemes, of which the Waste Management Charging Scheme is one. The Waste Management Charging Scheme requires legislation to be laid to make it operational. The NEA charging policy is governed by the principles of managing public money, Northern Ireland, and operates under a full cost recovery model. This means that the NEA charges operators for regulated activities the full cost of those regulatory activities and that they are not subsidised by the taxpayer. The fees and charges covered by the charging policy are uplifted annually. They are normally uplifted by the GDP deflator figure issued by His Majesty's Treasury in December each year. However, the charging policy allows for the Department to apply any other mechanism as deemed appropriate to ensure full cost recovery and prevent deficits being paid from the public purse. After analysis by NEA officials, it was determined that the fees and charges for 25-26 should be uplifted by 6.19%. This covers employers' pay costs. This uplift applies to schemes in the NEA charging policy 24-25. Had NEA used a 25-26 GDP deflator figure of 2.39% as issued by Treasury, the agency would have lost an estimated £750,000 in fees and charges across all charging schemes, and this would have been paid from the public purse. Normally, the statutory rule required to bring the waste management charging scheme into operation each year is laid by negative resolution. However, these regulations are made under Schedule 4 of the EU Withdrawal Act 2018, which stipulates that those regulations will be subject to draft affirmative resolution procedure unless they are only altering a fee or charge to reflect changes in the value of money. Therefore, because the fees and charges are being uplifted by using a figure that is not standard inflationary measure, the Waste Fees and Charges Amendment No. 2 Regulations Northern Ireland 2025 are required to be laid by draft affirmative resolution. The work of the NEA is so very important to the protection of our environment. This is fundamental to human safety and underpinning a successful economy. The uplift is required for NEA to deliver an effective regulatory system and to protect the environment and promote sustainable growth in Northern Ireland. Accordingly, I commend the statutory rule to the House.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Robbie Butler, Chair of the DAERA Committee. Robbie.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs met on the 16th of October 2025, where we received an oral briefing from DAERA officials on the SL1 regarding this draft statutory rule, or SR as we refer to it here. The officials briefing the Committee were from the Waste Legislation Branch and the Environmental Resources Policy Division. The Committee heard that the Northern Ireland Environmental Agency operates an annual charging policy for its regulatory activities, covering 8 separate charging schemes, one of which is the Waste Management Charging Scheme, and that legislation is needed to bring the scheme into operation each year. The Committee noted that the NIEA charging policy is a model of full cost recovery, and based on managing public money, Northern Ireland, and members will know that that is known as MPMNI, so that those activities are not subsidised by the taxpayer and that the fees and charges are uplifted annually. The Committee heard that fees are normally uplifted by the GDP deflator figure that the Treasury issues in December, but that after careful analysis by the NIEA Finance Branch, it was proposed that the fee charges for 25-26 should be uplifted by 6.19%. The Committee heard that if the NIEA used the 25-26 GDP deflator figure of 2.39%, it would lose an estimated £750,000 in fees and charges across all charging schemes. These would then have had to have been paid by the public person. You'll understand that the Committee was extremely interested in that point in particular. Mr Deputy Speaker, the officials advised that the SR to bring the Waste Management Charging Scheme into operation each year is usually led by negative resolution, as outlined by the Minister here this evening. However, these regulations are made under Schedule 4 of the European Withdrawal Act 2018, meaning that they are subject to the draft affirmative resolution procedure unless they are only altering a fee or charge to reflect changes in the value of money. The Committee noted that as the fees and charges are being uplifted beyond a standard inflationary measure, the SR is required to be led by draft affirmative resolution, and we're grateful for that, and we should be. The Committee then had a question and answer session with officials. I'm not going over them all, but there were queries in regard to the rationale for the increase of 6.19%. Officials explained that the increase is due in main to the pay increases for civil servants, as most of the cost increases are staff related. This in turn has pushed the regulatory costs up. Some members expressed concern that increased fees could have a negative impact on small scale or community led recycling initiatives, and queried if there are supports or exemptions available for them. The Committee also noted that the Department had felt it was not necessary to conduct an equality impact assessment in this instance and asked that this would be reviewed in future. Officials responded that this may be undertaken at the next review stage of the current regulatory fees and charges policy. The Committee then agreed that it was content to support the SR as drafted. Mr Deputy Speaker, at its meeting on the 6th of November, the Committee then considered the SL5 and the draft SR. The Committee noted that there had been no changes since the SL1 was submitted to the Committee. Since then, the SR report has been issued and it has not drawn the SR to the special attention of this Assembly. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, the Committee agrees to recommend that the Waste Fees and Charges Amendment No. 2 Regulations Northern Ireland 2025 be approved by this Assembly. Thank you.
Call on Aoife Finnegan. Aoife.
I rise to welcome the opportunity to speak in support of the draft regulations. These regulations are a necessary and practical step to ensure our waste management system is effective, properly resourced and aligned with modern environmental standards. Updating fees and charges is essential for maintaining strong regulatory oversight, including permitting, compliance work and enforcement against those who flout the rules. But while today's proposals are technical, the wider challenge they reflect is much broader. Waste management, recycling, resource efficiency and environmental protection all sit across different areas of government. No single department can tackle these issues on its own. To make real progress, we need structured and sustained cross-departmental cooperation. That means shared responsibility, joint planning and a unified approach to policy development and delivery. If we are serious about reducing landfill use, tackling illegal dumping, improving recycling rates, then waste policy must be embedded right across the government. These regulations help ensure the environmental regulator is properly funded, but they also highlight the need for a coordinated whole-of-government effort to deliver the ambitious environmental outcome of our communities' needs and deserve. These measures are proportionate, necessary and grounded in good practice, so I am pleased to support them today.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the members who have contributed to the debate today, and I welcome Gareth Wilson to the Chamber and look forward to working with you on the ERA Committee. To summarise, the Waste, Fees and Charges Amendment No. 2 Regulations Northern Ireland 2025 will bring into operation the Waste Management Charging Scheme for 25-26. This is required for NEA to charge for its regulatory activities in relation to waste management. It includes an annual uplift to the fees and charges which allows NEA to operate under full cost recovery as is required by the principles of managing public money in Northern Ireland. I commend the statutory rule to the House.
Thank you very much indeed. The question is that the draft Waste, Fees and Charges Amendment No. 2 Regulations Northern Ireland 2025 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business is a legislative consent motion for the Biodiversity Beyond Natural Jurisdiction Bill. Clarke, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly endorses the principle of the extension to Northern Ireland of the provisions of the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Bill, as introduced in the House of Commons on the 10th of September 2025 and contained in clauses 2 to 9, clause 11 and clause 13 of the bill.
Thank you. I call on the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move the motion. Minister.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there be no time limit in this debate. I call the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I am grateful for the opportunity to move this legislative consent motion on the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Bill. This is an important piece of legislation which will enable the United Kingdom to implement the UN Agreement on Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction, a landmark treaty under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. The agreement represents a global commitment to protect marine biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction, the high seas, which cover nearly half of the planet's surface. These areas are critical for climate regulation, fisheries and biodiversity, yet they have historically lacked a comprehensive governance framework. The Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Agreement closes that gap by introducing rules on marine genetic resources, environmental impact assessments and area-based management tools. The UK signed this agreement in 2023 and has now taken steps to ratify and implement it through this bill. The provisions of the bill extend to all parts of the UK, including Northern Ireland, and some of the provisions engage devolved matters. The bill provides enabling powers to implement international commitments under the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Agreement. The Executive agreed on the 20th of November that consent should be sought for the clauses in the bill that deal with devolution matters. I will briefly summarise the clauses. Clauses 2 to 9, these deal with marine genetic resources. They define collection and utilisation projects, establish a UK database, and give the Secretary of State power to make regulations. These provisions engage devolved matters such as scientific research and education and will apply to a small number of people working at Northern Ireland universities or research organisations. Clause 11. This provides the Secretary of State with power to make regulations to implement area-based management tools following decisions of the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Conference of Parties. A person from Northern Ireland participating in a project on the high seas will be required to comply with these regulations. Clause 13. This relates to directions to UK craft. A Northern Ireland craft will be required to comply with this direction. Supporting this motion ensures that Northern Ireland plays its part in delivering global commitments to ocean protection. It strengthens our reputation as a responsible environmental steward and provides a framework that will enable Northern Ireland universities and research organisations to participate in projects on the high seas. The bill will not impose immediate changes on Northern Ireland. Rather, it provides enabling powers that may be used in future to implement international obligations. Any secondary legislation made under these powers would be subject to full Assembly scrutiny. If consent is not granted, the UK cannot fully implement the agreement across all jurisdictions. That would undermine the UK's ability to meet its international obligations and could damage Northern Ireland's reputation. It could also create practical difficulties for Northern Ireland universities and research organisations that have interest in projects on the high seas. Since tabling the motion, the UK Government has tabled amendments that are being considered today in Westminster. These amendments do not change the policy intent of the bill, but strengthen Northern Ireland's role by requiring that the Secretary of State consults with DAERA before making regulations under clauses 9 and 11, giving DAERA powers to make regulations for devolved matters that are equivalent to the regulation-making powers that the Secretary of State has under clauses 9 and 11, and setting Northern Ireland specific procedures for those regulations, including emergency provisions. These changes are positive, however, they fall outside the scope of the motion before us today, which refer to the bill as introduced. If these amendments are agreed, I will bring a subsequent legislative consent motion to the Executive, and hopefully they'll agree that promptly, and then also to this place to deal with these amendments. The amendments would give DAERA concurrent powers to make regulations in devolved areas and impose a statutory duty on the Secretary of State to consult DAERA before making regulations that deal with devolution matters. In summary, this motion is about enabling Northern Ireland to contribute to global efforts to protect marine biodiversity. It is about ensuring that our marine environment is safeguarded for future generations while supporting sustainable economic opportunities. I commend this motion to the Assembly and look forward to members' support. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. I call on Robbie Butler, Chair of the DAERA Committee. Robbie.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak on behalf of the ERA Committee on this LCM for Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Bill. And members will have read the committee's report published on the 12th of December. And on behalf of my 3 children who are avid supporters of SpongeBob SquarePants, it's absolutely vital. All joking aside, we do look after our marine waterways, whether we have jurisdiction, whether we don't. It's incumbent on us all to take this quite seriously. But we did consider a correspondence from the Department seeking the committee's views on the LCM, which had been led on the 24th of November. The committee also had before it a copy of the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction. I'm going to refer to as the BBNJ because it's quite a mouthful and it's a bill, and the copy of the explanatory notes to the bill provided by the Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, otherwise known as DEFRA. The broad aim of the bill is to address a governance gap that exists in areas beyond national jurisdiction. We noted that the bill contains 26 clauses. The Minister did give some detail in regards to some of those. Those are clauses 2 to 9, clause 11 and clause 13, and engage the LCM process in Northern Ireland as they deal with devolved matters, including scientific research and education, hence my tilt towards my young children. The committee noted that the bill facilitates the UK's implementation of the international BBNJ agreement under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas, that is the UNCLOS. This convention covers marine genetic resources, area-based management tools and environmental impact assessments in areas beyond national jurisdiction, defined as the high seas and the seabed and ocean floor beyond the limits of national jurisdiction. Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee also noted that the bill provides provision for the designation of marine protected areas and areas beyond national jurisdiction to promote conservation and the sustainable use of marine biological diversity. The bill aims to regulate the sharing and use of marine genetic resources, including marine DNA and use in pharmaceutical and medicinal research. Lastly, the bill seeks to amend existing regulatory regimes, the environmental impact assessment regulations, to better manage significant impacts to the marine environment. Mr Deputy Speaker, you should have declared an interest as someone who got closer to the marine seabed than most of us. The committee then agreed that, in principle, it had no objection to the LCM moving forward. Furthermore, at its meeting on the 4th of December 2025, the committee again considered the LCM and considered a written briefing from the DAERA's Marine Fisheries Division. At that meeting, the committee also had before it the House of Commons Library Research briefing titled Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction 24-25. Mr Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, at its meeting on the 11th of December 2025, the committee agreed to support the Minister in seeking the Assembly's endorsement of this legislative consent motion, and our report was published on the 12th of December. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Very much indeed, Robbie. I call on Daniel McCrossan. Daniel.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is an important motion. The SDLP supports it because biodiversity loss is one of the most pressing global challenges we face. Climate change, habitat degradation, ecosystem collapse already having serious consequences for food security, climate stability and livelihoods. The oceans play a vital role in regulating our climate and sustaining life, yet much of the high seas remains inadequately protected. While Northern Ireland does not border the high seas, we are not insulated from what happens there. We are part of the maritime island economy and a shared global environmental system. Damage to marine ecosystems affects fish stocks, climate patterns and environmental resilience, all of which have real consequences for our communities here. This bill gives effect to an international agreement that introduces practical and necessary measures, including maritime protected areas, environmental impact assessments for activities in the high seas, and fair arrangements for accessing and sharing the benefits of marine genetic resources. These provisions are grounded in scientific evidence and respond to long-standing weaknesses in global marine governance. The SDLB has always supported environmental protection that is based on cooperation, science and, of course, fairness. This legislation is not about stopping activity for the sake of it. It is about ensuring that activity takes place within clear, credible rules that protect ecosystems while providing certainty for research and responsible development. We also support this legislative consent motion because it reflects the importance of Northern Ireland playing its part in meeting international environmental obligations. Extending these provisions here ensures consistency across the UK and demonstrates our commitment to collective global action on environmental protection. Crucially, the SDLP directs the false choice between environmental protection and economic development. Strong environmental standards, when properly designed and applied, enable development to proceed responsibly. Weak or inconsistent standards undermine confidence, increase conflict and store up greater costs for the future. This bill establishes international frameworks that allow development to take place within defined limits. The approach is entirely consistent with our approach here at home. Development should happen, but it must be done properly with mitigation, oversight and accountability built in from the outset. There is an important issue of fairness at the heart of this legislation, and marine genetic resources, which may have significant scientific and medical value, should not become a preserve of a small number of powerful interests. The bill promotes fair and equitable sharing of benefits, ensuring that scientific progress serves the common good. The environmental crisis is not only ecological, it is social and economic. Biodiversity loss disproportionately affects those least responsible for it. International cooperation is essential if we are to avoid repeating patterns of exploitation in shared global commons like the oceans. The SDLP also welcomes the emphasis on environmental impact assessments. Evidence-based decision-making is absolutely essential. Assessing impacts before damage occurs is always preferable to attempt to repair harm after the fact, particularly in fragile marine ecosystems. Environmental standards must be applied consistently and credibly, and they should never be used selectively or opportunistically. The SDLP supports environmental protection because it strengthens decision-making and public confidence, not because it provides a convenient veto. For Northern Ireland, endorsing the legislative consent motion is about recognising that environmental responsibility does not stop at our borders, and that our actions contribute to a wider global effort to protect shared resources. For those reasons, we're very content to support the motion.
Thank you very much indeed, Daniel. I call on Aoife Finnegan. Aoife.
And I rise today in support of this legislative consent motion. The Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Bill gives domestic effect to the High Seas Treaty, the first truly global agreement to protect marine biodiversity in areas beyond any state national jurisdiction. The clauses for which consent is sought today relate to enforcement powers, environmental impact assessment requirements, the licensing and monitoring of activities in the high seas, and the designation and management of marine protected areas. These are matters which, although largely operationalised at an international level, require the cooperation and participation of all jurisdictions across these islands if the treaty is to function effectively. For us in the North, endorsing these provisions is both important and appropriate. Our island, naturally, has always depended on the sea, our fishing communities, our marine economy and our unique biodiversity. From deep-sea corals to migratory species are all impacted by what happens far beyond our own waters. The health of the ocean does not recognise borders, nor does the damage caused by over-exploitation, pollution or the accelerating climate crisis. This places sustainability, conservation, transparency and scientific cooperation at the heart of how humanity interacts with the oceans. Extending these provisions to the North ensures that we are full partners in that global effort. It also aligns with our own environmental commitments. Sinn Féin has made it very clear that protecting biodiversity, acting on climate obligations and safeguarding our natural heritage for future generations are not optional extras, they are essential responsibilities. Supporting this extension reinforces our role as a responsible, outward-looking government that recognises the urgency of the ecological crisis. The clauses before us do not impose undue burdens. Rather, they provide a legal certainty needed for agencies and enforcement bodies to play their part in upholding international standards, preventing illegal exploitation and contributing to global environmental stewardship. Leis Ceann Comhairle, agreeing to this extension is the right thing to do. Scientifically, morally and environmentally. I therefore commend the motion to the Assembly.
Thank you very much. And Aoife, I call on John Blair. John.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And before I start on the LCM, can I take this opportunity also to welcome Gareth Wilson to this Assembly and also wish him well as he takes up his role on the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee. Deputy Speaker, as my colleagues on that committee have already outlined, colleagues including the Chair of the committee, this legislative consent motion seeks to ratify the extension of the provisions of the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Bill to Northern Ireland. The LCM may appear mainly technical, but it is nonetheless very important. In practical terms, this extends the rules that are already applied in UK waters out into the high seas. It will create a framework to establish area-based management tools and designate marine protected areas beyond our national jurisdiction. This is an important step in ensuring that our environmental protections do not stop at the edge of our territorial waters. The provisions are targeted in scope to devolve matters for this Assembly, such as scientific research and education. This includes emergency measures when quick action is necessary, such as during a natural event or a human-caused disaster that has caused or could cause significant or irreversible harm to marine biodiversity. The bill is expected to affect only a small number of researchers at universities and research institutions in Northern Ireland, particularly those involved in marine science and related disciplines. This will ensure that our scientific work is conducted to the highest environmental standards and is consistent with our international obligations. Deputy Speaker, it is therefore important that we support this LCM today. By doing so, we will enable the UK Government to enact the bill in a way that fully applies to Northern Ireland also. For these reasons, the Alliance Party will be supporting the motion. We believe it represents a necessary and proportionate measure that will contribute to greater protection of marine biodiversity, something that is of vital and enduring importance to our environment. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I would like to thank all those members who have contributed to today's debate. I hope that the Assembly consents to this bill extending to Northern Ireland and thereby providing a legislative framework that enables Northern Ireland researchers to participate in projects on the high seas. I acknowledge there will be a further LCM on this, and hopefully people will be able to support us in that regard. I appreciate the interest that has been shown us and the importance of this, and I hope members are able to support me in the passage of this LCM. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, the question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Okay. The next item of business is a motion for the Committee for Education to extend the committee stage of a bill. Clarke, could you please read the motion?
That in accordance with Standing Order 33(4), the period referred to in Standing Order 33(2) be extended to the 27th of May 2026 in relation to the committee stage of the General Teaching Council Bill.
Thank you. I call on the chairpersons for the Committee for Education to move the motion. Okay. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed there be no time limit in this debate. I call the chairperson to open the debate on the motion. Over to you. Nick.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I won't take too much of members' time here. Hopefully the issues here are reasonably straightforward. The Committee for Education decided its timeline for the committee stage of the General Teaching Council Bill, giving care and attention to the competing committee priorities, but also the crucial components of good scrutiny of legislation. And considering all those relevant factors, the committee agreed a motion to extend the stage until the 27th of May 2026. The committee took a pre-legislative and introductory briefing and received correspondence from departmental officials. We received procedural advice from the committee and bill clerks, and then mapped out what it considered to be a reasonable time frame for effective committee scrutiny. The committee has already launched a citizens-based survey on the provisions of the bill and has invited all relevant educational stakeholders to submit written submissions on the proposals in the bill. The committee does appreciate that this bill may be considered a fairly niche area of interest in terms of the regulatory body for teachers, with feedback even coming through from some teachers that they were not always completely clear on the functions of the GTCNI, but it has been made very clear to committee that it is a body that is in need of quite substantial reform. Now, there has been debate as to whether or not the body required winding up entirely and being reconstituted as something else, but the Minister's legislative proposals are to reform the body and to alter the structures that it operates within. So the committee will undoubtedly hear evidence on what the appropriate approach is. But a body that effectively defines professional standards for our teaching professionals is carrying out a very important function, if not always a very well-known public-facing function. So it is vital that we do ensure that best practice in terms of governance arrangements are in place for that body. So the committee intends to carry out scrutiny through the following core components of a committee stage, which we intend would be a call for evidence, which has gone out, the taking of oral evidence sessions, again on the substance of the bill itself, committee deliberation on the evidence received, and then further engagement with departmental officials to answer queries arising from evidence sessions and members' own consideration of the bill. There will then be time for development and consideration of potential committee amendments, followed by the informal and formal clause-by-clause scrutiny and approval of the bill. The consideration and approval of the final committee report to the Assembly will then be the final stage of the process. The committee believes it's designed its time limit permitting adequate time to complete each of these steps thoroughly, but will aim to complete the task before the extension date concludes, if appropriate and comprehensive scrutiny allows it. I think all members will agree that the current rationale setting out the 30-day term for a committee stage in Standing Order 33(2) is not entirely clear, and we're not aware of many committee stages, if any, that complete within that time scale. So it is entirely standard and normal practice for committees to extend their stage. So on that basis, I am content that on balance the committee stage extension to the 27th of May 2026 is reasonable, proportionate, and builds in adequate time for consideration of all the relevant factors in the bill's legislative proposals. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Nick. And as no other members have indicated that they wish to speak, we will go straight to the vote. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Take your ease for a moment while we change over the top table.
Members, the next item of business is a motion on establishing an EU office in Belfast. Clarke, please read the motion.
This Assembly notes the advantages dual market access affords to our businesses, further notes that the worst impacts of Brexit disruption have been mitigated by the Windsor Framework Agreement, encourages the British Government and the European Union to work together to address existing challenges and technical issues cited by businesses navigating the new trade, investment and regulatory arrangements, and calls on the British Government and the European Union to finally agree to the establishment of an EU office in Belfast that would provide a channel for businesses to fully benefit from the advantages of dual market access.
Thank you. And I call Ciara Ferguson to move the motion. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the motion.
Deputy Speaker, our motion before you all today is about choosing to apply a common sense and improve communication, engagement and support available to local businesses, which would be to the benefit of the economy as a whole. I won't labour the point today or this evening, but begin by reminding everyone that despite the significant opposition to Brexit here, we were dragged out of Europe against the democratic wishes of the majority of our citizens. This has brought with it new challenges and technical issues, particularly for those navigating hurdles in trade and regulatory alignment. Whilst the previous British Government were hostile to the concept of an EU office based in Belfast, the current Government has also declined to comment. This should surprise no one here, as Britain acts in their interests only. But for the people of Ireland, our businesses and economic potential, we know the reality is that the opening of an EU office in Belfast will provide a much-needed channel for local businesses and for citizens. We should all collectively want to enhance any and every opportunity and practical step to strengthen the confidence and security of local businesses and traders, whilst also making this region a pivotal location for increased exports, additional good jobs and economic growth. I want to briefly acknowledge those in Trade NI who have emphasised that having someone on the ground who is immediately contactable would help them greatly. I also want to recognise those MEPs on the European Parliament's delegation to the EU-UK Parliamentary Partnership Assembly who also rightly recognised and emphasised the potential of such an office to support people and businesses to get assistance to navigate legislation applicable to them, to benefit wholly from the unique opportunities which arise from dual market access here. We are now over half a decade on from the British Government rejecting the request of the EU and those pro-Remain parties here to have a permanent EU office in Belfast. Our call remains as steadfast as ever, despite the passage of time. Folks, simply put, We will continue to advocate for sensitivity to Irish interests and the needs of our people, including the many with a birthright to Irish citizenship and by virtue of this to European citizenship. So to finish, I'll redirect my remarks to those parties in this chamber who may wish to continue to put their head in the sand and fear this constructive step alongside to the more recently elected government in Britain, whose silence on this matter is deafening. We hear the concerns and the voices of people, traders and businesses here who require additional support. We advocate to the benefit of our people and our economy, and therefore we once again say that you have a duty to act, to establish an EU office in Belfast and to allow it to carry out technical and diplomatic support functions for our people. As we enter 2026, and it's a reminder that we are a decade on from the 2016 referendum, have you honestly yet to recognise that the denial doesn't alter the reality, and your continued willful ignorance is not a strategy? Whilst we are a decade on from being dragged out against our will, we refuse to allow this to manifest in continuing ignorance to the needs of people and businesses. Let's all work collectively together to deliver an EU office in Belfast. Thank you.
Thank you. I call David Briggs.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In following the last contributor, I would remind people that the UK left the European Union as part of the UK's largest ever democratic exercise, something that you won't see in places like Venezuela that other parties have tended to support up to now. But today we're asked to consider a motion, as said, calling for the establishment of the EU office here in Northern Ireland. This is something that the motion supposes will allow businesses to benefit from the so-called advantages of dual market access and speaks to aspects beyond merely the proposal for a pseudo consulate. But we know this issue, for those in the offices or on the benches opposite, is more about symbolism. In fact, it's been more or less admitted. It's about bread and circuses. It's the art of facade and the perception of difference and a European connection without changing anything in reality. What they seek is a visible symbol of the barriers between Northern Ireland and the rest of the United Kingdom through the protocol. The proposal itself would do little to address the real challenges facing businesses, that they cannot directly influence the laws that govern them. I find it difficult to believe that the major stumbling block for any major business considering investment in Northern Ireland in wishing to grasp that great white elephant of the protocol, the legion of so-called dual market access benefits, is the lack of a physical office for the EU in Belfast city centre. Members will know that analysis by Chartered Accountants Ireland, for example, states our higher rate of corporation tax to be the primary disincentive to those not choosing to invest in Northern Ireland, whatever the relationships we have with the EU. They will know too that Invest NI have failed to identify, when asked, a single business who have come to Northern Ireland as a result of dual market access. At a recent Economy Committee meeting, Invest NI could not provide a single example of foreign direct investment linked to dual market access. In fact, they stated explicitly, we couldn't attribute dual market access exclusively to the establishment of any FDI in the past 4 years. And over a year ago, I'll make progress, thank you. I'll make progress not least because we'll probably run out of time. And over a year ago, their chief executive confirmed there was no evidence of such investment. Nothing has changed. No, I won't, thank you. Dual market access has been mythical. There is only so long you can sing of something's virtue while it remains unevidenced. We were told previously it was down to lack of government, yet here we are without any further evidence. It's all a bit the emperor has no clothes. Businesses can see, and more importantly count, the very real costs of the Windsor framework, but the benefits remain impossible to quantify. If ever there was a more hyped up example of jam tomorrow, it is this very element. Indeed, Invest have described a seamless trading relationship with both jurisdictions that many local companies, I'm sure, think is the stuff of Alice's looking glass. The FSB, too, has shown that the Windsor framework is creating severe disruption and fracturing the UK internal market. 58% of businesses trading between GB and NI report moderate to significant challenges. Over a third have ceased trading altogether rather than face new compliance demands. No, I won't, thank you. These are not technical issues. They are barriers that drive up costs, transport, logistics, production, and ultimately increase prices for consumers. An EU office will not change that. Can other parties not acknowledge that the disadvantage this creates for local businesses throughout the supply chain? And in October, a report from Queen's, and I have to admit, I have not often quoted David Fenimore and Katie Hayward's work on Brexit issues. I don't pretend it lends itself often to my position. Nevertheless, I would hope that others in this chamber would take notice more of the trends there than they will to me. For it noted now only a minority still viewed the Windsor Framework as on balance a good thing for Northern Ireland. 48%, a figure still higher than those who outrightly disagree, but on a downward trend and at its lowest since February 2023. We also think it's worth restating that international relations are a reserved matter. Northern Ireland is represented in such matters first and foremost by our sovereign government, the UK government. I don't always agree with them, I don't always like their decisions, but such is the sovereignty of government. The responsibility for promoting trade in Northern Ireland lies indeed with elements of the executive working alongside the Department for Business and Trade on the mainland. That is how trade should be advanced within the UK. Now, the Northern Ireland Executive clearly has a role in interpreting locally the realities of the rules under which we have been compelled to operate, to help local businesses and individuals navigate the complexities that needlessly befall them under continued application of EU law. More on that tomorrow.
Time's up.
Well, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
And I call Stuart Dixon.
Deputy Speaker, the Alliance Party is supporting this motion today, because I believe that it's important that we should be wholly positive about the potential to establish an EU, or perhaps more correctly, a European External Action Service office in Belfast. As many will know, it's not a new concept. The UK, when a member of the EU, previously there were offices not just in Belfast but also in Cardiff and Edinburgh. And now, of course, the EU has a diplomatic office in London, as the UK is no longer an EU member state. For non-member states, the EU has a wide range of European External Action Service offices in non-EU states known as EEASs. Having an EU or EEAS office in Belfast surely cannot be considered a bad thing. The United Kingdom has diplomatic presence in the EU and vice versa, since we gave up our EU membership. No one's sovereignty is impacted by having an office here. It doesn't affect anyone's nationality. It simply is the establishment of a range of important diplomatic trade services between countries, something that has been done by centuries. Indeed, the setting up of such an EU office, it would join similar diplomatic services who already have offices here in Belfast, such as the Polish consulate, the Chinese consulate, and of course the American consulate. In fact, the American consulate in Belfast is one of the oldest continuously operating US consulates in the world, and yet no one believes that that negatively impacts their identity by having that office here. Deputy Speaker, if an EEAS was to open in Belfast, surely it can only be a good thing. Due to the unique position of our unique position in the EU and indeed the world with dual market access, something the UK government is often keen to promote, together with ever-improving EU-UK relationships. Having an office in Belfast would help not only constituents and EU citizens resident here, but it would also be a benefit to businesses. I've recently asked the question in this chamber, Deputy Speaker, about how the First Minister should join me in being relentlessly positive about Northern Ireland's dual access opportunities. At that time, the First Minister agreed with me, noting that there was a good news story to tell and that we must promote the message that we are open for business. The fact that we have dual market access makes us the envy of many other economies, something that we need to maximise. So while I'm extremely positive about the prospect of an EU office in Belfast, it would be remiss not to mention some of the issues caused by Brexit and those who championed it and the subsequent Windsor Framework. An EEA office in Belfast would be well placed to help consumers with queries, businesses operating from and in and out of Northern Ireland, and allow the EU to see at first hand and feel at first hand the concerns and benefits of ever-evolving Brexit rules. It should not be lost on those in this chamber that the Executive Office maintains a highly effective office representing Northern Ireland in the EU based in Brussels. And it might be worthwhile reflecting on what its aims are. To assist the Northern Ireland Executive to further the aims of Programme for Government through supporting Northern Ireland's European engagement. To assist Northern Ireland's departments to contribute to EU policy development and implementation in relation to their core business areas, and to increase departmental engagement with effective European funding programmes, and to raise the positive profile of Northern Ireland in Europe and its institutions. We really should be telling the world that Northern Ireland is open for business and ensure that businesses are best able to navigate our dual market access, something which of course could be a benefit to the whole of Northern Ireland. This needs to be a two-way street. That's why the Alliance Party today is supporting the benefits of a European Union office presence in Belfast and Northern Ireland. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Diana Armstrong.
Deputy Speaker, this motion is presented as if it is about supporting businesses in Northern Ireland, but on closer examination it is clearly about politics and posturing, not about practical solutions. The motion tells us to celebrate dual market access, assures us that the worst impacts of Brexit have been mitigated by the Windsor Framework, and then calls for the creation of an EU office in Belfast. Yet none of this addresses the day-to-day reality facing businesses across Northern Ireland who are grappling with regulatory divergence, rising costs and ongoing uncertainty. Let me say this plainly. I opposed Brexit. I have worked inside the European Commission and I understand how these institutions function in practice. That experience gives me no confidence whatsoever that creating another publicly funded EU structure in Belfast would meaningfully help local businesses. On the contrary, it risks becoming yet another costly bureaucratic talking shop, delivering headlines rather than tangible assistance. Northern Ireland already has a dedicated delegation and office from the European Union. It even has the name Northern Ireland in its title, the Delegation of the European Union to the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. To operate an office in Northern Ireland would undermine the sovereignty of the United Kingdom, of which Northern Ireland is a constituent part. No, I'll just carry on for now, thank you. We are already in the position where EU regulations are being introduced into Northern Ireland incrementally, month by month, with limited democratic oversight. Businesses are forced to adapt continuously, often with little notice and less clarity. In that context, the last thing they need is another layer of governance and another source of complexity. This motion claims that the Windsor Framework has mitigated the worst impacts of Brexit. Many businesses would strongly dispute that assessment. The framework has reduced some immediate disruption, but it has entrenched divergence and uncertainty. That is not a stable platform for growth, investment, or long-term planning. What businesses have repeatedly called for is clarity, simplicity, and certainty. And that is why Lord Murphy's recommendation of a single, comprehensive, online, one-stop shop for trade guidance across the United Kingdom is the solution. Such a mechanism would provide immediate, practical support without creating new layers of bureaucracy, new premises, or new layers of administration. Northern Ireland's economy has enormous potential, but growth will not be delivered by symbolic gestures or political theatre. It will be delivered by coherent policy, regulatory stability, and genuine engagement with the business community. This motion, with its vague commitments and costly proposal for an EU office, does not meet that standard. The Ulster Unionist Party believes our focus must remain on delivery, solutions, and support for business that is real, not rhetorical. For these reasons, the UUP will not be supporting this motion. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
You too.
Speaker, pleased to be speaking again about the old specialist subject, a decade on from Brexit, the thing which generated this debate and all the consequences that have flowed from it. Indeed, I'm not just pleased to be speaking about it, we're in the SDLP are flattered to be debating something that we put in our European Future Policy paper that we brought out in late 2024 and have advocated for consistently. Imitations is, of course, the sincerest form of flattery, so we're very pleased to be supporting today's motion, having put down similar ourselves. An EU office in Belfast isn't First of all, let's deal with the short term and the immediate term. An EU office in Belfast is not some Trojan horse for rejoining the EU, but since we're on that subject, I'll be unabashed about saying I want to rejoin the EU. And I think the only route to rejoining the EU in practical terms is via a new Ireland, which is what I am and my party are passionate about. But even if you're agnostic on that question, even if you really don't want it to happen, you should still and can still be up for the EU Commission opening an office in Belfast, the External Action Service, as Mr Dixon so correctly depicts it. Why? Because Northern Ireland has a unique status. Before we get on to the questions of citizenship and re-accession, which do not apply clearly to everybody in this chamber or everybody in Northern Ireland, but what does apply to everybody in this chamber and everybody we represent, whether businesses or individuals, are the fact that we are bound by a corpus of EU law. Now, I support that. Other parties in this chamber support that under the protocol, now called the Windsor Framework, necessary to protect us from a hard border on this island, and also give us something which I think I was the first person to use the phrase dual market access in this chamber, that critical economic lever. I know some people don't agree that it exists. They might give us an economic analysis as to why the North has done better economically than Britain for the entire period of divergence where we have had this awful thing called dual market access, and Britain has lost access to the single market, or to the deep access to the single market that we have. So, in the short term, what would it do? I think it would enable us to better manage the being subject to a corpus of EU law, something that troubles lots of people in this chamber. It doesn't trouble me in principle. I think it's a good thing, but I understand and acknowledge there are specific issues we need to work through for businesses and individuals. A more practical way of doing that would, rather than have to convene or press representation, and by the way, we also think we should have representation in the European Parliament, is that we would be able to engage as individual representatives, as trade bodies, with the Commission office in Belfast. I don't see how that can be ideologically objectionable. I genuinely don't. And I'm struck by people on the opposite side of the chamber who still roar and get very frustrated about the consequences of Brexit, and I acknowledge that they don't like the consequences of Brexit. I don't demean that. I don't like the fact that Brexit happened in the first place. It's why I'm in the chamber. If I'm annoying you now, then it's Brexit's fault, because I wouldn't be here were it not for Brexit. And like a lot of people, I wouldn't be considering a new Ireland. I wouldn't be advocating for a new Ireland back in Europe in the way that I am now, were Brexit not to have happened. I always would have believed in it, but I don't think the urgency would have been quite the same. So, the longer term, getting back inside the European Union. I'm unapologetic about the fact that I think Northern Ireland's best future is in a new Ireland back inside the European Union. I think events of the last couple of weeks, as big actors on the world stage prove themselves ever more determined to flout international law, to use force and the threat of force to get their way, I think that makes the case for countries that believe in multilateralism, that believe in international law and a rules-based system, working together to the mutual benefit of their citizens. I think that's what the European Union is all about. It is, as Hume said, the greatest peace project in human history. I want us back in there, in the heart of it, not just at the margins of it with a very useful set of rights, but right back in the heart of it. Because I don't want to be in a situation where big bullies on the world stage can simply throw their weight around. And that's what's happening. That is exactly what's happening. We're even seeing on this continent and in the UK, people having to bend the knee to that grotesque villain, that clown in the White House. I want us, as part of a new Ireland, to be back inside a multilateral system where Europe does not have to be bullied by those big actors in the world stage. But in the short term, before we get there, let's be practical, let's be pragmatic, let's make these rules work better for all the people we represent. Whether you have no interest in ever rejoining the EU, surely you want the rules to work better. Surely you want us to have better access to talking to decision makers inside the Commission. Surely you want your constituents, businesses that you represent, to be able to have better, quicker access and answers. That would be delivered by Commission representation in Belfast, and I struggle to understand how people who say these rules are terrible don't want to make it slightly more practical. Thank you.
Call Patrick Doagh.
Last Cancolia, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on this motion today, and indeed to focus on the economic benefits of this motion. In 2016, the people of the North voted to remain in Europe, voted to stay and to have access to the benefits that it brought. Increased economic opportunity through the single market and through European funding pots, social and educational opportunities through Erasmus, and a myriad of other skills programmes, a shared identity and an opportunity for true reconciliation for all the people of Ireland. Our democratic mandate was ignored and it was undermined by a Tory government, supported by the TUV, the DUP and, of course, by people before profit. Oh, thank you. Fortunately, we have two Sinn Féin MEPs who continue to stand up for the people of the North in Europe. Fast forward 10 years and the necessary steps have been put in place to mitigate against the worst excesses of Brexit. The Windsor Framework is now an established part of our economic and trading landscape. Nowhere else in these islands, or indeed in Europe, has the same level of dual market access that exists here in the North. That's not a theoretical advantage, it's a practical one that many businesses are already making use of. The best way of monitoring those benefits is by looking at the growth in all-Ireland trade and in trade with other countries in Europe. Recent Intertrade Ireland statistics show that the growth in trade has risen from 2.8 and 1.9 billion respectively in 2015 to 10.6 and €9 billion respectively in 2024. If we're serious about economic growth, then we need to be pragmatic, to put our ideological blinkers to one side and to recognise that all-Ireland trade and dual market access drives markets forward, increases our economy and creates a uniquely advantageous position for the people of the North. Through the work of InvestNI, we can already see strong and growing trading relationships with the European Union. Local companies are exporting advanced manufacturing goods, agri-food projects, life sciences, software and digital services to EU markets. EU firms continue to invest here, attracted by our skilled workforce, our strong research base and our established supply chains. These relationships demonstrate both trust and potential. They can and should be deepened. In October 2024, an article published in the European stated, over 60% of new investors have reinvested, which demonstrates the benefits of doing business here. Multinational companies, including Terex, Citi, Baker McKenzie, Deloitte, Fintru, Seagate and others, have found the North to be so beneficial that they've repeatedly reinvested and strengthened their presence here. This unique market access makes it easy for companies to ship to these two major markets, all while enjoying seamless trading processes. An EU office in Belfast would act as a single, accessible point of engagement, offering guidance, clarity and direct support. It would complement the work already being done through InvestNI and other agencies. Together, they could form a strong hub, one that supports local businesses looking outward to Europe, while also supporting international firms looking inwards to the North. This also speaks to our international reputation, because the North of Ireland has a compelling story to tell. Unique dual market access to both the British and EU markets, a proven export base, world-class universities and a growing innovation economy. An EU office here would reinforce and augment that sales pitch internationally. It would send a clear signal that this region is connected, credible and open for business. For international investors, particularly those seeking a foothold in both markets, that clarity matters. For local firms, especially those in border regions and in the North West, having direct access to EU expertise locally would be transformative. It helps firms to scale up, diversify their exports and build resilience in the face of wider economic uncertainty. This proposal is about partnership. An EU office here would ensure that the lived economic realities of businesses and workers is better understood within EU institutions. It would strengthen North-South cooperation and support the continued development of the all-Ireland economy, which benefits communities right across this island. At a time when our economy needs certainty, confidence and growth, this is a sensible, constructive and forward-looking proposal. Sinn Féin therefore calls on the Westminster and European Union to engage positively with this proposal, to work with the Executive and InvestNI and to explore how an EU office in the North could benefit all our citizens.
Kate Nicholl.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I suppose in a world of so much change and uncertainty, there's some comfort to be taken from the fact that we're able to have the same debates ad nauseum. So we'll, at least we're consistent in that. This is about being practical, okay? So we know we've left the EU. A lot of us didn't want it, some of us did. The result was chaos and uncertainty, and people have been doing the best to try and bring some stability to it. I know the Leader of the Opposition likes to take credit for the phrase dual market access, and I am happy to put on the record that I believe him in that assertion. And it's something that we should talk about, not just him. We should all be talking about the opportunities, because I agree with Podrick. We have a really compelling story to tell, and it's not just about the universities and the skills and the geography, but the people. You know, when you see the success that we have in all these different industries in Northern Ireland, it actually is remarkable. And I was reflecting while I was listening to some of the contributions, but we were meant to have the Northern Ireland office in Brussels come and present to the Windsor Framework Democratic Scrutiny Committee last week, and I think it was last week, and then because it hadn't been signed off, we didn't get that evidence session and it was delayed. And I was just thinking, that's a luxury that we have here. You know, things are delayed and we put things off because of the politics of it all. But that's not a luxury that people in the real world are facing. And this office, and my colleague Stuart Dixon has described it as an external action service. And I thought the point about likening it to the consular services is such an important one. We do. We have these other offices in Northern Ireland that represent other countries, and it makes life simpler. And it makes it easier for trade. It makes it easier for getting information. And if we had to wait weeks for our own office in Brussels to be able to come to our committee and speak to us, it just shows what this place is like and why we need to make it more accessible, why we need to open up more doors and make it easier for businesses, because they don't have that luxury. And making that simpler, having that office where it would allow businesses to be able to navigate increased complexity, uncertainty. I will indeed.
The member was with us on the Windsor Framework Democratic Scrutiny Committee when we went to Brussels, and we tried to get a conversation going with the European Commission, and they were very reticent to talk to us. Why do you think opening an EU office would make things any better here?
Thank you. Yes, I was, and I'm slightly offended that you don't remember my presence on that trip. We walked to a restaurant together. Yes, I do remember. And actually, do you know one thing that I did notice? I remember being at the airport, and there was a member from the business community who was on the same flight, and he was meeting with very senior elected members of the Commission. I think he had a meeting with a member of the Commission, and we had meetings as the members of the committee with mid-level policy officers. And while it was very useful, it struck me that we are doing things so far downstream. So if we had an office, if we had observer status, I can see, Mr. Burke, you're welcome to intervene if you would like to. You look shocked.
I'm just pondering who she thinks it is that we would be engaging with if they did have an office in Belfast. It would be mid-level officials, it wouldn't be commissioners.
I am not slighting mid-level officials. I'm just saying our access since leaving the EU is limited. So we need to take every opportunity we can. We don't have the influence that we had before. We meet with policy officers. If we had more offices, if we had more engagement, then businesses, people here would be able to have access to more information, and we'd be able to know what's coming further upstream. We may disagree on Brexit and the outcomes of that, but what we agree is that we want the best for people. And if we knew what was coming legislative-wise further upstream, if we had more engagement, surely that's better for everyone. So I think sometimes we put the politics before pragmatic solutions, and I think that does a disservice. And I think we could just park this. Brexit happened, okay? You wanted it, I didn't want it, it's the way it is. Now let's look at how we can have meaningful discussions about practical solutions, as opposed to always just making sure, like, heaven forbid, someone thinks that actually maybe I like the EU a wee bit more than I actually do. Let's park that. Let's get on with practical solutions. Having an office in Belfast can only be a good thing. It's not negative. And it's not a Trojan horse, it's just a way of making life easier for people. So we support this motion, we support any sensible, pragmatic solutions, and please, for the rest of 2026, can we start having conversations where it does deal with Brexit in the EU that is in that spirit. Thank you.
Thank you very
much indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise to oppose this motion. I don't think there's any surprise there. A motion that not only flies in the face of the reality of the situation affecting our economy, our farmers and our consumers, but seeks to reinforce the falsehood that the Windsor Framework in some way affords any advantages. I must make a declaration of interest here because I sit on the Democratic Scrutiny Committee. And after 2 years of being sentenced to the most incurious committee in this Assembly, I can categorically state, based on the evidence that we see in the thousands of pages of EU regulations, directives, proposals, alignments, EMs and all the rest, that the only thing that the Windsor Framework is facilitating is millions and millions of pounds of additional bureaucratic burden. The costs are already close to £1 billion for Northern Ireland alone. The Windsor Framework brings more, not less regulation, more cost, not less. Nothing that would be facilitated or ameliorated by an EU office in Belfast, EU observer status or any other moves until a full UK-EU reset is completed. The more observant of you will notice that this motion talks about dual market access. This is probably conveniently for the anti-Trump Sinn Féin, ignoring the fact that with Northern Ireland as an integral part of the United Kingdom, we also have advantageous tariff arrangements with the United States. Tariff arrangements that are more amenable for one of our largest markets, particularly for pharma, aerospace, defence, agribusiness. Arrangements... Yes, please, go ahead.
I'm just interested, appreciate the member giving way. Would he agree, and I suspect I might get a slightly different answer from him than I would from some other members opposite, would he agree with me that at least the stated aspiration of the UK government, we all have reservations about what they're doing, to move closer to the single market, I'd like to see the customs union too, does he think that's a good thing for Northern Ireland?
I don't think there's any surprise to anybody in this same... I'll get an extra minute, Deputy. Yeah, thank you. I think it's no surprise here that I voted to remain within the European Union. I think Brexit was an absolute disaster. But it's what it is and where we are. But here is an opportunity here, particularly with the US tariff deal, and also with the opportunities with India and other markets as well. Areas that we would not have had appropriate tariff deals in this present state and stage we are in the world at the moment without being outside the European Union. Now, indeed, when I got back to the US tariff deals, many of us will be aware that our friends in the Oireachtas see this as making the Republic of Ireland uncompetitive. It's nearly as if Sinn Féin, the SDLP and Alliance don't want to acknowledge this real advantage, one that comes with a lot less administrative and regulatory baggage than the Windsor Framework. But they also ignore our largest market, that with the rest of our nation, a market that has been chilled by the Windsor Framework and which cannot and will not be ever compared in value and volume with the short-term north-south trade distortions, many of which are due to rerouting of logistics traffic and how it is managed. It is significant that... no, I've already given away once. It is significant that business organisations such as the FSB, the Northern Ireland Chamber of Commerce and others have recognised the reality of this situation. They are no longer saying that the Windsor Framework is working, whilst at the same time complaining privately to government and HMRC the damage that the Windsor Framework is doing to their businesses. They are now openly making their concerns heard. Concerns that my noble friend Lord Murphy picked up in his recent report on the workings of the framework. No, I won't. I've already given away once. And whose recommendations have been accepted in full by Whitehall. This, unsurprisingly, doesn't include an impractical EU office in Belfast. Instead, the report recognised the very real difficulties that companies across the United Kingdom have in trading across our part of the Irish Sea. And he has proposed a multi-million-pound clearinghouse facility to reduce the challenges of the Irish Sea border. That recognition and the push to do something practical about it is what we should be debating today. Trying to push dual market access while ignoring the benefits of reduced tariffs we achieve by being part of the United Kingdom, pushing for a nugatory EU Quango office in Belfast, which fails to recognise the damages that trade divergence has created, whilst also ignoring the need for a more positive approach of reducing red tape within our own internal market, are more than ample reasons for not supporting this motion. Thank you.
Timothy Gosling.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. At its core, this latest Europhile motion asks the Assembly to do two things. Firstly, this motion asks MLAs to endorse the protocol. Secondly, it wants MLAs to institutionalise and normalise EU governance in Northern Ireland by calling for an EU office in Belfast. Let us be clear about what that means. The phrase dual market access is repeatedly deployed by the enthusiasts for EU rule without consent. But slogans are not substitutes for scrutiny. The UK's internal market is Northern Ireland's primary market. The protocol removes Northern Ireland from the practical operation of that internal market for goods and places us, for trading purposes, within the EU's regulatory and customs orbit. That creates the border in the Irish Sea. Dual market access is a nationalist myth. I would remind the House that when InvestNI were asked to cite a single example of inward investment directly attributed to the protocol, it could not name one. Goods coming from Great Britain into Northern Ireland are treated as suspect, burdened with checks, burdened with paperwork, and burdened with regulatory divergence. That is not an advantage. That is a penalty. Happy to give way to my friend in front of me here, who just for the record said that Northern Ireland's car industry was facing the worst of every world under the Windsor framework. So I'm interested to hear what he has to say in this debate.
And that is absolutely true. But the reality is that our GB trade has grown from 12 billion to 17. Trade is up. Trade is up in Northern Ireland by 2.8%. Our economy is growing because we have access to Europe, because of Europe, because we're different than the rest of the UK. We're double the rate. Where do you think that's coming from? And why would you not want our businesses to have the support and allow them to get moving on?
Well, there we have it. The man who said that Northern Ireland's car industries was facing the worst of every world under the Windsor framework, trying to reverse out and quote figures to dispel the nationalist myth that he likes to peddle. But let me ground this debate in real, everyday examples. Just last week, I was contacted by a constituent who attempted to order a cot for their newborn baby from a mainland supplier. The response from the company was blunt: shipping not available to the selected address. Not because the address was wrong, not because the product was unavailable, but because Northern Ireland is treated as a different regulatory and customs zone. Also last week, during the recent snowy weather, I was contacted by a Ballymena business trying to buy in more sledges to allow Waynes to have fun in the snow. The supplier replied that they no longer supply Northern Ireland, citing red tape arising from the protocol. So, that is what dual market access means in the real world. And the reach of this regime does not stop there. My party has highlighted how EU-derived regulation is now tightening its grip on even Trebecs, dragging small producers into the regulatory framework designed elsewhere by legislators they did not elect. From baby cots to children's sledges to Trebecs made and sold locally, the pattern remains the same. And that brings us to the heart of the motion we're debating here today. Northern Ireland is subject to large swathes of EU law which we do not make and cannot change, and are overseen by a foreign court. That is a fundamental assault on democracy. The call for an EU office in Belfast is about entrenching the protocol. This motion does not seek to reduce Northern Ireland's separation from the UK internal market. It seeks to embed it. It does not seek to restore sovereignty or consent. It seeks to normalise rule-taking. The proper response to the challenges facing business is not more EU footprint here in Belfast. It's the removal of the barriers within the United Kingdom. That's what we need. It's the restoration of democratic control. That's what we need. Finally, while I welcome the fact that all unionists in this House will join me in the lobby, I do remind them that the continued existence of the protocol means you should not be in this executive. At the last Assembly election, all Unionist parties stood on a platform about unalterable opposition to the protocol. Yet today we find both the DUP and the Ulster Unionists in the Executive where, by law, they must implement the protocol. Indeed, the text of that declaration, my goodness, in the DUP campaign, and I notice, has quite quietly disappeared from the party's website. But thankfully, promises are not so easily taken away and removed from the minds of the electorate as they were from the DUP
Thank
website.
you. I call David Honeyford.
Principal Deputy Speaker, it was when he was invited to speak, but I wasn't meant to here, right? But I'm not sitting here listening to multiple things said about Invest in I and everything else, which are just not based on facts. We're actually gaslighting people here because this is the commentator behind me here.
Can we have one speaker at a time, please, or nobody's going to hear anything? Mr. Gaston, thank you.
So, I didn't want Brexit. I never voted for Brexit, but if you're going to light a fire, there's going to be some smoke. And the smoke that you're seeing within stuff is the bit, and this is the bit that might be uncomfortable for some, but you created yourself. And it is there because you created it, and you wanted it, and you supported it, and you screamed for it. But here's the benefit that we have now. Our economy, I will give way to you.
Well, the member recognised that Northern Ireland didn't get Brexit, and that is the problem we're facing here today. Many businesses are facing large problems because of the rigorous implementers, because
Mr.
of
Gaston,
the Alliance Party who have joined up with the rest of
Mr.
nationalism
Honeyford,
and made sure we didn't
Mr.
get
Gaston,
Brexit in Northern Ireland.
Your seat, Mr. Gaston. This is not a debate over Brexit or where it was applied. It's a debate about an EU office in Belfast, and the remainder of the speeches will be focused on the theme of the motion and not much wider.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll take the tone. The EU office in Belfast. The EU office in Belfast about practicalities of our businesses, and what they're screaming for is information. And what they want is information to be able to move forward. Everybody that comes into our committee from business groups have been asking for that information. But the facts are our economy is now growing for the very first time ever at twice the rate, or more than twice the rate. It's 2.8%. The UK is at 1.3% and going down. The difference in that, for the first time ever, is nothing to do with constitutional politics. It's got to do with having access to the EU markets. For this, we live on an island, and we share an island. So either we work together to collaborate on that and grow our economy, or we're going backwards. We're going nowhere. And happily.
Does the member agree with me that actually what Invest and I said in the Economy Committee was that they couldn't list anything yet because the evidence wasn't there, but actually, anecdotally, they suspected some businesses couldn't come out and say that they supported dual market access or were benefiting from it because it's so politically charged?
Absolutely agree. And I'm going to, what Invest, and just to go back to the point, because it's been made multiple times and it is literally false. Invest and I said way back, whenever it was just we had come back, that they hadn't one example at that point in time of somebody. What they have now said is we have multiple examples of businesses that are already here and are now expanding. I can name you 4 or 5 within my own constituency who are employing people and growing. That is the fact of what is happening on the ground. I was with Leprino, who are currently in Upper Bann, but it will become part of Lagan Valley next election. Leprino have moved all of their base to Marilyn. For the cheese has now been distributed and exported to GB and into the south of Ireland because we have access. So there's a company who was Gambia before, or named Gambia before, Bumbot, who have grown. Coca-Cola on their second extension in Lisburn. Munster Drinks have come in to Lagan Valley because we have access to both GB and the south. So to gaslight people and tell them that there's no thing that Invest said this, they did not. But one thing that they did say that my colleague has said, they answered directly to a question me, the businesses are afraid to come out and say that this is because of dual market access. They're afraid because it's been politicised by the TUV, DUP and Ulster Unionists. That is the reason. That's what they said. That is what they answered. The Chief Executive answered us. And when he was asked, is that not the same? Is that not the same for in the South? No, it's not. and was his clear answer. So this has been politicised. Rather than taking this down, supporting our businesses, allowing our economy to grow, to create jobs, to create employment, to create opportunities for the young people and for all of us here. We live on an island. We either share that.
And the EU office in Belfast is going to feature here as well, yeah?
The EU office in Belfast is part of that business to enable the business community, allow our businesses to get the access they need to allow them to export more. I support this motion.
Gary Carroll.
Deputy Speaker, all my comments will certainly be about the EU office in Belfast and everything it could be doing. Part of this motion, to me, Deputy Speaker, seems straightforward and not worth objecting to. And noting how access to both markets have benefited suppliers and businesses in the north is an okay thing to note and observe, and certainly for me to support, no issue with that. But I do have to say that I think many unionist parties have over-egged some of the issues since the protocol. I think there was an obsession with getting and ensuring access to certain foods and goods from Britain when similar projects or items could be acquired south of the border was something bizarre and perplexing, and I think in some cases too much focus was placed literally on the flag, on the packets of meat, rather than the content within them, whether they were healthy, safely produced or what. And I think tray bakes and cuts is certainly a new one, certainly for me. What as well? Sledges, okay, important stuff indeed. So investment is obviously mentioned in the motion, Deputy Speaker, and of course investment in public services, infrastructure and communities going ahead generally is essential, but I think it's important to emphasise and tease out what kind of investment is being proposed, and in particular what kind of investment an EU office in Belfast would be advocating, because it wasn't directly spelt out, I think, in the motion or in certainly the start of the first speech. I think ethical investment is obviously key and essential, and it's worth mentioning that the EU very often doesn't engage in ethical investment, that's putting it mildly, had a special trade deal in place with Israel, and in the proposal of the EU office in Belfast, it's worth asking the question, will that be used to further expand and deepen this deal, which was only partially suspended, not thrown out, and still does exist. This is, of course, not to mention that the European Union has been a pillar of support for Israel and greenlighted its genocide in Gaza. EU member states, Deputy Speaker, also failed to adopt any measures following the ICJ orders in the case brought by South Africa for alleged violations of the Genocide Convention in January 2024.
Mr. Carroll, could you address the motion?
Sure, I will do. So this is an organisation we're told is about human rights and freedom, which many people would question in the Palestinian Solidarity Movement and beyond. So this is of course not to mention the fact, Deputy Speaker, that the EU have funnelled weapons in Israel and elsewhere as well. So I would be opposed to an expansion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to this form of investment or trade, regardless of whether it creates jobs in Belfast, Derry, Ballymena, Lagan Valley or elsewhere. People need well-paid and secure jobs, but these have to be ethical and they have to be safe for those in the jobs, but also for poor people and oppressed people in Africa, the Middle East or elsewhere. So I think it would be foolish also, Deputy Speaker, not to mention in closing the role played by the EU leaders in beating the drums of war. I know something that the member to my right is certainly keen in supporting as well, demanding more military spending.
Mr. Carroll, can we please address the EU office in Belfast?
Absolutely. Member States, I think it's quite ironic that this place, as it often is presented as a place of peace and something that came out of negotiation and a peace settlement, but in this debate so far we haven't heard a single word about the stated drive of EU leaders. They invest in arms, they support greater investment in arms manufacturing right across Europe, regardless of the touch to my right, it's true, and it's their stated aims. We also have the question, Deputy Speaker, shared something to my right, I don't know what it was said, but I'm happy to give way if anyone wants. Yeah, go ahead.
I just wondered if he's aware that we're talking about the opening of a EU External Action Service office and rather than a military camp in Belfast.
The members read the motion. The motion talks about, through this Deputy Speaker, an EU office in Belfast, so maybe you should read the motion. But also, to go back to my earlier point, there wasn't we haven't had a discussion about the question of data centres. Data centres is obviously quite key to investment in technology, generally speaking, but are proven to suck resources and leading to a rocketing of emissions and raising all sorts of difficulties and questions about. Yeah, go ahead.
I appreciate he doesn't like certain types of investment. I would agree with him on the Israel points to make, but I know his party supported Brexit. Will he acknowledge that communities like West Belfast have lost a fortune in terms of EU investment? I think it's important for him to acknowledge that. He and his party supported Brexit. West Belfast, North Belfast have lost serious money in terms of European social funding. That was a disaster for those communities in Belfast and Derry. Would you agree with that?
Members, but Mr. Clarke, you have your seat just very briefly.
Yeah, sure.
Before we continue, could I remind members that the shouting at each other across the chamber, whether formally through intervention or not addressing the chair and not addressing the motion, really combine to make not a very good look.
Yeah, I'll remind a member that he was working in Westminster at the time of Brexit, so I mean his fingers are all over it if anybody else's. So like, yeah, you've got a cheek and a nerve to try to accuse other people of other stuff that you were complicit in more than anybody else. And you didn't have anything to the chair to say about the role played by leaders in cheering on the genocide in Gaza, because your allusions in them are so deep. But that's up to the member to live with that. And add into the mix of this debate, Deputy Speaker, is the question of AI. And super intelligent AI and these sort of questions, which are very, very pertinent and serious. And I think the North shouldn't be a backdoor for this kind of technology, which could be very, very dangerous. Not just me saying this from the sideline, but people who've worked in that industry as well. So, like I said, all connected to the motion. Thank you very much.
Okay. There's no ministerial response to the debate. I'm going to ask Declan Kearney to wind on the motion. Mr. Kearney, up to 10 minutes.
It's an established matter of fact that Brexit has been an economic, social and political disaster for citizens and businesses here and even in Britain. Yes, Britain did get Brexit and now its economy is tanking. But it's also a fact that the North was pulled out of the European Union against the wishes of the majority of voters in this region. And that is also the position which is held by the greater majority of members in this Assembly. Every party in the Assembly acknowledges that Brexit has also created a democratic deficit. And I've said previously, the difference is, of course, on how we define and then address the nature of that deficit. It's frankly bizarre that the DUP and other Brexit cheerleaders, who were cautioned at the time about the predictable damage its onset would cause for businesses, workers and families, continue now to resist any practical solution that would mitigate the harm that Brexit has done. And all of that has been reflected in the debate here this evening. The only thing that's worse than missing the point is to deliberately miss the point. This isn't about symbolism. It's about being pragmatic and solution-focused. And other contributors have correctly reminded the debate this evening that we once did have a European Commission office here in Belfast. So another office is about access. It's about bringing added value to how we collectively address the development of mitigations to deal with the kind of frictions that have flowed as a consequence of Brexit. Yes, go ahead.
Would the member acknowledge that his colleague, in speaking in this debate, referenced herself, or that this was as much about our citizens who felt disenfranchised from Europe, having been part of an area that had left Europe, feeling that connection again, and therefore that says in itself that it is about symbolism, it is about that constitutional arrangement, rather than simply about the pragmatism of trade arrangements?
Well, if the member had allowed me to continue, then perhaps he would have been enlightened in relation to what I'm about to say. So perhaps he will reflect on what I am about to say. You see, one side of the House wants to reduce this issue, and you're one of the people who does this, to zero-sum constitutional issues. You play the alarmist game, and you and others engage directly in fake news. And since its imposition, conversely, Sinn Féin, other parties here, the Irish Government and the EU have collectively sought to mitigate the worst effects of Brexit. And now the mechanisms exist to do this through the Protocol and the Windsor Framework. While the regional economy continues to grow because of, yes, hear this, dual market access, our businesses have identified challenges brought about by Brexit itself. That's an inevitable consequence of the type of harm that was caused. So while the Windsor Framework has protected us from the worst harms of Brexit, our businesses are now asking us to do more to help them navigate the new trading realities that they find themselves having to face. So our collective focus should be on identifying pragmatic and practical solutions to address the challenges that are associated with this post-Brexit context. And that extends to technical issues which our businesses have identified as they navigate the new trade, investment and regulatory arrangements that have been imposed on all of us. The recent Murphy Review concluded that a one-stop shop to simplify administrative processes would be an advantage. I agree. That recommendation should be implemented. And establishing a European Union office in Belfast as a further resource for our businesses and communities would be the next logical step to take. Iascain Comhairle, Brexit was an act of self-inflicted economic and social harm. The DUP and others, you've got it wrong. And today it's equally wrong to conflate pragmatic solutions being proposed in a motion such as this with matters of sovereignty and fake news and project fear. 10 years on, let's accept that reality which we face and finally start working together to support local businesses. That's why it makes sense to support this motion and collectively endorse the call for the British Government and the European Union in a collegiate way to establish a European Commission office here in this region.
Thank you. Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. I think the members, I think the ayes have it. No. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Members, order, members. Members, could members take their seats if they haven't already? Thank you. Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Okay, okay. Do we have tellers? Okay, members. Thank you. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Ciara Ferguson, Patrick Doagh. Tellers for the noes, David Brooks and Peter Martin. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide ayes to my right, noes to my left. Yours. Members, order. Thank you. Clarke, please read the result.
76 members voted, 47 members voted aye, 29 members voted no. One member who voted in both lobbies is not included in these results. The motion is carried.
Members, the result is that the motion is carried. Takes us to our next item, which is item 9 on the order paper, the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound.